I'm still Trump supporter, I guess.
Do you have any response to any of the points I just made? Maybe like the fact that he pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers. I think that's good enough reason to say that you shouldn't support him.
I think there was encouragement in the crowd to do bad. Initially, there was no wrong intent, and of course, they were his supporters, so he felt inclined to
But
pardon
people
them.
who assaulted police officers, like DJ Rodriguez, for example, who drove a stun gun into the neck of a police officer, which led to that police officer having a heart attack. You think that's something that should have been pardoned, and that person is a patriot?
Mm, I don't know. I don't. I mean, probably not, but he
Probably
did
not.
so.
Probably not. That to me sounds
I
like
don't know.
Trump literally pardoned political violence against police officers. Right? Like
Um,
I thought he backed the blue. I thought he was pro law and order. What happened to that?
I think it was just that specific scenario, January 6th. People slipped up. There was a lot of encouragement from people in the crowd. I've heard things about people in the crowd that they were of bad influence, I guess, just there to
So people in the
hurt
crowd
this.
doesn't justify, like, if there were people in a crowd telling you to commit violence, would you commit violence?
No, but
No. Okay, so then like is that a justification for not being held accountable for committing violence?
okay. Well, he pardoned him. I don't know what. Like,
Okay,
I
so
still
then
support
isn't that
him.
a reason to like stop supporting? Can you name one thing Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
Uh, I guess if he goes his term without saying mission complete with the enforcement of immigration, then I'll be like,
So only immigration? So only if he didn't say that he had mission completed. Just he has to say that. That's it. What?
I mean, I don't know what. Of course, there are
If Donald
things.
Trump shot someone on Fifth Avenue, would you still support him?
I know you're quoting something he said, right?
No, I'm just asking.
Um,
If he shot someone on Fifth Avenue, would you support him?
I would ask, why did he shoot him? I mean, if we're being logical,
No! Dude, what do you mean you would ask him why? What are you
yeah. I
talking
mean,
about? What are you
was he a
saying?
threat? Was he
What do
going
you
up to him
mean?
with a
What do you
knife?
mean? He was just walking there. What the fuck are you talking about, dude?
You didn't say he was just walking.
It's just on Fifth Avenue, dude.
Okay, on Fifth Avenue, what?
What?
Like,
What?
yeah,
What
I
are
know
you
you're trying
talking
to quote
about?
something he said, and you know he was on a campaign and said that, but he slipped up. You know, he was just
Well, I'm sorry. I'm
emphasizing
sorry. No, no,
how much of
genuinely,
a
you
strong
are so
support.
brainwashed by the MAGA cult that you just said you would ask if Donald Trump shot someone on Fifth Avenue. Why did he shoot him on Fifth Avenue?
Yeah, I would ask. That's a
Donald Trump?
genuine
Why?
question.
Yeah, dude. I'm sorry. Why is that the first question you ask? Why wouldn't it be that maybe I wouldn't support the guy who just shot someone on Fifth Avenue? He just goes up on Fifth Avenue and shoots some random pedestrian. Would you? Would
I mean,
you?
with any case, the first question
You know,
would be
he'd literally be
why.
on Fox News the next day, being like, "Actually, we have intelligence that this guy had so many DRUGS on him. So many DRUGS. Okay, I promise you. He was actually I could see with my X-ray vision.
Oh my gosh, I can tell you don't like him very much.
What do you mean? You can tell I don't. Of course, I don't like the guy, dude.
I mean, but
I
you
have a question. I
gotta
have a question.
be civil. You gotta
What
be
do you mean?
civil.
I am being civil. As
Well,
civil
the
as you
first
possibly,
question,
as possibly,
anyone.
I'm being as civil as you possibly should be, given the fact that this guy has literally extrajudicially been murdering people without due process and giving no evidence to Congress, indicating that they are
Murder?
political drug boats. But there's no evidence at all that was given specifically to Congress that they actually specifically had drugs. And even if they did, why wouldn't we just detain them once they get to U.S. waters? Why would you fucking drone
To
strike
send a
them?
message. To send a message.
So you think it's okay to just murder people to quote unquote send a message? By the way, what if Donald Trump shot someone on Fifth Avenue and said, "Oh, it was just to send a message to the Democrats that you can't fuck with Trump"? Would you be okay with that? Would you still support him? If he shot a
What
Democrat,
are you
just
what are
to
you rambling on about?
no, I'm serious. If you just shot a Democrat, said that specifically it was to show the Democrats to fuck off, right? Would you still support the guy?
See, now you're like on a straw man. Like, what are you
No, I'm
even
just
talking
asking.
about?
Would you? Can you answer the question? Would you support him? Yes or no?
No, of course not.
Okay, no, you wouldn't.
I wouldn't support him if he did that.
Okay.
What?
So if he just like bombed a boat without evidence that it specifically had drugs, would you be okay
I
with
mean,
that? Murdering
you
like
think-
over 60 people?
You think his national intelligence like doesn't have some sense that they might be cartel members?
I'm sorry.
You think you know
evidence?
more?
What evidence did they have specifically that they gave to
I don't
Congress?
know. You think
Why wouldn't they give
would
that
just tell
intelligence
the
to
people?
Congress?
Because acts of war, you don't really need Congress. You're the chief of commander in chief.
So you think it's just okay just to murder people without any evidence given to Congress?
But you're claiming that he doesn't.
So
have
how about
any
this? How about
evidence.
this? What if Trump just drone striked a boat of Democrats that were off the coast of America in international waters, and he said that actually they had affiliations with the cartel? Would you be okay with that?
If they had drugs, if they were foreigners,
If the
Yeah.
Trump administration just claims that.
well, now you're claiming if he would bomb citizens, then no, of course not.
Oh, okay, but like I thought you just said that specifically if they had claimed and alleged affiliations with the cartel that it was justified to drone strike them.
Yeah, and people
So then, like
invading
again,
the country
if Trump
that are
alleges,
non-citizens.
yeah, if Trump alleges that a boat specifically off the coast of the United States in international waters that is full of Democrats specifically had affiliations with the cartel, do you think it's okay and justified for him to bomb that boat?
No, because they're citizens. He wouldn't do that.
Okay.
He wouldn't just bomb Democrats. What are you
Okay,
talking
so
about?
as long as they're not U.S. citizens, say they're citizens of a different country, would you be okay with that?
And they were bringing in drugs. Yeah.
No.
I've
Just
seen
claim,
this
no, like
before.
just Trump claims that they had affiliations with the cartel.
Then I would trust that
You would just
there
trust that?
are. Well, yeah, he has more intelligence than we do.
Oh, so you just say he has more intelligence, and even if he doesn't give that intelligence, even he doesn't just. Oh, so
Yeah.
wait, would you defend the U.S. going to the war in Iraq because it is the case that like they claimed weapons of mass destruction? You would claim they quote unquote have more intelligence, more information, therefore they are making the justified determination, even though we found out that they were fucking lying.
I mean, that's part of OPSEC with the military. You're not gonna know the entirety.
I'm just
of it.
asking you. I'm asking. So your set of reasoning here would justify us at going and invading Iraq, which I think has been clearly a devastation, right?
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't for
Okay,
it.
so then why would you utilize the same reasoning that you know yields horrible outcomes?
Because we just have to trust it in that state now. You know, it's part of Operation Security.
Just
with the
trust.
military.
You know what you've now you now have said.
I do appreciate the conversation, though.
I do too. Do you understand the point that I just made? Your entire position here is blind allegiance. Trust me, bro. Donald Trump probably has the intelligence. If Trump fucking nuked a city in the United States, you'd probably be like, he actually
Yeah,
had
that's extreme.
information that there was a alien virus in the city that it was about to become global. Okay, so he nuked the city because he had to save
What
civilization.
are you
Okay.
talking about? Another straw man, dude. I can tell you don't like him. Like,
No, I'm just saying, like,
Uh,
genuinely, like, to what extent would you then say that this is too much? Trump claims an alien virus about to be fucking literally, going around the entire world. Absolutely no evidence, granted, none given to Congress. He just claims that, right? If he nukes LA because apparently it's in Los Angeles, okay? Would you be okay with that, or would you defend that?
that's a sci-fi movie. What? I'm not.
It's a sci-fi. I mean, half the shit Trump's done is a fucking movie. Genuinely, like where there's a
Yeah.
horrible, evil fucking villain that specifically gets into in a position of power. I mean,
I think you do see a lot of
he's
things in a negative
cartoonishly
light.
stupid and evil. Like genuinely, he's cartoonishly stupid and evil.
I think he's wise.
You know,
He may
there's
be
a,
stupid.
you know, a movie got dropped. It's about politics. It's called The Annoying Orange, movie edition, real life.
Wow.
The Annoying Orange in real life becomes president.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah, I'm just being serious. Did you say Trump is wise?
Yeah, I do think he is wise.
What makes you believe such a treacherously wrong statement?
Wrong? Like, do you know definitively it's wrong? Like, well,
Yes.
one, he's old. You know, all
Yes,
people.
I know definitively that that's wrong. That Donald Trump is not a wise guy. Okay, can you give me any reason why you think that this man is wise?
Well, in terms of businesses, he knows a lot of in and outs of development.
Yeah, that's why he has 6 bankruptcies and many of
Yeah,
multiple being
out of
casinos.
500. Out of 500, that's a good percentage.
500. Where'd you get this number? 500.
He's had hundreds of businesses.
Because he inherited $400 million from his dad. I mean, what's the likelihood that you're going to be being able to invest in a business that specifically is going to be effective, right? Given that you specifically have that much money. But genuinely, I don't think that this 500 number is real. Can you give me an actual source on that one, or is this another one of your?
Well, he's had hundreds of businesses. Only a handful have failed.
Wait. Now
I
it's
think
just
it's-
hundreds. What was your source on this?
I don't know it. I don't know sources off the top of my head, but he has had hundreds. And many survived after his inheritance.
What inheritance?
And-
What do you mean?
Of
After in his inheritance?
well, from his dad. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, but
For the most
so-
part, he has been successful. Yeah.
Well, I mean, you claim success. If you had $400 million inherited from your dad, do you think you would do pretty good?
Yes. Yeah. Mostly.
Okay, mostly?
Yeah. There will be failures here and there. You know, bankruptcies maybe.
So you think 6 of them?
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
not a lot.
You think you'd bankrupt multiple casinos?
It's possible. It's not the first time, but
Interesting. So then your point is that he's been successful in business. That's all you could bring up?
in
Is that
terms of like wise, he is wise
yeah.
in businesses.
Is that it?
That's one thing. I mean, politics. I think.
Okay. Do you think Bill Gates is wise in business?
Yes, of course.
Okay. Do you think? So you think every billionaire essentially is wise in business?
More than the common person. Yes.
Okay. So it's just having the money, even if you inherited it.
No, it's like being in those positions, having that.
So if you inherited
type of
it,
influence.
would that indicate that you're wise?
No, but to manage it, and to grow up in that family, I think does make you wiser than the common person in that sense.
Okay. Is this the only mechanism in which he's wise under your view? Is just having money?
No, but it got him in position. It got him on.
What else? Name another characteristic of Donald Trump being quote unquote wise.
Media. He knows a lot of media.
What about media?
He was on cable for the longest. He knows a lot of all that personally.
He was on cable. You mean his show on The Apprentice that you're talking about?
Yeah, I think that's knowledge. That's
I'm
wisdom.
sorry. How the fuck does that make him wise? Have you seen that clip? Actually, here I think I have a clip right here. Would you like to hear a clip specifically of
Yeah.
of Donald Trump? Wow, video unavailable. Wow, that's interesting that video
You
just
mentioned
got taken down, bro. That's crazy.
once in 2012 that Diddy
Actually, crazy.
Did he? Wow.
Yeah, it was a clip of Donald Trump literally saying that he loves Diddy.
I mean, a lot of people do.
What?
Yeah,
Do you love Diddy?
I like some of his songs. Yeah, they're good.
Do you like Diddy like as a person?
No, as a whole, no. After this, no. But was this after we had known what he had done, or was it just thing of the time?
I mean, didn't Trump pardon?
Did he? Did he?
Didn't he? Didn't he talk about pardon?
Wow. I mean, I don't know.
Okay. All right. But genuine point. Like your only reasons for why he's wise under your view is that he did The Apprentice, and then he
knows cable, he knows media. That is part of it. Yeah, The Apprentice.
You're just saying he knows people in the media. That's it.
Well, he knows.
I don't think that could be said about every presidential candidate. Right?
No. This is a different president. Yeah.
Okay. So you don't think that other presidential candidates know people in the media?
No, I'm not saying that. No.
Okay. So what's your point?
That he's just wiser than most people would think.
Can you define
especially
wise?
Democrats of having wisdom? What?
Having wisdom. So like being intelligent, right? Like
it's not necessarily the same.
Oh, no, it's not necessarily the same. Do you think this is something that a wise person would say?
And then I see the disinfectant where it knocks it out in 1 minute. And is there a way we can do something like that by injection inside or almost a cleaning? Because you see it gets on the lungs and it does a tremendous number on the lungs. So it'd be interesting to check that.
Yeah. Do you think that's something a wise guy would say?
No, I mean there are things you have said that aren't so wise either. What like people are bound to.
Sure. I mean, have I ever said something like that?
Not like that. No.
No. Parker Get a Job has never said something as stupid as that. Never once in his life has he ever said something as stupid as that. Genuinely.
I mean, one thing we both
genuinely meant like maybe I accidentally said something stupid, but he intentionally said this. He purposefully said this. He said people were eating cats and dogs. He said windmills were causing whales to die in numbers never seen before. He said we should look into utilizing nuclear weapons to fight hurricanes. What?
I mean, I will say if other presidents have had as much media attention as him, we would have also heard more dumb things. Like he's not the first person to say dumb things.
You know what's kind of funny? Trump is like unironically the stereotypical American from a European perspective. Genuinely, like uneducated, stupid as shit, right? Like,
I can tell you don't like him, but
no,
I don't know about uneducated.
It's not that I just don't like him. It's just he literally is a public health threat. You know what I mean? He said that you shouldn't be taking Tylenol during pregnancy because it causes autism. When there's literally studies that indicate absolutely no link between autism. Between Tylenol use during pregnancy and autism after taking into account genetics and siblings.
Tylenol themselves have said not to during pregnancy. So.
No, they haven't. That was specifically like a random social media post from 2017. Okay, that they said was not a company-wide statement, not indicative of any of their policies, especially now.
Well, I think it's better to err on the side of caution and just not take it. I don't think it's a bad thing to say.
Err on the side of caution? Do you understand that leads to a greater likelihood of untreated fever, which is harmful towards the health of the individual who's pregnant, and the pregnancy, which increases the likelihood of miscarriage, which increases the likelihood of plenty of different types of negative impacts in terms of health? So you understand that that's like a threat to people, right? You say you're acting like it's not a risk. This is one of the only safe things that people can use during pregnancy to treat fever.
I think that's an extreme.
I think people should talk to their doctor. I think that they shouldn't get their medical advice from people like Donald Trump and you. And this is exactly why he's a public health threat, right? And that he's causing a public health crisis. Not only just that, but he denies science in terms of climate change. He says the climate's going to start cooling. Science just doesn't know it yet, and said that climate change is a hoax when 97% of climate scientists indicate the otherwise.
Have you heard Bill Gates' recent statement that he kind of
yes, that you're going to misinterpret, that you don't even look at? Can you please just address my point here? 97% of climate scientists indicate that Donald Trump is wrong.
Wrong in what sense?
I just said it. Did you listen?
I do think it is exaggerated a lot of times.
What's
So
exaggerated?
wrong in its entirety. Climate change.
You think climate change is exaggerated? So one, he's calling it a hoax. Two, in what way is it exaggerated?
I don't know. When people say we have 5 years, we have 10 years, irreversible damage, and those years pass.
Yeah,
and
there is irreversible damage that will happen at certain points. That's true, right? Yeah, you're just that's not necessarily a wrong depiction. You understand that like they're actively not addressing climate change. Climate scientists are indicating that there's irreparable harm that will happen to the climate in relation to human survival, because it's not just okay. Well, we need to rebrand climate change. It's not about that it's going to be bad for the Earth's survival. People misinterpret this so much. It's bad for our survival on the Earth. Like, it's not necessarily bad for the Earth. It's bad for our survival on the Earth.
yeah, agreed. Yeah.
Okay. So can you please explain to me why you think it's you think it's okay to vote for a guy that thinks it's a hoax and that literally actively denies science and thinks that he knows better than climate scientists?
I think
Genuinely,
it's
like, this is
a
insane.
hoax in the sense that it is exaggerated.
Okay, so you're being absolutely ridiculous here.
Okay.
He said the climate's going to start cooling and science just doesn't know it yet. Do you agree that's objectively false?
I don't know the specifics in that, no. So
You don't know? You don't know? Okay. All right.
I
Is
don't
there
know
anything
what
else
we
you
were
want to
trying to
talk
get at.
about, Arad?
I don't know what other points are.
I'll give you a second to think on that. JP, how old are you?
58.
And do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
What lies do you think I engaged in? You said I engaged in 10 lies and then I'm quote unquote worse than Dean.
You are worse than Dean. I mean, so many lies, I lost count. I mean, what the hell?
What lies?
Well, climate change.
Well,
Are you aware that climate has changed over the millions of years that the Earth has been formed?
Really? Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, and how many of those years were warm versus cold?
I mean, I'm confused. What is your basis for warm and cold as it relates to the environment? Warm as it relates to humans, or warm
Ice
as it
Age
relates
compared-
to?
Ice Age compared to warming periods.
Should we look at specifically the temperatures that human beings have been alive on the planet, or are you just looking at the entirety of the existence of Earth?
Well,
the
you can
entirety,
look at
a huge percentage of the
temperatures for as
existence on
long
Earth
as human
could not
beings have
support
been
human
on the
life.
planet, but how
No, what
long
I'm saying
have
is
human beings
what I'm
been
saying is that
recording
the
temperatures?
atmosphere on Earth, as a huge portion of the atmosphere on Earth, could not sustain human life, right? So like the what you're not addressing specifically when you look at the overall standpoint is whether or not it's going to sustain human life. So if we look at specifically the impacts in terms of the climate, those are going to be detrimental to human survival in the manner in which it's been historically speaking. Right? That's why people are saying that it's harmful. So nothing about that was a lie. I'm referencing specifically what climate scientists indicate. If you think science is a lie, well, then that just tells me you think facts are lies.
97% of climate scientists.
Yes, that's a fact.
No, that's not. 97% of scientists, not climate scientists. 97% of scientists. So scientists were questioned about global warming or climate change, as you would like to, as we now call it. We've gone away from the global warming. It's climate change. 97% of scientists agree.
No, it's
Not
climate science.
97%
It's climate
of
scientists from
climate
NASA. It says
scientists,
climate
no.
scientists. It says yes. This is from NASA. Yes, the vast majority of actively publishing climate scientists, 97%, agree that humans are causing global warming and climate change. That's literally from
That-
NASA.
That is an Al Gore talking point, and we're just going to have to disagree, right?
And that was an Al Gore talking point, really?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, we've been
You mean a
threatened
fact
with.
from I mean a fact from NASA is an Al
been
Gore talking
threatened with
point. So
climate
like science. So
change.
Al Gore just said scientific facts.
Oh, so Al Gore says scientific facts.
Yeah,
like,
yeah. If that was an Al Gore talking point, well then
the
Al
glaciers
Gore
were
engaged
gonna
in a
melt by
scientific fact.
2013,
What's up?
but they haven't. Right?
Say that again.
The glaciers would melt by 2013.
I'm not. Never said that
That
every
was a
single.
claim by Al Gore.
I never
but the
said every
glaciers
claim
have
by Al
not.
Gore was correct. I was referencing this particular claim is correct. I'm not even sure if he made that claim. I wasn't alive specifically when you guys were talking about Al Gore. I'm literally 23 years old, so I wasn't even alive when this election happened.
So you lack wisdom.
Ooh.
Me being young means I lack wisdom under your view. That's it.
Yeah, yeah, it absolutely does.
Well, apparently I have enough wisdom that exceeds yours, and yet I had less time.
Well, let's talk. Let's go back
I mean,
to.
you don't believe in science, so what wisdom does that give you?
No, I do believe in science.
What? Oh, really? You do? So then you believe the 97% of climate scientists that indicate that climate change is caused by humans?
No, absolutely
so
not.
So then you think that you know better than science?
No, I don't think I know better than science, but I
So
can study
scientists know
science.
better than you.
And I can see where science says that global warming and cooling has occurred since the
Cooling?
beginning.
Wait,
Cooling,
so
yeah.
So no, cooling is not
Ice
happening right
age
now. So
didn't
there's
exist.
currently global
The
warming.
Ice age.
It
Are you
did.
going to
Do you want to
tell
go
me
back to
that
the
there
ice
was
age? You
never
want to go back to the ice age? And
an
we're not
ice
even
age?
going towards we're not even going towards an ice age.
How do you know?
How do we know? Because that's what the climate scientists indicate.
I mean, okay, so let's look at climate scientists. They will tell us that on average, every 100,000 years, the Earth goes through a very cool climate where glaciers form that can extend as far south in the United States as the Mason-Dixon line. Correct? Is that not true? That's what scientists say. And that in between these cooling periods or these ice age periods, there's a period of warming that can last anywhere from 12 to 25,000 years.
Yeah, you know
Now,
the issue is the
that
amount
is
of warming,
taken-
right? You know the
that
issue
is
is the amount of
taken
warming at the
from-
rate it's going at is unprecedented.
Okay, so what would be worse for human survival? Extreme cold or extreme warmth?
We're not even going towards extreme cold right now. We just recently had an ice age.
Recently?
Yes, recently, as it relates to 100,000
When?
years.
When was the last ice age?
The last ice age was a bit over, what, 10,000 plus years ago?
12,000.
12,000? Yeah.
But that's close.
Okay, so that's
So,
that's
in
close
theory,
as it
if
relates to
we-
that as it relates to
if
100,000 years, right?
We're going to believe the scientific data.
Well, hold up.
from core samples,
Hold up. When
we would have to realize that we are
listen,
approaching a
listen.
cooling period.
Listen, you understand? No, we're not. If it's every 100 years or 100,000 years, and we are 12,000 years out, 14,000 years out, right? That's like 14% of the way at max. Okay, that's not right next to it. We're not on the edge of it. We're on the edge of getting out of it.
Edge of getting out of what?
I meant like we just got out of it. Like it just happened as it relates to the 100,000 year
No,
timeline.
no,
cycle.
we've been out of the ice age for at least 12,000 years.
Yeah. Do you?
The average warming period
What is
lasts from
what, dude?
10,000.
I'm sorry. 12 divided by 100. What is that?
What does 12 divided by 100 have to do with it? Every 100,000 years, the Earth cools to the point where ice covers the majority of the globe. Every 100,000 years. In between that period, every 12 to 25,000 years, the Earth warms, which allows the human species to be successful, to proliferate,
Okay.
to
what is-
expand.
Okay. How about this? Can you tell me specifically, right, how any of this relates to whether or not humans are causing the level of warmth that we're seeing right now?
No, I believe that humans are causing some warmth
Okay.
to the planet, but it's not a destructive amount of warmth.
For human
It's
civilization,
not.
it can be, yes.
It's not that our civilization is going to end.
No one's saying the
because of
civilization
global
is
warming.
going to completely end. We're just saying that it massively changes in certain ways, and which are going to negatively impact the human survival in the current manner in which it is. We're not saying 100% end to civilization. That's not the claim.
Okay, so human created climate change is going to harm humans. Is that not to say that the natural climate change that the earth has gone through for millions of years before humans existed is not going to create the same problem?
No, nowhere near as quick, right? Because it's significantly more gradual when reference to the typical natural trend in terms of the warmth of the planet, right? Significantly lesser than what we've seen due to the fact that human caused climate change has been impacting the temperatures. So it's about the rate, the level in which it changes.
So how long have we been recording temperatures as the human species? How long have we been recording temperatures?
How long have we been
What's the
recording?
historical data?
I mean, I don't know, like the first aspects of human civilization that were recording temperature, but are you talking about like recently, like for America?
Yeah, what data can we rely on? I mean, how long have
Well, we can get
accurately
data
determined
that goes into the past because of different mechanisms that NASA uses, going to ice cores, other things like that. Push the money on. So we can point back to in terms of that if that's what you're looking for. But
only
typically-
actual temperature? We've only recorded for about 120 years.
yeah,
But we
Right.
can
that'd
come
be
to
140
conclusions
since
with
1880. But what?
old rocks. We can come to conclusions with old rocks.
Yeah.
We don't necessarily have to record the temperature, JP.
Yeah.
Well, I would disagree.
Oh wow.
Okay.
So we have ice
I
cores.
have a
that
question. I have a
recorded
question. Did
temperatures
dinosaurs
that-
exist?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay. What do you know? What temperature it was when dinosaurs existed? Like in
It was
typical.
very warm.
Oh, how do you
It
know
was
that?
warm. Well, we know because when the dinosaurs went extinct, there was some, according to science, there was some, apocalyptic, like the theory is a meteor hit the Earth, which caused global cooling. So where I live,
That doesn't necessarily
Used
mean
to
that it
be
was
covered.
very warm at that particular time.
yeah,
Right? That
at
just
one
means that there was
time
blocked
it
out
was very
sunlight due to
warm.
a meteorite, meteor. So, like, can you answer this? And by the way, you accept scientific theory
For the most part, yes, I
for
do.
the most part. Okay, so then why don't you accept that in terms of climate change? Push the mic again.
I accept the fact that we, mankind, we do have a very minimal effect.
It's not minimal.
On the
Again, if you look at what scientists indicate, that they indicate otherwise. What tells you that it's minimal?
No, some scientists will agree with my opinion,
Name one.
and some don't. Well, I can't name them off the top of my head. This is the same tactic Dean uses. Name one. Okay, you name one.
Asks for evidence. Asks for evidence.
Name
so, like,
one.
Again, when it name a scientist that believes that
Yeah,
climate change
name
is
one.
real.
Name one.
Would Bill Nye count as a scientist?
No, Bill Nye is an entertainer. He's not a scientist.
No, he's
I
not.
see you
Fuck.
going through Google.
Hold on.
Oh,
he's
you
not.
gotta
He's not.
Google-
Okay.
Google.
Well, hold up.
Let me Google it up.
No.
Let me Google
I
it.
can give you someone. Dr. Blitz. He's actually one of my friends. He's a mathematical physicist. Appreciate the galaxy. Thank you.
So you have the advantage of sitting in front of your computer and you can do your little Google AI
Where's
search.
the galaxy? I did it. That's
don't
one of my
have
friends,
that
bro.
advantage.
Dude.
I don't have that, but
You don't
he's
have
one of your
friends?
friends. I
Where's
would
the galaxy?
say
Thank you,
I
Larry.
don't have the kind of friends that you have. Mm-hmm. Right?
I mean, smart friends.
No, no, I mean actual friends. You have acquaintances.
Oh,
I have friends.
I just have acquaintances. Okay, man.
Yeah.
You're right, dude.
Yeah,
No one. I have no friends. You're right. Parker has no
I'm
friends.
not sure you,
Parker only has
you would
acquaintances.
understand what a true friend really is.
Parker has no clue what true friends are. What makes you think that though?
personal
Like, what
attacks.
makes you think that I don't know what having true friends is like?
So could you call this scientist friend in the middle of the night and he would answer your call? He would come to your need no matter what it was?
I mean, I don't think it necessarily needs to be the case for Blitz, but yes, he would absolutely. Blitz is a stand-up guy, dude.
Well, good. Hey, good on you, bud.
I mean, technically, he
It's
does
good
do
to
that
have
because he
friends like
literally lives in Europe, so it's like he literally would do that.
Well, he'd have trouble, wouldn't he? Yeah, that
No,
would
'cause
be a
it
struggle.
would be night. It would be nighttime. I'm talking about calling.
Oh yeah, that'd be a struggle. I get it. But yeah, I don't.
Okay, so like,
You know, my
so you just
friends-
think I don't have true friends? What? Parker needs to get a friend, huh? Right?
No. I didn't say you didn't have true friends.
Parker,
You
get a
were
friend.
questioning my friendships, and what I consider a friendship is someone that's
I was
ride or
like-
die.
Okay,
What are
like,
you talking
ride or
about?
die? Like, what does that mean?
Well, I could call my friend right now and say, "Hey, I need help," and he'd be here in a matter
now?
of in a matter of a half hour.
Okay, tell him right now you need help on the live, and tell me you need help debating the liberal.
Well, I don't need help debating a liberal.
You do need help.
No, I don't. No, I
Well,
don't.
I mean, hey, Chad,
So
if you
let's
think he
get-
needs help,
let's-
type 3 in the comment section.
So
Three.
let's get back to. Yeah, you can sit here and brag in your echo chamber, right? Because who do you think's watching?
By the way, I'm in an echo chamber while I debate every single day. This is the opposite of an echo chamber.
No,
Talia,
wait.
thank you so much
Who
for the
do you
$3
think's
for
in
Parker
your
has no
life?
friends and no job. John, thank you for the $5 for Will You Be My Friend? Absolutely. Shayna, thank you so much for the $7. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, don't worry. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Sarah, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Ashley with the $50 on PayPal. Thank you so much. Rachel with the $5. Thank you so much, Rachel. Heather with the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for your Just Like Dean asking for sources and facts. I know, right? Christian, thank you for the $5. Thank you. And David with the $15. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. And Felicia, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5 to buy some friends. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Apparently, I need to pay for my friends.
Well, it looks like you are, right?
You think I'm paying for my friends?
mean, apparently
like Libby,
you
thank you
and
for the
Dean-
$20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Libby.
You and
know.
Dean, neither one have been taught any manners. I mean, you don't really
Is
count
Dean my friend? Is Dean my
your
friend?
money. Yeah, I guess I would call him your friend.
Yay! So I do have friends.
I mean, would he come to your rescue? I think he would.
yeah, dude. He would come to my rescue. Yeah, totally, dude. Bled, thank you so much. Really appreciate the money, guy.
Dude, I didn't question
Ashley
that.
with the $5.
if you had
Luke with the
friends. I
$5. Thank you.
questioned
Greenest with the
your
$5. Libby again with the $20. Thank you so much.
questioned
Really appreciate it. Thank you.
definition of
That's
friendship.
crazy. That's so cool.
And the fact
Allison, thank you
that
for the
you
$10.
and
Thank you so
Dean-
much. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Can we talk
Ashley,
about
thank you so
something
much
else,
for
maybe?
the $14. Thank you for the $5 as well. DK, thank you for the $5. Monique, thank you for the $2 as well. Thank you very much. Batman with the $10. And Tim, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5.
Let me ask you this question: how many lives do you get on that are conservative? How many lives have you participated in with a conservative host?
I don't know. I've been doing this for years. I've been doing this for half a decade, man.
You can't give me a number. I mean,
Hell no.
Are you
What,
going
5 years? I've been doing
on
this for
lives?
5 years, dude.
are you going on lives on a conservative live platform? Are you going there and debating them?
No,
Or
not
are you
anymore.
sitting
I don't do it
in your
anymore.
echo chamber?
This
Someone
is an
said
echo chamber. I'm
shush,
debating
people.
people constantly all day.
Okay. I believe that you are in an echo chamber because most of the people that support you because they are also in an echo chamber. Now, I
So
at
can you
least
define what an echo
encourage
chamber is?
Come on here and try to debate you.
Wait, can you
Right.
can you tell me what an echo chamber is?
Yeah, an echo chamber is where you're surrounded by people that have groupthink that think the exact way that you do.
Okay. So
And
if
you
you're in
never
any
listen
room, so if
to
you're in
the
any room,
perspective.
because you are surrounded by people that agree with you.
I'm not surrounded by people that agree with me.
You're not surrounded by people that think murder is wrong?
Well, yeah.
Okay, so you're surrounded by people that agree with you. Dude, you're just
So murder
constantly in
isn't
echo
wrong?
chambers,
Are you
dude.
saying- are you
Yeah,
trying to say
we're
to
just
me
in
that
echo
murder
chambers
is
because we
wrong?
all agree that murder is wrong, man. We're just in an echo chamber right now.
So is abortion wrong?
I think it's not murder.
But is it wrong?
No.
Can we talk
it's not
about
murder.
that? I like that topic.
So do the people around you think it's wrong?
No.
Okay, that's your echo chamber.
What do you
There are
mean?
plenty of people that think that it is wrong.
Okay, that doesn't mean so because you agree with some people doesn't mean you're necessarily in an echo chamber. By the way, we're in an echo chamber. It means you're not engaging in conversation with other opinions. That's an echo chamber, okay? This particularly is a platform where I am literally engaging with the other side. Right?
Okay, so let's engage. Let's extend an olive branch. Is there anything? I'm obviously a conservative. You are obviously a liberal. Is there anything we could agree on?
Push the butting hard.
For example, immigration. Immigration. Why is it a choice between open borders or mass deportation? Is there not a middle ground? Is there some middle ground that can be found between the two opinions that would satisfy both sides?
I don't know specifically what that position is that would quote unquote satisfy both sides, but I can tell you what my position is. My position is that people who are already in the country who have not committed a violent crime or bad crime should be given a pathway to citizenship where they do not have to leave. That incentivizes the most amount of people to be vetted as possible. And we should incentivize the legal process to go significantly quicker so that it is the case that it incentivizes people to go through said legal process and go through the vetting process rather than coming to the country undocumented, which will then give law enforcement a greater ability to focus on people who actually are a threat to our safety and security as a community rather than specifically people who've been living in this country for a long time that literally have families here that are working and trying to make their community a better place.
Okay, so let me give you my opinion on immigration. I believe that anyone that has entered the country illegally but is currently employed should be allowed to legally reside in the country and continue to work. I also believe that those individuals should be paid a living wage, right? They should not have their labor taken advantage of because they're in the country illegally. They should be made legal and be allowed to work in the country and work towards a path of citizenship. So how far off are we?
It sounds like we mostly agree. I think
It
that
does
people
sound
say if
like
they
we
were,
mostly agree.
I think this would be true specifically with most people who are in the country, as like undocumented immigrants actually have a higher labor force participation rate than natural-born U.S. citizens. So it does sound like pretty similar to my position. This is I would say different than like what we see on both sides. So we mostly agree here in terms of immigration. This isn't like an open border. I think we can both agree that this isn't an open border because, I mean, if there are people who commit violent crimes and bad crimes, obviously we think that they should be deported or they shouldn't be allowed into our country. So it sounds like we agree specifically in terms of immigration. So maybe we'll, because typically on these debates, we talk about things that we disagree with. We don't necessarily talk about things that we agree with. Right. So what would be things specifically that you support in terms of Donald Trump that would get you to support Donald Trump over Kamala Harris? Because if we agree on this position, it seems like Democrats have a better position on the matter. Not saying they're perfect or I totally agree with Democrats, but I mean, they are arguing for a significantly quicker legal immigration process.
Will you run for office anytime?
I don't plan on it.
Well,
Why not?
first off, I don't believe that a Harris administration would have been any different from the Biden administration as far as the border is concerned. Now, I don't, as I said and stated previously, I don't want an open border, but I don't agree with mass deportation either. So how do we find a candidate that's in the middle? How are we ever going to do that? If we spend all our time on the disagreements rather than what we agree on, how are we ever going to elect people that actually represent what we want?
Well, this is a debate platform. So, like, in debate platforms, you engage in things that you disagree with. There are platforms that exist where people talk about specifically what they agree upon. This is just not the platform for that. I don't have to do everything here specifically on this platform.
Well,
That's the
debating
great thing
on
about
what we disagree
That's the great thing
on.
about a movement, is that, like, we do specifically what we're best at, right? I'm best at specifically debating and engaging in argumentation. I don't think I'm the best at specifically just sitting here, talking specifically just about what we agree upon. Obviously, I want to come to a point of agreement, but I don't want to spend so much time on just, we agree on this, we agree on that, we agree on that all, because it doesn't really change or shift people's minds, right? And that's the point and the goal that I'm using specifically in terms of engaging in debates, is to shift and change people's minds and get them to utilize and see different perspectives.
Okay, so let's continue the debate then. Let's take Abrego Garcia, deported from the country without due process, correct? That is the argument.
Well, technically, they violated
would
a
you
court
say?
order and they deported him to CCOT, and he was like tortured and abused at CCOT.
He was
And-
tortured.
Yeah, he was tortured. and he
Okay,
was
let's
brought back
say
to the
that
country, and then Trump is threatening to send him to Uganda.
Okay, let's say that President Trump, rather than deport him, ordered a drone strike and had him executed with no due process. That would be an outrage, correct? That would be,
Sorry,
that
repeat what you just said.
if President Trump had ordered a drone strike to execute him because President Trump believed he was a threat to national security, that would be outrageous, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. So, are you aware that former President Obama executed 3 United States citizens with a drone strike without due process? Are you aware?
Was evidence given to Congress that they were involved with terrorist organizations?
Evidence was given to Congress after,
Okay.
but evidence has been presented that Abrego
has
Garcia
Trump engaged
was a
in
member
providing any of the
MS-13.
evidence? By the way, I'm not even saying I necessarily agree. And there are plenty of things I disagree with Obama on. But the point that I would bring is that there's a distinction between specifically what Barack Obama did and what Donald Trump's doing, because there was evidence given to Congress in those particular circumstances in terms of Obama, but there's not been evidence given to Congress specifically under Trump's administration.
There has been evidence given to Abrego Garcia that he was an MS-13 gang member. In fact, as the term that you like to use is adjudicated, there were 2 judges that found that there was sufficient evidence to prove that he was an MS-13 gang member.
Well, one, he's not currently involved right in the process. And what judge are you referencing?
There were 2 judges. I don't know I don't know their names. All right. I can't give you their names. I can tell you that I have read the transcripts from the court that the judge did say that there is sufficient evidence to suggest that he was a member of MS-13.
I'm gonna step out and good night, y'all. JP Parker. Good night.
Sure.
All right, thank you.
I don't necessarily see that. I would love to see a source on that to be able to see.
Well, you can Google it. I mean, that's what I did. I Googled it.
Yeah, but like you can't tell me this.
Now,
I can give you time to look it up.
Let me ask you a question. What would you consider a reliable source of information?
Like you can give me like the court case, or like even just like any type of media source just reporting on this particular judge said this.
Like a media source. Yeah, like a media source.
Any typical media source.
Any typical
Yeah.
media source. So you would take you would take any claim made by Fox News. That's a typical media source.
That's better than what you provided right now.
Well, the point being is I got that information originally from the Young Turks, and then I Googled it and found it to be true. I can't provide the source to you right. This is something I did back when this was a huge issue. I'm like, wow, was he part of MS-13?
So there were
'cause
claims about
I
this. There
wanted
was
to-
never evidence that I've seen about that. One, two, as it relates to this, if you want to reference particularly, say he was, right? He wouldn't be engaging in anything related to the organization now. Therefore, there would be no reason to specifically engage in a drone strike. One, because he's not involved with the organization. Two, because you're not in active conflict with said organization, right? So, like,
Well, look,
I don't understand the prescriptions
I'm not
here.
advocating. I'm not advocating for drone strikes on anybody.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and I do believe that everyone deserves due process.
Yeah, and Trump's undermining due process rights to a greater extent.
Well, the point being is that Trump's predecessors also undermined due process, but no
lesser
one
extent.
said a word about it.
Yes, we did. And also, like, I mean,
No, you didn't.
well, I
No,
was
you
a
didn't.
fucking first grader when this has happened under Obama. So it's like, what do you expect me as a first grader to go out and protest on the streets? Obviously, I'd had no fucking
but
clue this
I
was happening.
expect you-
So,
I
So-
would expect you to look back into history.
yeah, and I do disagree with Obama doing that and violating due process to that extent. It was just to a greater extent
Okay.
under the Trump administration.
Okay, so again, we agree. We're in agreement. We just debated and we found some agreement.
Okay, but like
Correct.
this means it's worse for Trump then. It sounds like you agree with me then it's worse for Trump.
I would no. I would agree that it
Okay,
was
so
worse.
then
for
what are we
president.
actually agreeing on then? Genuinely.
We're agreeing that all people deserve due process, regardless.
So if Trump's violating due process rights to a greater extent, well, then you'd have better reason to not support him.
How is it a greater extent when the people that former President Obama didn't extend due process were killed? They were killed. Their life is over. One of which was a
hold up.
17-year-old
Hold
boy.
up. If we're talking, are we talking about immigration or are we talking about like drone strike killings? Trump has done
We're
more drone strike
talking-
killings.
No,
Trump has
we're talking
literally
about
killed
due
without giving
process.
evidence to Congress. And if we're talking about immigration
We're
in terms of due
talking
process,
about
Trump has
due
extended and expanded expedited
process.
removal.
Expedited removal of who?
Of people who are in the country. So it was originally
Violent criminals, right?
no. It's
People
anyone.
that
It's anyone in the country specifically that has just particularly come across the border undocumented that specifically has been in the country either prior it was in less than 2 weeks, has been in the country for less than 2 weeks and is within 100 miles of the border. And it's specifically an expedited process to get them out of the country. And Trump specifically made that extended to people who have been in the country for at least 2 years. So from 2 weeks to 2 years. And then anywhere in the country rather than just within 100 miles from the border.
Okay, and that is an extreme. Would you agree?
Yeah, it's a huge difference.
Yeah, that's an extreme. And so we've already agreed of what each of us think the immigration policy should be, but do you have that choice? Do you have that choice? No, your choice is open border or mass deportation. That is our choice. And
It's not.
you,
The Biden-Harris administration is not
proliferate
advocating
that
for open
choice.
border.
no, you proliferate that choice based on your fanatics, because you are a fanatic. You will vote Democrat up and down the ticket, no matter what, won't you?
No, I won't. I won't do it no matter what. Now, what makes you think that I'm a fanatic?
Have you ever voted for a Republican? Ever?
No.
Okay.
What's your point?
That's pretty much my point.
That doesn't
That's
mean that
my
I would
point.
only ever vote Democrat no matter what. That just means that the Democrats were always the better option. And by the way, I
So
live in
would you
California,
support-
so like, and also I'm
would
23,
you
so I've
support
only
Tulsi
voted in a
Gabbard?
select few. No,
Would you support Tulsi? Why not?
because Tulsi Gabbard was involved with the MAGA movement and the Trump administration, and the act of undermining, right, specifically of our democratic processes, our constitution, our rule of law, specifically while involving herself with the Trump administration.
But she used to be a Democrat.
So
So
Trump used to be a Democrat. What's your point?
Yeah, Trump. Yeah, Trump used to be a Democrat too.
Genuinely, what's your point with that?
Well, the point being that usually as people age, they gain wisdom and realize that a majority
Didn't
or a
happen with
lot of the democratic the ideology behind the party has changed dramatically.
Like, in what way that you think is bad?
Well, Mamdani, you don't think that
What's bad about Mamdani?
What about him? He's a communist.
Can you define communism? And he's a just democratic socialist. That's different than
State
communism.
control. State
No,
control of
communism
everything.
is not state controlled everything. Communism is a stateless, classless, moneyless society. And Mamdani's not a communist. He's a democratic socialist. There's a big difference. What he's advocating for in terms of policy is social democracy, which is essentially liberalism. So Mamdani's a
he's
progressive
not.
liberal in terms of policy.
No, he is a Marxist.
He's a democratic
slash
socialist.
communist. No, you don't get to put democratic
Yes.
in front of
What do
the
you
word
mean I don't get to be
socialist.
democratic? Yes, I do.
Because the two conflict with each other.
No, they don't.
There is nothing about
Socialism is
democracy.
about democracy in the workplace. Did you know that? Socialism is literally an extension of democracy. I'm not a socialist, by the way, right? I'm a progressive liberal, but socialism is extending democracy. I hope you know that. In the workplace, it's economic democracy.
So socialism is the workers control the means of production.
Yes, so
Correct.
democratically, yeah. That's literally extending democracy.
Democracy.
Yes,
That doesn't sound like democracy.
that sounds exactly like democracy.
No.
Like, for
But
example,
what-
worker co-ops are a form of a socialist method of organization within the context of businesses. I used to be a market socialist, and that specifically is democracy within the context of the workplace. So there's representative democracy in the context of a business, and you get to elect specifically the people in the business that represent you.
Yeah, I disagree.
Yeah. Okay. Well, you could say
I
you
don't
disagree with that, but
disagree
like
with
that's
the fact that-
that's what it is. That's democracy.
No, that's not democracy. Come on,
That is
dude.
literally
Come on.
democracy.
No.
Representative
first off,
democracy isn't democracy.
is majority rules, right? Because we don't live in a democracy.
We live in a
We live
representative
in a-
democracy. Yes,
Yeah,
we do.
We live in a representative,
Yes, a
which is why
representative what?
right now
A representative what?
a democracy.
Oh, there you go. So we
Which
do live in a
is why-
democracy. We live in a representative democracy. It's a form of democracy.
It's still a form, but this is why the Democratic Party still has the power to shut down the government as leverage to try to get what their constituents elected them to try to achieve. Correct?
No, they didn't shut down the government. It's the Republicans who aren't even negotiating. The Republicans are not
right?
negotiating.
What do you mean they're not negotiating?
They're not picking up the
Republicans.
phone and negotiating.
Listen, the House already passed the continuing resolution. It's to the Senate now.
You understand? They have to
The Senate-
negotiate, right? They have to.
John
They have to call people and talk to
Thune.
people in the context of Congress in order to be able to get the bill passed.
John Thune extended an olive branch to the Democrats. We will extend the Obamacare subsidies for 1 year. The Democrats are still voting no on the continuing resolution that is the Biden budget of 2024. Don't try to mistake the big beautiful bill, which is no part of the budget yet, with a continuing resolution, which
How about
is
this? How about
actually
this? While they
Biden's
negotiate, tell me why that Donald Trump is trying to appeal a particular judge ruling that indicates that they specifically have to pay out SNAP money.
Well,
Why is he doing that? If he specifically
Listen.
wants to ensure that people are taken care of, why is he appealing a judgment from a court and a judge that specifically indicates that he should pay out SNAP?
which branch of the government controls the purse?
The legislative.
Okay, so you have the judicial branch of the government trying to order the executive branch of the government to do the job of the legislative branch? What
Okay,
kind
so
of world are we living in?
You understand that he
This
specifically
is
does have
completely on the legislative.
he does
branch.
have the ability to do so, right? They're
He has
instructing
the
him
ability to
they're
release
instructing what?
He has the ability to release $5 billion in an emergency.
Dude, we're talking
contingency
about the
fund.
Trump administration. Dude, listen, we're talking about the Trump administration filing an appeal on that determination to send out the SNAP funds.
Well,
Does that make sense?
is that the kind of government you want, where the executive branch can just bypass the legislative branch and pay out money to
You're not
whoever
listening.
they want?
You're not listening. The Trump
am
administration is appealing the determination from the court
Yeah,
that would
of
give out the
course.
funding.
The judicial branch does not have control of the money. That is up to the legislative branch. Right?
Again,
I know
this
you're
money
only,
is emergency
20
funding.
years old,
They're
but you
saying that they
did
can
take
use the
government in
emergency
high school,
funding.
right?
You're not listening. You're saying
You
that
took-
they can use the emergency funding, right? The emergency funding
Look.
is there, right?
Look,
it
what is
would
the
be able to
purpose
use.
of
He's
the three
appealing the
branches?
ability to use the emergency funding to pay out SNAP benefits.
What is the priority of the three branches of government?
To keep others in check.
Okay, so you have the judicial branch, correct?
Yeah.
What is the purpose of the judicial branch?
It's
It's to
specifically-
interpret law,
Yeah.
correct?
What's your point with all
What
of this?
is the purpose of the executive branch? It is to execute. Therefore, executive. It is to execute the law. Who writes the law?
Wait, so then if you're saying that it's to execute the law, well then if the Supreme Court is telling them to execute this law that already exists, then it would be on behalf of the executive branch. You just conceded, bro.
The Supreme Court has not. Only a federal judge.
No, sorry, not the
Has
Supreme
a-
Court. I apologize. I meant to be.
Okay.
I meant to say the
Okay. Okay.
the judicial branch.
Okay, I appreciate that. But, so are we to allow a federal judge to control the executive branch, which
I'm sorry.
And then
This is
also
about
control
paying
the
out SNAP
legislative
benefits. Do I
branch?
want the SNAP benefits to be paid out? Yes.
I do too.
Okay.
I
So
do
then
too.
why is the Trump administration appealing this?
Precedence.
Okay. They
Right?
care so much.
Precedence.
Yeah, really. Precedence? What
The same
precedence?
reason why Biden couldn't just forgive student loans. That had to
That
go
was because
through
of
the
a court
legislative
order.
branch, correct? It had to
No,
go
it
through
was
the
Yes. And they
It had to
can't do
go
the
through-
legislative.
it had to go through Congress, right? Because Congress has control of the money.
And
That-
what's your point with all of this?
My point is that's the way our government is set up. If
Yeah, this is an emergency
it would be
situation.
interesting
Literally,
to
the
know.
government
It
itself, under the Trump administration, said that in emergency situations, like a government shutdown, funding like this can be utilized. You understand that, right? Like this was already in place. It's specifically because of the Trump administration that this is not being imposed.
Yes, I understand that, but it would be interesting to know if Trump released that money, that $5 billion, which is enough to last about 2 weeks and maybe 2 or 3 days, to extend the SNAP benefits into the middle of November. It would be interesting to know if he had done that up front. What would the liberals or the Democratic Party have to say about that?
We would sit at
Because
the
I
bar
believe
and
that
people
they
are
would
getting
turn
paid
that
out their
completely
benefits.
around and say, "Wait a minute, he doesn't have the authority. That authority lies with Congress."
This is an
would you agree?
emergency fund, okay?
It's an emergency
Because of the
fund that's
government
set up
shutdown, they can use the emergency
primarily.
fund.
It's not. It was not originally set up for a government shutdown. These
Yes, it
funds
is.
were primarily
Trump's
set up.
administration literally said that themselves, that it could be used in the
These-
situation of a government shutdown.
Okay, so let's use them. I'm not disagreeing with the fact that they could be used. I'm questioning the authority that he has to use them. What under what?
Well, the courts indicated he does have authority, and he's appealing that determination. That's the whole
He's
point of the
appealing-
conversation we were having.
He's appealing based on the fact that he doesn't feel that he is authorized to determine.
But the courts
what-
indicate he's authorized, so he just should do it.
But Congress hasn't. Has
No, Congress doesn't need to.
authorized-
It's an emergency fund.
No, Congress does need to.
No, they don't. In the case of a government shutdown, which means that they're not coming to an agreement, a determination, this is specifically an emergency fund that they can utilize.
So let me ask, just entertain me for a minute. What would end the shutdown tomorrow? What would allow people that receive SNAP to be paid their benefit tomorrow? Their full benefit, not half, not a partial, their full benefit. What would allow that to happen?
Republicans go to fucking work, pick up the phone, and have a conversation about the specific negotiations.
What negotiation? What are we negotiating?
What are we negotiating? We're negotiating healthcare benefits to ensure that people's premiums don't go up.
Healthcare subsidies, correct?
Through the Affordable Care Act.
Why does healthcare require subsidies?
Say that again?
Why does the Affordable Care Act require subsidies?
Well, what? No, these are subsidies through the Affordable Care Act, right? To pay for
Right.
people's
Why-
health care.
Why does the Affordable Care Act require subsidies?
Because healthcare is expensive and we want to lower people's premiums?
Because the Affordable Care Act is not affordable.
What are you talking about? The Affordable Care Act
talking
is
about-
subsidizing people's health care, right?
Okay,
so
listen,
the subsidies
listen.
that exist within it to reduce people's premiums is the Affordable Care Act.
When were those subsidies passed?
These subsidies are COVID emergency ones that have been extended.
So we're still under a COVID emergency.
Well, these specifically ones were extended under COVID emergency, but they specifically provide extra affordability that because of increasing healthcare costs and healthcare premiums, right? We want to help out with. I mean, I believe in universal
But-
healthcare.
But the Affordable Care Act was supposed to reduce.
Yes, it does.
Healthcare
It reduces
premiums,
healthcare
right?
premiums. Yes, these reduce healthcare premiums.
But we're arguing over subsidies because it's no longer affordable.
It hasn't been affordable. That's why we required the Affordable Care Act. You understand, right? Like, and the Affordable Care Act doesn't
Yeah,
go
I
to the extent
understand
that we would
perfectly
want.
fine.
The Affordable Care Act is a step in the right direction, but it's not
The
specifically
Affordable Care
what we
Act-
want
listen.
inevitably, because it is the case that it specifically doesn't fix all of the conditions in terms of giving people adequate access to healthcare. It gives
Okay,
people
so
better
the
access to
Affordable
healthcare
Care
comparative to
Act,
what
that was
existed
our
prior,
attempt at-
but it definitely isn't everything that we would want.
Okay, so the Affordable Care Act, that was our attempt at socialized medicine, right? So that was our
No,
attempt at
it was a Republican watered down attempt.
a Republican watered down attempt.
Yes, genuinely, yes. Because
How many
we weren't
Republicans
able.
voted for the ACA?
Well, you understand that in order for them to vote for it, they had to get concessions on it.
How many Republicans voted
Check that.
for the ACA?
In the House and the
Google it.
Senate.
Google both. Google it.
Okay, how about why does this matter?
Well, you're about to find out.
Okay.
How many?
Like in neither the House or the Senate?
Either. Both. Add them all up. It's a pretty easy sum.
Are you just trying to say it's zero? Is that what your argument?
It is zero.
Okay. You understand that they have to get concessions in order to get bills passed, specifically with people who are also in the Democratic Party that have.
No, they
those
don't have to get concessions if they use the
because there's a moderate wing of the party.
Listen,
and also wait.
Do you understand the reconciliation process?
You
understand that,
you know
right?
one Republican that did vote to keep the ACA, at least.
No, none of them did.
John McCain. Do you remember that one?
Did he vote for the ACA in 2010?
This is a later date. This is like specifically near the beginning of Trump's administration, or this is in the beginning of Trump's administration, his first term.
Yes. Part of the reason why Trump and McCain had a feud. But how many voted for the original ACA Act
You already made this
in
point.
2010? There were zero. Zero. It passed through legislation due to reconciliation, correct?
Okay.
Okay.
What's your point?
The same way the big, beautiful bill passed through both chambers of Congress, the House and the Senate, through reconciliation. Now, the Democrats are saying, no, no, no. We're going to shut down the government. We're not going to pay SNAP benefits. We're not going to pay federal employees. We are not going to pay the military until you agree to extend the Affordable Care Act subsidies, because the Affordable Care Act is a failure and we can't admit that publicly. So you're going to continue to subsidize it at an extreme cost, right? An extreme cost. So far, estimates are the Affordable Care Act has cost the United States $15 trillion since 2010. The system is
Well, I'm
broken.
sorry. That's 15 years. That's like $150 billion a year, dude.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's a lot of money.
We spend trillions of dollars per year. You say it's a lot of money. Trump's
do.
bill is adding $3.4 trillion to the debt in the next 10 years, right? Itself, just the big, beautiful bill.
By estimates. By estimates. Now, what happens if the economy takes off due to the changes in the big, beautiful bill? Not saying that it will. It could do the opposite. It could tank. In which case, those estimates would be higher. It could cost us more. But then it could also cost us less.
Wait. Did you say,
If the
wait, how many
economy
trillion?
is
Wait,
strong,
go back.
generate
Go back.
more
Wait,
tax
hold
revenue,
up.
right?
How many trillion did you say again?
For the Affordable Care Act?
Yeah.
According to the article I read today, which I believe was from Forbes, was 15 trillion since 2010.
Okay, so you're saying 15 trillion since 2010. So you're saying in the past 15 years we spent $1 trillion a year on the Affordable Care Act? That's not true.
That's according to the article that I read.
Give me
If you
the
can
title.
listen, if you can find, look, I read that article this morning. I don't remember the title. If you want to Google it,
I'll give you
feel
time to look
free
it up.
Find
I'll give
something
you,
that
hey,
disputes it.
Hey, dude, I'll give you time to look it up.
All right.
I'll think
Hang on a
in the
minute.
meantime. Don't worry.
Hang on a minute. I might lose you. Let me try to look this up.
If I do, I'll look in the box for you. Nicole, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much, Nicole. Anthony, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Brittany, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. For Parker, get a friend. Callie, thank you for the $5 for the friendship subscription. Thank you. Felicia, thank you so much for the $2 for I meant to buy drinks with some friends. That's so funny. That's so funny. Anthony, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Tess with the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Kirsten, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $15. Thank you so much, Kirsten. Deborah, thank you so much. Really appreciate the 10. Jojo, thank you for the 10 as well. Justin with the 10 as well. Thank you. Megan as well with the $5. Thank you so much. Monet, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. Valerie, thank you for the $5 for the echo chamber rent. Thank you. W echo chamber, right? Midlife Maddie, thank you for the 5 member subscriptions on YouTube. Thank you so much. Let me catch up on YouTube Foley as well. If you're on, thank you everyone for joining in from the Brett stream. I really appreciate it on TikTok. Thank you. W Brett. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It'll help get it out to more people. Ciara, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Yes, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Ciara. That's great to hear. Alrighty. Let me make sure to catch up here. Catherine, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. That guy, thank you for the $2. Zach with the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. W's for Zach in the comment section right now. Thank you. Seriously, though. So, yeah, literally, Trump is never worried about what he's allowed to do. He's always violating court orders. Thrill, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. Get some W's for Thrill in the comment section right now. Noctis, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $2. Thank you. Tim with the 2. Phoenix with the $2. Thank you. Zach with the 20 and Coral with the 20. Thank you so much. Thank you for the turkey as well. Thank you. Ashley with the $2. Thank you. Coral with the 10 as well. Thank you. Alrighty. I think I'm fully caught up in general. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It will help get out to more people. Consultants, thank you for the $2 as well. From Parker, get a friend. W. Do give it a second for him to find the source, everyone. In the meantime, I can bring someone else up here to help him out. Alrighty. Do give him a second.
The source.
Oh,
Are you ready?
He found it. Go ahead. What was the title?
So the source that I just looked up was from the CBO.
Okay. What was the title?
And they estimated the cost in the year of 2023 billion.
Say it again. You cut out.
The year of 2023. That includes, is, according to the CBO, the cost of the Affordable Care Act to American taxpayers was 1.8 trillion with a T in 2023, and that included the subsidies that were passed.
Is that the
both
cumulative level?
in the American Rescue Plan and the Inflation Reduction Act.
Is this the cumulative level of how much they've spent? 1.7 trillion cumulative level?
No, that was in the year 2023.
Per year? Where did they say that?
Year.
I'm looking at the CBO report right now.
1 year.
I don't see that.
Well, let me read it to you. In 2020.
You cut out. No, but it was since inception. Yeah, I was like, because I'm looking at the CBO report right now, and it was saying 140 billion here, right now. Do you give him a second?
Well, apparently, Google shows us what we want to see, I guess. I don't know.
I'm looking at the CBO right now. Or actually, I'm looking at the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget. I apologize. Let me see. CBO. I don't see the CBO, what they say there on that. Do you have a title of it so I can find it?
Here, yeah, let me see if I can send you the...
Yeah, it seems like that would be 1.7 trillion overall, which would be a little over $100 billion a year maximum. The Committee for Responsible Federal Budget says the extent of the enhanced subsidies is like 350 billion over the next 10 years, dude.
Almost had it. Hang on a minute.
So I just, yeah, literally, the Congressional Budget Office estimates
Okay, I
that
just
extending
put it-
the
I
enhanced
just put it in the
subsidies full
comments.
cost would be $350 billion over a decade. And a 2-year extension would be about 60
No,
billion.
I just put it in... Okay, I just put the link in the comments. If you can,
I can't.
I
click on
know the
link in
comments.
I can't click on it in the comments. Can you just tell me the title? You can't click
Sure.
on links.
Hang on a
in the
minute.
comments.
Okay.
Thank you for the member subscription. Thank you, Maxley.
So
thank you
this
for $20. I wish I had a
from
friend
the
like you, Parker. Thank you,
Congressional
Maxley.
Budget Office.
And thank you for the member subscription. What'd you say? You cut out. I can't hear you, man. Chat. I need a title. If you have that link, I can't click on it in the chat. It's not possible. So you have to tell me the title. He's muted. Yeah, that's himself. Is it just Affordable Care Act or? Give it a second.
That I mean, I
What's the title?
can't. The title is the Affordable Care Act. It's from the Congressional Budget Office.gov, CBO.gov.
Okay. It's just the title is just Affordable Care Act.
Yeah,
Okay.
as I'm looking at it, that's what it. That's
Is there a specific thing you have to click on? Because I am on that, and I clicked on the long-term budget analysis, and I guess the numbers don't come up right away. So let me see if I can just look it up directly and see if it comes up that way. CBO affordable. Okay, alrighty. Yeah, the same thing comes up. Federal subsidies. Quoting 10-year total. Okay, so people say CBO estimates 1.3 trillion between 1.3 trillion. Yeah, so dude, again, this is nowhere near what you originally said. You said like 17 trillion, dude. Or 15 trillion, something like that. Some absurd number. That would be a bigger strain on our budget than Social Security and Medicare. Like if that were true. So and 1.7 trillion over 10 years is like, again, that's not that. That's like 170 billion. So it's like
Republicans want to end those subsidies and try to come up with a better solution for healthcare. You know, what does that look like? I don't know.
what's Trump's healthcare
we did
plan?
the experiment, and
What's Trump's healthcare plan?
I don't know that he has one. I don't know what it is.
Exactly.
But what would you rather do? Would you rather Congress come to the table and try to figure out how to make healthcare more affordable?
Exactly
or
what Republicans are
continue
not
to
doing.
pump $1 trillion a year into a failed system?
Yeah, the failed system is our current system right now.
Obamacare has failed.
No, you understand that we're talking about
But it's
subsidies to
failed.
ensure that people's healthcare premiums go down. So, what would you rather do? Would you rather?
I do
the
understand
healthcare
that,
premiums,
and I also understand.
do you want
that
healthcare premiums to
Republicans-
go up or down? Which one would you like? Because the subsidization of it ensures that they have
Down.
more money to be able to take care of it, so that they don't have to pay for it themselves.
Okay, but who's subsidizing it?
Wait, did you say $1 trillion a year again?
Yeah,
It's not $1 trillion a year.
year.
It's $1 trillion over 10 years, genius.
No, it was in 2023, according to the CBO, it was $1.8 trillion
No, it wasn't.
in 1 year.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was.
No, it wasn't.
Okay, I've done everything. I provided you with the link. I've told you where I got the information from. The CBO. I highly
Yeah.
doubt the CBO is lying to
I'm not.
us.
I don't think that the
They
CBO is
said
lying. I think that
1.8
you did not
trillion
find
in
that from the CBO. I don't think that
2023.
the CBO reported on that. That's what I'm disputing.
Well, I'm telling you that I did find it. It's on Google. It's from the CBO. It's from cbo.gov,
Okay,
which is
so,
an official
so you said
government website.
you said in 2023 in
So
1 year or
the
over the
CBO
last
is
10
lying.
years? Is it over the last 10 years or
1
was it 1 year?
2023, in 1 year, 1.8 trillion in 1 year. That included the subsidies. The subsidies are set to expire. Obamacare is not going to expire. The subsidies are set to expire. Why is it
certain
subsidized?
Yeah, and those
Because
subsidies.
it's not affordable. It's
Dude,
not affordable. The very
No,
name of
these
the
are completely
act,
fine. The subsidies that you're referencing,
Care
the
Act,
extending
it's
the
not
enhanced subsidies, I
affordable.
told you already, is literally 350 billion over 10 years. Okay, I don't know where you got this number that it was 1 trillion, like 1.6 trillion dollars in 1 year. Where'd you get this number from? If you're talking about
I'm
overall
saying-
healthcare subsidies, like if we're talking about including Medicaid and Medicare.
No. You're looking at the subsidies alone. I'm talking about the Affordable Care Act, including the subsidies. Including the subsidies. Not just the subsidies, including the subsidies, was $1.8 trillion in 2023, according to the CBO.
No, it was for the last prior 10 years. It's not specifically 1 year.
No, it was 1 year, 2023.
Okay, give me the title for this.
Can
then.
you not admit that a huge part of the
you have to give
deficit
me
has to
give me a
deal
source
with
on this right now, bro. Because that's
CBO.gov?
The CBO did not say this, man. I hate when people do this. CBO did not say that.
Oh, for crying
Talking
out
about over
loud.
10 years. You're not talking about
You're
in
gonna
1
force
year.
me to read it, right?
Yeah, I am. Give him a second, everyone. Alrighty, yeah, this is 2022 to 2023 for the next 10 years. It says that the subsidies are meant to be the federal government's health insurance subsidies are expected to grow over the next decade. In 2023, these subsidies are estimated to be 1.8 trillion. This is overall federal government expenditure. This is not even specifically, this is not even just the ACA. You're misinterpreting the point. If you look at federal subsidies. It says federal subsidies for health insurance minus certain related payments made to the government are estimated to be 1.8 trillion. That's what you're misinterpreting. That's not the ACA in specific. Lorelai, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yeah, this is getting ridiculous. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the Lorelai. Thank you. Carlos with the $15. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Tess, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Casey, thank you for the $10. That's diabolical. Nicholas, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Nicholas. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Alrighty. Yeah, I genuinely like. Did you hear me, man? JP, did you hear me, man? You want to come back? I read from the CBO. You're misinterpreting it again. This is not just the ACA. It literally tells you right below, Medicare is 47% of it. Medicaid is 25% of it. Employment-based coverage is 21%. Coverage obtained through the marketplace established by the Affordable Care Act or through basic health program is about 4%. Right. And this is for the next 10 years. It would be 1.1 trillion. So it's like, and other federal subsidies are 0.6 trillion over the next 10 years. So I genuinely don't know where you got this. Okay, he's not coming back. We're just going to give him a second. We're going to give him a second. In the meantime, we'll add up another person. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen and we'll help get it out to more people. Cat, thank you for the Cat, thank you for the $20.
Yes.
What's up? Did you what's up? Cat,
So you asked
$5.
for a source,
Yeah.
and you ask for proof. I provide that source to you, and you're not willing to listen.
What? I can't hear you when you're swiped out of the app, man. Were you trying to
You can't
talk
hear
while you
me?
were? No, I couldn't hear you. Did you think I was like talking over you the whole time?
Yeah, I
can't.
did, 'cause I was
literally
talking.
can't hear you when you swipe out.
Okay, well, I could hear you, so I assumed you could hear me.
No.
So that's my
can't.
bad.
No.
Okay, but you can hear me now,
Yeah.
right? So, okay, I read it verbatim 3 times because I thought you could hear me, but apparently you can't. But according to the CBO, in 2023, the ACA cost 1.8 trillion, and they estimate, according to the CBO, the estimate is that by 2033 the cost will be 3.3 trillion annually.
Where's this guy saying? I'm on the Congressional Budget Office right now, and they're not saying that. Like,
Dude, are we not? Hang on.
I'm literally on the Congressional Budget Office right now. Like, what are you reading, bro? What is this guy? What is this guy reading?
I'm on the Congressional Budget Office website. That is what it says. Look, I'm not intelligent enough to read that verbatim in that language. I would never use that language that the CBO is using
I'm
to define
literally-
this.
By the way, I am literally
I'm
on
not-
the CBO.
I'm not capable of making that kind of crap up.
Okay, okay, dude.
I can't make that up.
Okay, in 2023, federal subsidies for health insurance minus certain related payments made to the government are estimated to be 1.8 trillion. Okay, that's overall federal subsidies for health insurance, not just the ACA. Okay, that includes Medicare, Medicaid, right, and other forms of health insurance coverage.
Okay, 1.8 trillion, correct?
The 1.8 trillion is for overall federal subsidies for health insurance. So that includes Medicare, which you're probably
Okay,
on,
so-
Medicaid, and other
so-
forms of health insurance coverage.
Did you just say Medicare that I'm probably on?
Yeah,
Is that?
how old were you?
I'm 58, dude.
Oh, I apologize. Well, my parents are on Medicare. I genuinely thought you were older. I apologize.
Well, you have to be 62 before you qualify. 67 is the retirement age. You can retire at 62.
Qualified at 65, so.
Yeah, you can retire at 62 and qualify for Medicare based on your highest earnings over a 35-year period. So, but let's not get into the weeds on that. I don't qualify for Medicare. I appreciate the apology. I'm not that damn old yet. I feel old, but I'm not that old.
Well, you
And
will
you
be soon,
distract
I
me,
guess.
damn it.
That's okay. So then, like, you're gonna be using Medicare. So, like, I don't know what your point is gonna be.
No, I'm not gonna. I will never use Medicare. I get my health care from the VA.
Okay. So then you do get federal subsidized health insurance then, and Trump cut the VA.
Yeah, in a way. But did I earn it?
I mean, we're not disputing it there. I think everyone in the country earns it, just by being a person.
I would agree. I would agree to a point because there's an expense associated with that. Who's going to pay? Who is going to pay? Now, since you got me on the VA and VA healthcare, do you know what the VA's budget is annually to maintain? I believe in 2024 it was around $343 billion.
Okay.
Okay. Do you know how many active veterans there are in the United States?
Few million? Like 1 to 2 million?
16
Okay.
million. 16 million.
Active?
16
You
million.
just mean you mean people on like reserves even?
No, I'm talking veterans. I'm not talking
veterans.
active.
Oh,
duty
veterans.
reserve
Sorry,
Veterans.
I thought you said
Yes,
active.
veterans. Oh no, veterans. It's about 16 million. Of that 16 million, about 4 million receive VA benefits because you have to have a service-related disability to receive VA benefits. You don't simply qualify just being a veteran.
Yeah. Okay.
You have to have a.
I'm confused with your point is with all this. I think there should be universal health care.
Okay,
I think
hang on.
I think we can afford this, right? I think that this is
Hang
not
on.
an issue.
I'll get
and
to
I
the
think the
point.
original points you were making about the ACA, we have proven now that that's incorrect.
Listen, no, we haven't proven that.
Yes,
But
we-
let me get to the point about the VA. $343 billion budget. They service 4 million veterans. Do the math. Do the math. How much is that annually per vet serviced by the VA?
You tell me. I don't care to think about it.
About $44,000 per year per vet.
Okay. Wouldn't that make sense if we're talking about like service related harms?
No. Don't you think that each vet would be better served by receiving $44,000 annually from the government rather than having to go through the process of the VA, which is very cumbersome and inefficient?
So
Right?
let's just
Couldn't they take that $44,000 and purchase private insurance and get better health care from their community than through the VA?
then so you want to subsidize it then? So wouldn't that just
No.
cause an increase of prices?
No, I'm simply saying that the VA is a government entity, it's a bureaucracy, and that there's a ton of wasteful spending in the VA, as there is with every government entity. Would you not agree?
Okay, so you're just saying it's inefficient. You're saying it's bad. We can go over that and we can disagree on whether or not that's the case. There are universal healthcare systems around the entire world that have good systems that lead to better health outcomes, specifically, and they have lower average costs, right, per person. If you look at per capita costs, are almost half as much in countries around the world that have universal healthcare systems comparative to the United States here. So I don't understand what argument you're providing here specifically for this. That would be
because
relevant.
the VA is a universal healthcare system.
It's not. It's not.
It
It's not
is.
universal healthcare.
It is.
It's really not.
It's government funded healthcare.
That's not universal
And it's
healthcare
terrible.
necessarily. And again, if you want
It's
to talk,
sponsored by the government, and it's terrible. When healthcare is free, what do you think happens? Now I've experienced this as a vet.
more people get access to it.
Yeah, more access means what?
Means more people taken care of.
Means longer wait times.
So as long as people are being taken care of, that's fine. You have wait times in the emergency room. You're okay with that, right?
Well, if you're having a
that-
heart attack,
do you think the emergency room should base their specific determination of who gets care based upon severity or based upon ability to pay?
severity?
Okay, so then obviously you agree with our current healthcare process specifically being run through the context of a universal healthcare system, even specifically if it is that going to lead to those particular wait times because you agree with that in the context of the emergency room.
So in the emergency room, currently under what we live under currently, who gets treated first? The person that
sounds
has a
very-
broken leg, or the person having a heart attack?
Obviously, probably the person with who's got a heart attack.
Are they asking for their health insurance prior to treating?
I mean, if they can.
No, they don't.
Well, it depends. Like if someone had a heart attack specifically, but that heart attack, right, isn't currently negatively impacting them, they still go in. They can check health insurance prior, depending on the severity and risk of particularly the heart attack. At that
No, they
particular
don't.
moment.
They don't. If you're having a heart attack, if it's an emergency, look.
Wait, if it's an
Even
emergency,
your
wait,
own
depending
side has
again.
argued that
yes, I'm
emergency treatment was.
Wait, you're just trying to act
was-
like all heart attacks act the same, and there are people specifically with heart attacks where, in some circumstances, they specifically will check insurance prior, depending on the risk and how far it's been, how long it's been since the heart attack, or if they're currently in a stable position right now. If they're not stable and they just had a heart attack and they're specifically in that circumstance in an emergency situation, no, they're not going to check it prior.
No, they're not going to. They're not going to check your immigration status. They're not going
That's-
to check.
yes, in
your
emergency circumstances,
insurance.
yes.
They're not going to check your affordability. If you go to the emergency room with chest pain, you're going to get treated. Period. And you're going to get treated ahead of a person that may have broken a leg or amputated a finger, or has a deep laceration on their arm or a burn on their hands. You know. That's the way our.
What is the point
currently
of you
our
telling me
healthcare
this,
system
man?
is.
Well, I genuinely don't get it. Why do you keep just saying random like stuff that's not relevant to our conversation? Like I didn't know that. Like yes, I understand that. What's your point?
What's your point?
The point is that the emergency room can't refuse you treatment based on your insurability
And why are you telling me this?
because you act like it is. You act like people are going to die because they don't have insurance.
It is true. People die because of lack of access to health insurance because it is the case that it reduces access to preventative health care, which increases the likelihood of chronic disease in the long run. I can send you a study that there are studies, multiple ones that go in between of 45 to 68,000 American lives lost every single year due to lack of health insurance.
So you think, now let's be honest, you think that people
Wow.
go to a healthcare specialist or whatever every year for preventative care when they have to make a co-payment of
Well,
say
I believe in no copay, no
$200.
deductible, no premium.
Okay.
That's a good belief to have. But then what happens
What happens? People
to
get
the
better
quality
access
of your
to care.
health care?
Quality
What
of
happens to
healthcare
the
will stay
quality?
up.
So if you were to ask a Canadian,
Yeah, the average Canadian has better quality healthcare specifically than the average American.
no, I don't think they do.
They do. They have better access, right? Right. That is totally true.
They have
right?
better
If you do not
access
have the
up to
ability
it.
to pay here in the United States, you have lack of access. You have massive bills, incredible levels of debt that specifically Canadians do not even have to worry about to that degree.
I agree, and that needs to be fixed, correct?
Yeah. So then, like, how do we fix that? By specifically providing a similar system to at least some degree.
By extending subsidies for the Affordable Care Act.
Excuse me. Sorry.
Is that
This
the
is
hill
this is one thing
that
specifically
the
in terms
Democrat
of
Party is dying on right now?
no. This is something that specifically Democrats are trying to argue for right now, specifically to keep down premiums so that people's premium costs don't go up. It's not a full fix specifically for the set of
So
circumstances.
keep throwing bad money after bad money.
Yeah, he's in
So
denial.
you want people's healthcare premiums to go up?
No, I don't.
That's
I
what's
want
going to
them
happen
go
if you don't
down.
subsidize it.
No.
Wow.
By continuing to subsidize it, you're causing the premiums to increase, and the only people that are benefiting from this.
No, the premiums are increasing
people
because of you
that
not
are
providing the subsidy.
invested.
The subsidy quite literally decreases the premium.
just to the consumer temporarily, but who benefits from the subsidy the most?
Who benefits from the subsidy? People that
benefiting?
rely on healthcare access through the context
No.
of the ACA
No,
subsidies.
No. Corporate healthcare insurance companies are benefiting from these subsidies. You're
Yes,
contributing
yes, there's an indirect.
to the very thing that you hate. You're contributing to it.
I would actually prefer for us not to have a system that specifically does that. But if that's a necessary like context of ensuring that people have reduced healthcare premiums, I think that's important then to do. So sure, it does have some indirect like positive impact towards corporations, but understand that in general, like we're trying to provide basic access to healthcare premiums at lower rates.
So would a solution to the problem be that if you cannot afford health insurance, or if you do not have employer provided health insurance, which was a provision that had been given to employees from their employer, because as an employer, you could basically buy in bulk, correct? You could buy in bulk, which would reduce the amount of that premium so that the employer could offer that premium to you at a discounted price. This is the basis of employer provided health care, right? It has a monetary value. But would a solution be that, okay, you can't afford health insurance, so you can go to an urgent care, to an emergency room, to a hospital where you're not going to be charged at all. It's free. It's all free. But if you do have employer provided health care, or you are capable of buying your own health insurance premium, that you could then use your health insurance to go to a hospital that would then charge your insurance company a premium. Which form of that health care do you think would be better? The one where
are you trying to say like a public option?
Yeah, the one where no one pays, where it's all free, or the one where there is payment?
I prefer one without payment. Why?
Well,
because it increases access to care for people in
enter
need.
the healthcare field, the fact that you can make a lot of money if you're a healthcare professional. I mean, isn't that the incentive?
You understand that
for
you can make a
people
lot
to
of
enter the
money
field?
at being a healthcare professional in other countries that have universal healthcare systems.
Well, I disagree. I don't think that they make the amount of money that a specialist, a surgeon, makes in the United States.
Okay, so
So you're talking about the quality of care under a universal
I don't think that's going to
system.
change quality of care to a necessary extent. And by the way, you can keep up the same level specifically of wages and just cut out the unnecessary middleman between you and the doctor, and it would still be cheaper than what we currently are doing right now.
Well, I would agree to that. Cutting out the middleman always reduces cost.
Okay, well,
Correct.
let's do that.
In any industry, cutting out the middleman will reduce cost. But what does that do to the health insurance industry? It would destroy it, right?
No.
The industry would be gone.
Okay, sure. Yeah, who cares?
Well, I don't particularly care, right? Because most of these people are the wealthy people. I don't care about that.
Yeah, like,
I'm not
you
wealthy.
understand that we can take all the people specifically who are involved in the jobs in providing insurance and then give them a job through the context of the government, right? Through the context of our insurance programs that would provide people health insurance, and there just wouldn't be a for-profit middleman again in between you and your doctor.
Okay.
And those people would still
Okay.
have jobs.
So, federal employees, Trump cut, 80,000? Detrimental effect on the economy. What do you think cutting out a million jobs from the healthcare industry, what kind of impact would that have on the economy? That would
It's
cause...
like he didn't listen to anything I just said.
No. Would that not cause, short term, be it short term, but would that not cause an extreme amount of pain and be detrimental to the economy?
I just addressed this. Everyone who specifically has jobs, they could still have jobs. You just cut out the unnecessary middleman between you and your doctor, where they have a for-profit incentive specifically to have a fiduciary responsibility for their shareholders to profit maximize. So all those people can still have jobs.
how could they still have jobs if you just eliminated their job?
You don't have to. You didn't necessarily eliminate their job. Their job still has a role. It's just a role without there being a for-profit mechanism on top of it. Like it's still important specifically to provide insurance.
So why is
litigate insurance?
Okay? So why is it for profit? What's the purpose of for profit?
Okay, I'm done with this conversation. Is there anything else you want to talk about?
Well, is there anything else you want to talk about?
Nah. I'm gonna go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. I am just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Catherine, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Chelsea, thank you for the $2 as well. Thank you. Yesenia, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Donna with the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Michael with the $50 on Cash App. Put some W's for Michael in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. W's for Michael in the comment section. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Michael. I really appreciate it. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Nikki, thank you so much for the Galaxy. Thank you. Alrighty, do give it a second. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Do give it a second. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Alright, do give it a second, everyone. Alrighty. We're gonna go on to the next person. Do give it a second. And then I'm gonna thank everyone on YouTube as well. Do give it a second, everyone. Hey, what's up? How old are you?
19.
What's your birth year?
2008. Fuck.
Yeah, you really fucked up. You sound young anyway. Okay, everyone, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It will help get it out to get on to the next people. Hey, what's up? How old are you? How old are you?
You're stronger than you think you are.
Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. Do give it a second for people to join up. Do give it a second. By the way, for the person asking me to read the note, I'm not gonna sing. I already saw that note. I'm not gonna sing. At least as of right now, I gotta be in the mood of like, there's someone like, making some dumb point, and then like I end up singing the Pokemon song, but like very basic things. I'm not gonna sing something on the live.
Sorry,
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Okay. Let's go on the next individual. Do give it a second for people to join up. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I am way older. 55.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
No doubt. Trump.
For sure. Let me say thank you to a few people real quick, and then we'll be able to go on to our conversation. Amy, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal. Thank you. Give me some W's for Amy in the comment section right now. Tina with the $25. Thank you so much on Cash App. Give me some W's for Tina in the comment section right now. John with the $50 on Cash App. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's for John as well in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. W's for John in the comment section. W Amy and W Tina. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Let me catch up on YouTube as well. Again, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. It'll help get it out to more people. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It'll help get it out to more people as well. If you're on TikTok, let's try to get to 1 million likes. And if you're on YouTube, let's try to get to 2,000 likes real quick, everybody. Tyler, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said Ketanji Brown Jackson issued an order to pausing the requirement to distribute Distribute full payments. Okay. I think that's only one person in the Supreme Court. I think there's multiple that would be required to do anything. Tiffany, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Indigo, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Sam, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Mike, thank you so much again for the $20 on YouTube Super Chat. Juliana, thank you for the $15 on Venmo, by the way. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Nightcap, thank you so much for the $5. Cats, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And System, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. I am fully caught up, everyone. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Alrighty. So why do you support Donald Trump?
Well, there's a lot of reasons. I mean, I can't specify just one. It's really hard to come on here because, there's so many biases on both sides. And I'm kind of in the middle. I'm not for one more than the other because I do support a lot of, the leftist things too. But I think there's a huge divide that needs to be fixed. I don't know. I just joined. I was just seeing your page. You're really young, very young. And I'm really excited that you're trying to coordinate or talk with other folks and get their opinions. So I commend you on that. So there's that.
Well, I appreciate it. I think that Trump was oftentimes causing a lot of that division, and I think that the country's been in a worse circumstance because of his hate and division. And I can point to specific examples if you'd like me to. But I think that in general, the point would be very clear that if we want to address this and we want the country to unify to a greater extent, we got to believe in facts and evidence, and we can't believe in misinformation. And then we also, shouldn't believe in, hatred and bigotry, right? I think those things pull us away from each other.
I do agree with that. I think it's gotten way out of control. I do believe that the media is really the media is causing so much trouble and so much misinformation. And look, I'm old school, and I'm not into this new, give everybody a trophy, this, that, and the other. And I do understand that people think differently. I mean, us older people, we really do understand that people may feel a certain way. But the biggest problem I think that all of us are having in my age group, which is Gen X, is we're being forced to do things we've never done in our lives. And if we don't, then we're called names, racist, or whatever else. And that's just not the case. And I think it's a big, huge misunderstanding because, Pete, perfectly honest with you, if anybody walked up to me, I don't give a shit what color. If you're a polka dot person, I don't give a shit what you are. You're dressed like, I don't know, a dog, cat, whatever you are. As long as you're being nice to me and you're human and kind, I'm going to be the same to you. That's just the way it is. But don't force stuff on us. The biggest thing I get really irritated with and I really struggle with is the, he, she, her, whatever the fuck, they, them. I am really struggling. I will call you by your name. I don't have any problems with you. If you want to do what you want to do, great. And I think that a lot of people misunderstand our generation, thinking that we're just biased and we don't care. But really we do. We really do.
Can I ask a question? So do you have pronouns?
Yeah. No, I do not. I do not. I'm Lisa.
You don't have pronouns?
I don't give a shit about pronouns. I'm a she. I was born a female. That's what I am.
Okay, so you do have pronouns. Your pronouns are she, her.
No, I'm Lisa. I never put my pronouns out there.
You just said
because
I'm she.
If I'm Lisa,
you just said
and
I'm
I was
she.
born a female. Okay.
She's
but
a
see,
pronoun,
this is
right?
well, let me be honest with you. Why this is even a conversation?
Because you're
That's
the
my
one who brought it
problem.
up. You brought it up, and I'm just
No,
responding.
no,
I'm just saying
no, what
this
I'm
is basic English, right? Like you have pronouns.
No, it's not. Back
Yeah,
in the
it
day,
is.
there was a he and a she, and that's what scientific.
Those are
happens.
pronouns. Those are pronouns.
Okay, so I'm a she,
Yeah, that's a pronoun.
but I don't put that out there. You call me Lisa.
You just did that. You've now told everyone on the live that those are your pronouns.
No, I've told you my name's Lisa.
And you also said you are she.
You can fight me all you want and try to make me understand what you're saying, but no, my name's Lisa. I was born a female, and I'm not going to just say, hey, my pronouns are she, her, or whatever. I'm Lisa. This is the problem. You guys don't understand. We don't
You've already
care.
done it though. You've already done
But
it.
we
It,
don't
it
care.
really sounds like you
But
care.
we-
You care a
But, sir,
lot
no,
that
we-
your pronouns
no,
are
we
not
don't.
she, her, and that your name
No,
is Lisa.
no, we don't care.
Well,
You-
it sounds like
that's
you're
the
very
problem.
passionate about it right now.
No, I'm not. I don't give a shit.
It sounds like that.
Well, you can think sounds that way. You're the age of my youngest child of 4. So no, I'm telling you right now, I'm trying to make you understand that we don't care. If you want to be he, she, her, it, whatever the fuck you want to be, we don't care.
Then why'd you?
We
bring it
really
up?
don't. Do your thing.
So
Oh my
why did you
God.
bring it up? Like,
People are
'cause-
impossible to talk to.
well, I'm asking you a basic question. I'm just confused.
You asked me what my pronouns were, and I said I don't go by pronouns, and you were arguing with me that I do because I said I was a she. No.
That is a
No,
pronoun.
I'm a fucking female by scientific shit. I have a vagina, so I'm a fucking female.
Thank you. I thank you for telling me that.
Great.
I didn't know that.
I'm
Apparently.
so super great that you could figure it out because you're asking me to identify as something else. I'm not.
I'm not. I'm not asking you to identify as anything. I just asked you what your pronouns are, and it sounded like you specifically said your
So
pronouns
why
were
are you
she.
asking me what my pronouns are right off the bat? I told you my name was Lisa. Why do you
It's
care
not
what
a-
my
it's such a-
pronouns are?
It's not such a big deal, right? Like I literally just asked what your
But I'll just ask you this one question. Why do you care if I'm a he, she, it, or whatever? My name is Lisa. That's what I told you I was. Why are you trying to ask me what my pronouns are?
To be honest, it sounds like you're really like up in arms specifically about me just asking you like what your pronouns were. It was just common courtesy.
Actually,
'Cause
yes.
It sounded like you didn't understand what pronouns were because you were saying that like you didn't have pronouns, you didn't go based upon that. But everyone technically does have pronouns. So I was just
No, we
trying to
don't.
like bring that up to ask
guys
you
have
just to
pronouns
facilitate the
since-
conversation about pronouns, specifically to get you to maybe realize that you should acknowledge that you also do have pronouns. But seemingly you've got very, very mad at the fact that I've brought this up in response to you originally saying that like pronouns are being forced on you. No one's forcing pronouns on you. That's just the language that exists.
Seriously, because I have a list at work of what I'm supposed to call people. Zai, Z, Zum, Zay, them, whatever. I have a fucking list I'm supposed to identify people as and respect that. That is not cool. And two, let me
So
tell you something.
neo-pronouns. So your
You're
issues with
like
neo-pronouns?
25? What are you, 25?
I'm 23.
10 years ago, 13 years ago, this shit wasn't even a thing.
I mean, they existed, right? These things were
No,
real.
no,
They
it
just
didn't.
weren't prevalent.
This was never a thing. And if you ask your parents,
And by the way-
it wasn't a thing.
By the way, this isn't being forced on you. This is just your certain business has a particular thing within the context of their
No,
their
I work for
business.
the state. I work for the state, and it's forced on me every day. Inclusion, whatever. I
Okay,
need
wait.
to
So,
just
so you work for the
follow
government. So that's
everything
your
you
choice to work for the
say.
government, right? You could work for a private business
I
that does
work
not
for
have
the government. I
that
work for the
policy.
state, not the government. It's different. It's different.
The state
government is way different. State's different than government. I know you
The
probably
state-
don't know
the state
that.
government.
The state is different than the government. If you don't know that at 23, you should know. Federal
There's-
is one
there's
thing,
Federal
state
government
is another.
and state government. Yeah, state is
No,
yeah,
state
the
is
government.
different than federal employees. Federal employees, state employees. It's way different. At 23, you should know that.
Yeah, so you work. For
I
the
know
state
my daughter
government.
at 23 doesn't, so I don't expect you to.
So you work for the state government.
No, I work for the state of the state I live in.
Okay. All right. Okay.
I don't
sure.
work for the government. I
Okay.
work for the state.
Okay.
If I work for the government, I'd be a federal employee. But I understand.
You could work for the state government.
My
or the local
24-year-old,
government.
25-year-old daughter doesn't understand it either, so I'll give you some
Really?
leeway.
Okay, so I don't understand things. So I have a question. How many branches of government are there?
There is 3.
And what are they?
Judicial. I've had a drink tonight, so don't bug me. Judicial. There's 2 other ones. I don't remember this. I work for the judicial.
So all you've got is judicial. So I'm the one that's not educated, but you can't even mention the 3 branches of government in specific. And
Well,
by
I've
the way,
had 5
yes,
drinks tonight, Princess. What have you done? What are they? Tell me what they are.
I've hit a few blinkers.
Tell
so-
me what they are, if you know them.
Yeah, it's going to be the judicial, executive, and legislative.
Perfect. I'm really happy for you.
Okay. Yeah.
What's the
so-
executive? What's the executive? Tell me what it is.
Yeah, it's going to be the president, right, and its administration appointed by the president.
What's
Right, the
judicial?
The judicial is going to be like the Supreme Court and the different courts that specifically are going to interpret the law.
Cool. What's the other one?
The legislative branch, it's going to be the House of Representatives and the Senate.
I have
How
to
many-
be really
how
proud
many
of
people-
you.
how
I
many
have to be
people-
really proud of you.
how
wait,
many people-
I'm
how
gonna
many
give you.
people are-
Wait. I'm gonna give you kudos because my fucking kid doesn't even know that shit. So kudos to you.
How-
I mean,
how-
honestly, I'm being honest with that.
Thank you. How many people are in the Senate?
I have no fucking idea right now
There's
because
100
I've had
people.
7 drinks. I've had 7 fucking drinks tonight. I have no fucking idea. I don't even care. But what I was going to tell you is, look, I joined just to say hi. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about tonight because I've had too many drinks. I'm going to let you go. Not because I'm stupid, because I just really don't care. But I really do appreciate you reaching out to folks and trying to communicate and understand both sides. What I will tell you this. Us older folks are a little frustrated because it's hard for us to understand both sides and understand the new nuances that you want us to do. We are really trying hard to step up to that plate. All of us every day are trying that. And we are really trying to be a part of what you want us to be a part of. So just know that I'm not a nasty woman. I'm not trying to be mean, but I am really telling you it's a real struggle because we were taught different, but we are trying. So to you, kudos to you for reaching out to everybody who reached out. I'm glad you gave me a chance to talk. I'm sorry I got a little angry. I've had a few drinks, but I really do like you. And I really am glad that you know that so much. I mean, the fact that you knew the damn executive branches and I couldn't even fucking name them because I'm too drunk is great. Anyway, have a nice night. I'm gonna let you go, and I hope you get somebody on here that can do a little bit better than I can tonight.
Okay, well, I will actually extend the ability for you to come on a future day, like when you're sober, if you'd like to.
Yeah, thank you.
I typically have a thing where like you can't come on if you haven't debated before, but because you were, off of
Honest?
7 drinks, that is definitely going to be like a unique
It's my
circumstance.
Friday night,
for you.
babe. It's my Friday night, and you know what? There's a lot of shit because I'm taking care of 2 of my kids and 4 of them are in college. I'm losing my shit tonight. But anyway, long story short, I really do want you to know that me personally, I can't speak for every damn person my age. We are trying. We are trying so hard to accept the new. The pronoun thing is hard for me. I'm not going to lie because I don't care. I don't really care. If you're a good person, I'm just going to say hi to you and treat you as a human because that's who I am. I'm a kind person, and I'll treat you as good as you are.
Here's my point.
Period.
Pronouns are kind of like names, right? Like, I mean, I don't, it's just about respect. And like in general, like I don't even think that that's like something being forced by like the left. Or I've even heard Democrats talk about neopronouns, right? That's not even like a common aspect of conversation. So I don't know if that would be something that would be like being forced on you or anything like that. I mean, I personally, genuinely, to be honest, I have never even engaged in real life with someone specifically that uses neopronouns. Never in my life have I. Like in person. Online, yes, but in person, I've never engaged with someone who specifically has neopronouns. I don't think that's even commonplace within society, specifically for you to have to engage with people who are utilizing neopronouns. And most people go throughout the context of their life specifically without even utilizing them in the very first place.
Well, I do because I actually work at a courthouse where name changes and things happen. So I actually have to engage in that, and I have to be respectful of that. And there's 100 times where, somebody will come to the counter, and they're having a hard time as it is, trying to fit in or whatever. And I never have ever treated anybody that came to my counter as different. I try to respect everything, no matter whether I believe it in or not. I mean, it is who they are. And the bottom line is this. It's really hard for us older folks to understand this because we weren't raised with it. You guys were. I mean, you said you were 23.
I grew up in a
I mean, you
conservative
guys were
Christian
all
household.
raised with
I wasn't raised with neopronouns or anything like that. Like,
yeah, it's really hard, and the fact of the matter is I was the same way as you, raised this way. And so for me, it's really hard because it is what it is. But the bottom line is I don't give a shit who you are. You come to me and you talk to me, I'm going to treat you with respect. I don't give a hell who you are.
Okay,
and I'm going to treat you the same as it was anyway. I'm going to let you go. Have a good night. Bye.
bye-bye. Let's go on the next individual real quick, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Juliana, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Peter with the $50 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Peter in the comment section right now for the $50 on Venmo? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much, Joy. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Definitely. Donna, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Thank you. Let me make sure I'm completely caught up with everything. Again, Tina with the $25. Kiara, thank you for the $1. Thank you. W Blue Wave. Amy, thank you for the $10. Nancy with the $6.66. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. All right, we're going to get the next person up, and then I'm going to thank everyone on YouTube real quick. Everyone, I have some people to thank on YouTube. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. List in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Alrighty. Let's go on the next individual. Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
We need a war, GB Parker, like this one here, and like Bobby Digital.
Do you support Trump?
No.
Oh, okay. Based. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. Actually, I have no clue what they said prior. I apologize. I literally like zoned out. Logan, think of the $5 shirt. It's still Parker for president. It's crazy. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 26.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I support Trump.
What's your birth year?
99.
Okay. And what month?
November.
What day?
November.
What day? What day? Okay. Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. We have about an hour and a half left on the live, everyone, just so I never know. An hour and a half or so left on the live. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen, everybody. Let's get the next person up here. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Alrighty, do give it a second. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Nice. Let's go on the next individual. Again, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everyone. Alrighty. Alrighty, everyone. Give it a second for people to join up. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
31.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I suppose so.
You don't support Trump?
You don't? I'm not currently.
You would.
I'm sorry, I couldn't tell. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I've already spoke to you before, and I'm not allowed to speak to you again.
Oh, okay, good. They said in the comment section that I was a paid propagandist, so. So I added them up. I was like, so ridiculous. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
25.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
I mean, several reasons. I mean, I would never vote for a liberal in my life.
Okay, why not?
Why do you support liberals? Why do you support the Democratic Party?
Well, I can answer that question in a second, but shouldn't you answer my question first, given that I asked it?
Well, I'm here to debate with you, so I want to know what your answer is.
Okay, well, I think that they support policies specifically to benefit the average American to a greater extent. They're focused more on affordability.
The average American is poor.
Is that what you're saying?
I'm asking you.
Is the average American, I mean, well, isn't poor in reference to a certain society? Right? I would say the average American is living paycheck to paycheck. So in that sense, right, if you're considering poor meaning living paycheck to paycheck, then sure, under that sense you could. But if you look at, like, say, global standards, world standards, not necessarily speaking, if you're referencing in that sense, there are plenty of people who are struggling in the United States, but I wouldn't necessarily say the average person would be considered poor on a global stage in the United States.
I would say that you guys are way too worried about other countries and illegals rather than the Americans.
Undocumented immigrants and then other countries. I'm confused. I didn't even talk about other countries in terms of like anything else that you didn't bring up. And then in terms of undocumented immigrants, I didn't even bring up undocumented immigrants. So why did you just randomly say that?
Because I'm debating you.
Okay. Yeah, but like, what was the point of your debate point?
Well, you want to talk about debating, so I'm debating with you.
Yeah, but I'm asking, like, what's the point of your debate point?
You're asking me why I support Donald Trump. So I'm here to debate why your side feels that way. So there's a point of mine. So debate that. Why is that something you support?
Well, I think that undocumented immigrants should be given a pathway to citizenship if they haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime. All right, as I think that's the best process to ensure that the most amount of people are vetted as possible, alongside the fact that undocumented immigrants are multiple times less likely to commit violent crime, drug crime, and property crime in the country compared to natural-born U.S. citizens.
Are you reading from ChatGPT?
No.
That has to be the most type-right answer I've ever seen.
I'm sorry. I've talked about this a lot on the stream, so I have a certain thing that I say all the time.
Interesting. Okay.
Like, do you not have things memorized?
I wouldn't say memorized, no. It just sounds extremely scripted.
You don't memorize things? No, it's just that I have a certain thing that I typically always say when these questions are answered. So I am obviously reciting something specifically that I typically say when that question is asked, because I answer these questions all the time.
Right.
Okay, so hi, I'm Jillian. I'm 24. I'm sitting right next to Isabel. I figured I'd just kind of chime in and help her. I hope that's all right.
That's totally fine.
I just wanted to mention here, speaking along the path to citizenship like you're talking about, I do agree that if people want to do the right thing and self-deport, we should make it a little bit easier for them to gain that citizenship. However, I believe America is run as a business. And unfortunately, when somebody fires you from their business, it doesn't always mean that you're a bad person or you don't have families to feed. It just means you aren't doing what you're supposed to do and you have to go. So it doesn't matter if your grandma's here, you've been here for 20 years, you should have went ahead and, applied for citizenship or tried or did something to make that possible. And it doesn't mean it's not sad to see people go who, are good people who just are trying to make a better life for themselves. It just means that we need to prioritize Americans and our people first. And, if there's only one bad egg out of the 20 or one bad egg out of the 200, there's no way to split that up and figure out who's bad and who's not. Just all of them got to go if they're illegal.
Yet you can identify specifically who would be good and who would be bad. Obviously, if you provide a pathway to citizenship for those that have not committed violent crimes and bad crimes, it would incentivize people who meet that set of criteria specifically to go through that process. Secondly, we can prioritize Americans while simultaneously supporting a faster and quicker legal immigration process and providing mass amnesty for undocumented immigrants in the country who have not committed a violent crime or bad crime, rather than mass deportation. So it is prioritizing Americans. It is America first, specifically to allow for more immigration, as we're going to have a decreasing population by 2050, according to the Congressional Budget Office, which will then lead to us not having enough young people specifically to pay for people who are older and keep the same level of benefits for things like Social Security, Medicare, and different types of programs that we rely upon right now. It's going to lead to insolvency, which by 2032 is likely to a quicker extent because the Big Beautiful Bill has reduced our ability to pay for those programs. And then also, if we're talking about America running as a business, well, then why would we specifically get rid of employees that are profitable? Because undocumented immigrants and documented immigrants immigrating to our economy will increase the size of the GDP.
Look, I don't want to see a dollar given to an illegal immigrant until all our veterans are off the street. I don't believe that they should get helped first. I believe it should be our people that help first. I don't think they should get, healthcare benefits. I don't believe that they should be treated first at hospitals. I believe our people should be treated first and them second. I'm not saying not get treated at all. They're still human beings, but we need to put our people first is all I'm saying. And you are not our people if you're not a citizen.
Yeah, so again, as it relates to this, you would essentially argue that we shouldn't provide emergency health care for undocumented immigrants who are dying?
Very Christian. What a Christian. The comments.
No, can you
Talk about Christian. How do you think God would feel about they, thems and people with penises who say they're women?
Okay.
How does that look?
That was just a complete pivot and not response to anything.
No,
you
I'm
said.
reading the comments because
And
people
also,
said,
if you want to
"What-
talk
what
about
a
this,
Christian."
there's nowhere in the Bible where specifically God condemns trans people. And then specifically, if you're referencing, what was the first claim you made?
Parker, you know Charlie Kirk would have scrubbed the ground with your ass. Like, let's be for real here.
I literally debated
He
him. and
would have
destroyed
put you
him.
to shame in
I debated
debating.
him. I debated him already.
And what did you like him? Did you have respect for him?
No, I didn't. He completely was disrespectful and then didn't actually engage in any actual further debate. And he called me delusional without actually engaging in a long form dialogue or conversation. He said he would debate Dean and then didn't do so.
Did you debate him at like one of his college events, or did you?
I debated him at Jubilee.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with Jubilee. Do you mind telling me?
Yeah, you could just look up the Jubilee debate he was in. It has like 38 million views on YouTube.
And you were in it?
Mm-hmm. I debated him multiple times in that video, and I debunked him on every single point.
Well, I definitely will have to take a look at it. I'm a big Charlie Kirk supporter over here. But look, I believe that we do need unity as Americans, and I believe we all have a lot more in common than we do apart. I do have 3 big beliefs of why I support Donald Trump.
Before we get into this, can I address the points that you made before you pivoted? Right, like you said, you won't give $1 to an undocumented immigrant before you ensure that veterans are not homeless. Specifically, one, there's no policy from Republicans specifically to address homelessness or reduce the likelihood of homelessness, which specifically we can point towards Democrats. They are more likely to address that. Now, specifically in terms of Republicans, they have no policy to address particularly veterans in those circumstances. And it is the case that if we're arguing this particular system of not a single dollar given to undocumented immigrants before veterans are specifically off the street, well, then you're essentially going to argue that there should be no emergency health care provided to undocumented immigrants in situations where they're dying, because that would be money specifically spent on undocumented immigrants. So then would you argue that we should let undocumented immigrants die in the emergency room rather than take care of them specifically?
No,
that would rely on funds
no,
given
we're
to them?
we're all human. I don't think
Exactly.
that anybody deserves to die.
Exactly. So then
But,
you
however,
would say that
I
dollars
think
should be
that-
spent on undocumented immigrants before the context of veterans in that connotation, because we're not at a circumstance where veterans specifically are taken care of to that extent. Yet we still should ensure that undocumented immigrants don't die. Right? That'd be ridiculous. So obviously, my point in terms of this is that you do believe in that. That was not a point that you actually believe in, and we can do both things simultaneously. We can walk and chew gum at the same time. And undocumented immigrants getting mass amnesty and having a quicker legal process for immigration will actually help us be able to benefit other people in terms of social programs.
I understand what you're saying, and I do believe there should be a better path to citizenships. However, no debate's ever going to convince me that illegal immigration is okay. And we're just going to have to agree to disagree on that.
But tell me why.
I'm a huge believer. So I work with somebody, I'm going to keep names out of it, and him and his mom fought for years for their citizenship and for him to come into this country and have a better life. And he has told me on multiple occasions that is an extreme slap in the face to him and everybody else who did it the right way for people who are looking for a shortcut and an easy way in.
Well, the reality is that the process should be significantly quicker, and he should not have been subjected to that specific process, or she should not have been subjected to that process. It's obviously ridiculous for that process to have taken that long. So for people to look for quicker mechanisms in the country makes sense, and it's not a slap in the face specifically to someone who came through the legal process. It is the slap in the face to the people who are specifically trying to go through the legal process, and it takes too long to do so. It's Republicans when they advocate to make the process even quicker, or not advocating specifically to make the process go quicker. That's the slap in the face to particularly.
So what do you say to
people trying to go through the legal
who-
immigration process?
What do you say to somebody like Laken Riley's family that, sucks to suck? Like, that's whatever, it is what it is?
No, I would say specifically that I'm sorry for their loss, and I don't think that she should have died, and I think that we should specifically deport people who have committed violent crimes and bad crimes, who have engaged in those particular types of behavior mechanisms, right? And I don't think that mass deportation benefits us in that capacity. I think that there's a higher rate of crime specifically from natural-born U.S. citizens comparative to undocumented immigrants. So if you're just going to point to one particular crime committed by an undocumented immigrant to then say that all undocumented immigrants should be viewed in that way, well, then you'd be totally okay with branding all U.S. citizens specifically off the basis of Jeffrey Epstein, because Jeffrey Epstein was a U.S. citizen.
Sorry, Parker. Just kind of getting lost in some of these comments, just some really nasty comments from the Party of Unity here. So just a little lost.
I'm confused why you randomly are just referencing a comment instead of addressing what I'm saying in the
Well, because I'm trying to listen to you, then I'm seeing all this stuff.
Then you can turn off
That's
the
just
comments.
so rude.
You can hold on the screen. You can click clear display, and it will get rid of the comments, and you won't see.
This
them
is
anymore.
ridiculous.
They just left? What? Oh, I'm sorry. They just got so triggered at the comments section that they just rage quit. Are you kidding? Bro, it wasn't even me. Like, I'm literally engaging in a conversation with you. Mark, thank you for the $23. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. I have actually considered law school, but I'm definitely not feeling like I'm going to end up doing that. There's a lot of extra stuff, but maybe in the future I would. Elena, thank you so much for the $20 for the Elevation Fund. Thank you so much. I actually do have to re-up here pretty soon. I'm pretty much out. I've got to re-up, so I got to catch up there. Let me catch up on YouTube, and then we're going to go into the next person real quick. Jamie, thank you so much for the $2. Trav, thank you so much for the appreciate the $5. Plant-based, thank you for the $5. W name. Powell, thank you so much for the $14. Thank you so much. Thank you for the $10. Alana, thank you so much for the $10. Zach with the $10 as well. Miguel, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Stella with the $5. Stamp with the $2. Alana, thank you so much for the $5. Powell, thank you so much for the $14. Tara, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you. Spiritual with the $2. Trav with the $10. Thank you. Thank you so much. Rabia, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $4. Tyler with the $10. Tiffany with the $5. Thank you. Stamp with the 10, and then Indigo, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you. I'm fully caught up on YouTube. Kara, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. Absolutely, I really appreciate it. Thank you. It's so important. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as well as if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. It will help get it out to more people. Let's go on the next person. I don't know why they just randomly left. That was really weird. Coffee Mom, thank you for the membership subscription. Thank you. Let's go on the next individual. Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, I'm 23.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, I do.
What's your birth year?
2001.
What month?
December.
What month? Or you said 2001, December. And
December.
You said you're how old again?
23.
Okay. And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Well, because of his birth year, his abortion policies.
Okay. What abortion policy?
About his
Wait, did you say 21 earlier?
No, I said 23.
Okay, I'm sorry. I had people in both. If I'm wrong, I really do apologize. I had people in both my TikTok and YouTube say that. He said 21, and my memory is atrocious, so. You said 23? Oops, I might have.
Hey, Parker, how you doing, man?
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
44, South Carolina.
Do you support Trump?
I do support Trump.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I'd rather vote for Trump.
Damn,
Now, Parker,
she said 23. By the way, then she can send a guest request back, and I'll try to add her back up. What was her name? I do apologize to everyone. Sorry. Why do you support Trump?
well, Parker, I think we have a few things in common, or what we like. For instance, the Democrats, they say tax the rich. I say tax the ultra rich. There's $33 trillion in offshore bank accounts, tax havens. I mean, could you imagine what that could do to public services if we can get a hold of that money, as we should? Have you heard of that?
No, I'm confused why you brought this up randomly. This has nothing to do with the other policies.
Common ground. We'll get the policies. And also, I don't like the Democrats and the climate change, but we can get there in a minute. I listened to you earlier with a caller about the SNAP reserve. And I think he said, yeah, there's $3 billion of that, and it's unconstitutional. And it's also against the Anti-Deficiency Act for the Trump administration to unfortunately, to fund the SNAP, to say, hey, these SNAP reserves can be.
It's not. A literal judge indicated that they could.
Well, actually, I think the Supreme Court ruled against it tonight. But we can go into the minutia if you want.
I'd have to see if the Supreme Court ruled against it. I wasn't quite. I can pull that up though.
Mm-hmm.
SCOTUS paused it. They paused it. They block a court order to fully fund, even though a judge had given the ruling. Okay, I do see this.
All right, so and the reason is, it's being litigated, and I'm sure the litigation will come out soon for all of us to look at. But I mean, there's $3 billion in that SNAP reserve, and it'll be wonderful if we can get out to the people, you know. But those reserves supplement already appropriated funds; they don't replace them.
Okay.
And that's the USDA.
It's temporary hold because they're just looking at it. It's pending appeals.
Okay.
Okay. So
That's fine.
Okay. So then, what's your point with this? Sorry.
Oh, well, I mean, you were talking at length with the other caller who has some good points about it being unconstitutional and against the Anti-Deficiency Act. I don't think you mentioned the Anti-Deficiency Act, but there's a separation of powers there, and you don't want the judiciary to overreach into legislators.
So to clarify, you're saying that there's some sort of constitutional issue with this?
Yes, definitely.
Okay, so then why didn't he have this level of, oh, maybe I shouldn't do this because there's a constitutional issue with this with like the National Guard?
I do know he sent out a tweet saying he's got to have his lawyers look into it. That's how he operates.
The National Guard? No, they sent in specifically the National Guard into Democratic areas without the consent of the governors. Well, I'm just talking about things specifically. I'm talking about things that they've done to violate it, or we can talk about the tariffs, or we can talk about specifically the fact that Donald Trump has engaged in violations of due process rights.
Yeah, we can get to that in a minute. But right now we're talking about SNAP reserve. So the U.S. Constitution, Article 1, Section 9, Clause 7, unambiguously says no money shall be drawn from the Treasury, but in consequence of appropriations made by law.
Yeah,
and there's two cases.
It's an emergency situation, right? And even the Trump administration prior said that they could do so in government shutdowns.
It's like emergency such as a natural disaster. So that's
it also said government shutdown.
That's open for interpretation.
They said it themselves. The Trump administration said it themselves. This administration.
It's open to interpretation. Maybe they changed their minds. You know, foolish consistency is a hobgoblin.
Why couldn't they have an interpretation otherwise?
Hey man, a foolish consistency is a hobgoblin of simple minds. I don't know why they did what they did. Okay, then there's the Anti-Deficiency.
This isn't a winning argument. This is not a winning argument for yourself.
I wasn't trying to tally up one for myself. I really wasn't. I'm just having a good conversation with you. So then there's the
So could we have a conversation about why you support Trump?
Yeah, I think he's doing a great job. He puts people in positions of power that are hardworking, intelligent, wise.
Such as?
And the people, I trust the guy. I mean, you want me to sit here and name names, pull them out of a hat? I'm not going to do that. I trust
who are the hardworking, intelligent, and wise individuals that he's put in his administration?
I've seen them. I read the news. I watch the news. I can't remember all the names. I can't remember all the names.
Can you name any of them?
I don't want to. You're just going to have to trust me on this one. I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole with you.
I'm
not going to entertain that with you, Parker.
Genuinely, could you name like 2 people, for example?
Honestly, it doesn't matter.
No, I just want to know 2 people in Trump's administration that you consider hardworking, intelligent, and wise.
Let's see. I like Stephen Miller. I think he's great. I know you guys hate him.
That was like the worst person you could have picked.
Yeah, I think he's great though, but there's a lot of other ones too. There's a lot of other ones too, man. Honestly, it does not matter. It doesn't matter. You don't like any of them.
You can't. No, I just want to hear another one. We can talk about them.
No, we don't. We need to keep on.
Just mention one more.
Mention
one more. Come on, this is being ridiculous. You're being ridiculous here. Just mention one more.
I'm not being ridiculous. You're being ridiculous. You're getting away from the whole SNAP argument.
Name one more.
Do you want to talk about SNAP? I'd love to talk about climate change too.
We can talk about
because that's one of the reasons I can't vote.
Genuinely, if you do not respond to me, I'm going to kick you and go to the next person. I can't make this more clear. Respond to me or leave. Genuinely, I'm done with this. I'm not going to sit here and go back and forth. Thank you. Holy fucking shit. Jesus Christ, dude. I'm not doing that again. Make me do that again and I'll kick you. That was ridiculous. I'm not going to beg you to fucking answer questions on the live. That was insane. You're being ridiculous. Jesus Christ, dude. Holy fuck. Okay, tell me why you like them. Why do you like Tulsi Gabbard? Why do you like Stephen Miller?
They're hardworking, man. And they have good views. They align with Trump's, but they're good at the specialties. You know, Tulsi has the intelligence background. I think Stephen Miller's got a good pulse on what people do on the ground throughout the party and also throughout the Democrat Party. That's honestly it. But I do like Trump has great decision making. He does. I know you say, oh, he's got so many bankruptcies, but he's also won a lot, and he's done some great things. He's built things. He's got a good high level view. He can, the people, him and the guys he work with, they can be analytical. They can make intelligent comparisons. I can't say that about a lot of Democrats, unfortunately. I wish I could. They're very chaotic. Honestly, I would like to vote Democrat, but I see a lot of pseudoscience on the left, especially with climate change.
There's no way you said pseudoscience when you literally, the guy that you voted for president said that we should look into disinfectant by injection to fight COVID-19. He said windmills are causing whales to die in numbers never seen before. He said that we shouldn't use Tylenol during pregnancy because it causes autism, when there was a Swedish study with over 2.5 million people that overlooked specifically the outcomes of Tylenol usage during pregnancy and showed that after taking into account siblings and genetics, that there's absolutely no association between Tylenol usage during pregnancy and autism. He said there are no negative impacts specifically to not taking Tylenol, like as if untreated maternal fever isn't going to lead to greater levels of miscarriages, greater levels of negative impacts in terms of the health of the pregnancy and of the pregnant individual, right? So the idea that we're the ones that are pseudoscience, when you support a candidate that said the climate's going to start cooling, science just doesn't know it yet, which is literally, the statement in of itself is pseudoscience, because he said science doesn't know it yet, right? When there's a literal 97% consensus amongst climate scientists that climate change is caused by humans, and yet he sits there and calls it a hoax.
Okay, so he's not an expert at climatology. Can we agree on that? All right, and but he did put Will Happer. You should look Will Happer up. He's going to be a legend. He is a legend. You just don't know it yet. But in 30 years, you're going to read about Will Happer and how he was right about all this. So there's only, I can get into the minutiae if you want me to, but I want to give you some high level things first. I went to school. I'm an engineer. I saw a lot of different majors, met a lot of people with a lot of different majors. 90% of these climatologists espouse pseudoscience. They have insufficient variable and narrow scope studies with inaccurate data, and they extrapolate out to be the word, like the Bible. They fall in love with their models, and the models are proven wrong over and over again. The factor is human greed, Parker. That's why you said, 97% consensus is human greed. These are bottom rung scientists, man. They just want the money. The CO2 band, which is infrared energy, is 15 microns, and there's only so much infrared energy. So the cooling, you're going to stop, you get 400 parts per million. It doesn't matter now because there's only so much infrared that can be absorbed in that CO2 band at 15 microns. There's some side bands too. We don't have to get into all this fancy stuff, man. Yeah, you're just going to have to trust me, dude. It's called science. Now, okay, let's say you and I might not agree on climate change. Well, let's talk about the solutions. You want renewable energy?
Can I address this real quick? No.
Yeah, sure.
So what is specifically wrong with the IPCC models? How are they inaccurate?
Well, I read a lot of, studies, and they're bullshit, frankly.
How so?
Insufficient variables.
Such as?
I can't go back and pick and tell you which variable. That's just silly, man.
Well, then you're saying they're insufficient variables. You don't even know what variables you're referencing. What study are you referencing? What model are you referencing? You said that there are bad models, insufficient variables. You don't know the variables, don't know the models. You don't even.
I read the reports. I read many reports, Parker.
What is the
IPCC? I read many reports. I'm not an encyclopedia.
You don't.
That's why your questions are so silly.
Do you know anything?
Yeah, I read the reports. I analyzed them, and I came up with that.
Okay, what's wrong about them? Name one thing that's wrong about them.
I told you efficient variables, narrow scope.
What variables? Name a single variable. Name a single variable that you're referencing that was insufficient.
I read them. I can't remember a single one. Just bring it up, like that. You can try to mock me. It's like, hey, it's a W because I mocked you.
Yes, dude. You literally just said that specifically that Democrats are engaging in pseudoscience, and that the climatologists, you said.
Just look up William Happer, and Trump actually put.
Climate scientists specifically, you said the consensus amongst climate scientists specifically is inaccurate and it's false, right? And you said it's based upon models that are wrong, but you can't even mention any of the models or how they're wrong.
Maybe Bill Gates read what I read because he made a pivot recently. He actually made a
No,
pivot.
why does every single
years ago.
fucking climate science denier say the same damn thing? You're the fucking third climate science denier on the stream to say that same dumb fucking talking point that Bill
Isn't
Gates
he-
changed his position. It's a you're misinterpreting what he was talking about. He wasn't saying he doesn't
No.
believe in climate change. You're being ridiculous.
No, he.
And even if he did,
doubts
that
it.
doesn't
He
change
read the same
anything. He's a
reports, I'm
fucking
sure.
billionaire. He's not even a climate scientist.
He knows a lot of climate scientists, and he's read a lot of reports. Probably just like me. We came to the same conclusion. but
Bill
we can
Gates,
pass
because
it
he
on.
said something, must be accurate. So then you must believe all of the different times where he said that climate change was an issue. Oh, wait, you don't believe that? So you only think
just-
that he's a legitimate
Parker.
source specifically when he's saying what you want him to say? You
He
dishonest
just knows
fuck?
better on. He just knows better now, and since the Democrats said
No,
the
you're
party
just
is human
you're
leaders,
dishonest. You're incredibly dishonest. You only
you
will
should-
accept what
you
he
should
says,
bow
specifically
to
when he
Bill
says
Gates.
exactly what you want him to say. That's why you do not accept the 97% of climate scientists and you write them off as if they are fucking corrupt lunatics that specifically have no basis in what they're saying, even though they have PhDs, even though they have fucking literally decades of research, even though they have fucking models at the IPCC that indicate you're fucking wrong, buddy. Yet you're gonna sit here and
those
say,
models don't
science
account."
doesn't know it yet. Science doesn't know it yet. You guys are engaging in pseudoscience. Yet you're the one literally, by definition, engaging in pseudoscience, you dumbass.
No, I'm
Literally.
an engineer. I
I'm
know
not
my stuff,
trolling.
man.
I'm not trolling. You, by definition,
I'm not,
are
dude.
engaging in pseudoscience while sitting there and saying that we are. What are you talking about,
Actually,
dude?
no. Actually, no. Look up Will Happer, and you'll have just write that name down. You'll hear about
I
him in
already
30
know.
years.
Yes, I already know. That's not a source.
Yeah,
He's
it
an
is. All right,
engineer,
and
not
Trump
a climate.
actually put him-
He's not even a climate scientist. He's an engineer. Okay.
Yeah, engineers are great. Well, oftentimes they know more than climate scientists.
Stop. No, you
All right,
can't give me
Parker,
a single climate
let's-
scientist that you can reference.
Let's talk about. I named him as Happer. Let's talk about
That's
solutions.
not a climate scientist.
Let's move. Okay, we're not going to agree on this. You're wrong, but we're not going to agree on it. Let's talk about
How am
solutions.
I wrong if you can't even give me an argument?
Well, I did argue. I told you what's
didn't.
wrong with the reports. I told you about the CO2 band saturation and
None of
400
this
parts
has to
per
do with.
million.
None of this has to do specifically.
What if I told
By the way,
you
this is
I
the
agree
First time
that-
you told me this. First time you
Parker,
said this.
I agree that man had a hand in global warming up to a certain point. I agree that some of it
It's
is
mostly caused by
man-made.
humans.
Right, up to a certain point, but now there's
Mostly.
there's only so much infrared that can be reflected back, from onto Earth. There's only so much infrared. The CO2 band saturation, 15 microns. Look it up. Don't want to go into details. But that's I never denied that men didn't have a hand in it. But times have changed. Science is better now than 20, 30 years ago.
You're saying
And
there's a
I'm
certain
telling
level
you,
of
dude,
saturation.
there's a
Can you give me a single study that indicates that there's a certain level of saturation that we're close to that specifically is going to lead to a plateau of the level of warming? Give me a single study
Yeah,
that
Will
indicates that. Give me a
Happer
single
did.
climate scientist other than a fucking engineer that you got that's batshit fucking insane that has no basis in evidence for what he's saying.
Actually, the guy's a genius. He's a legend. You're just gonna have to trust me, Parker. You have to read his stuff, and then you'll understand. You got to read, and there's a lot of reports there. That's why I can't just bring out one little thing here and there.
Give me a
from
climate scientist.
20,
Give me
30,
someone who
40 reports I've
specializes
read.
within that particular field.
No, let's move on. I don't have another one because they're all kooks. Now let's move on.
You can't give me anything, and now you want to move on because you got proven wrong because you're a pseudoscience, anti-science lunatic.
That's hilarious. Nice try. All right.
true.
So, wind. What do you like about wind? The solutions. Let's go to
What type of
solutions. Let's
pivots,
talk about
bro?
them.
You don't want to.
They're not pivots, dude.
It is. It is literally.
They're not pivots. We're trying to come. I'm a solutions oriented
We
person.
can't even talk about solutions if you don't even.
You
believe
don't
in the
even like
problem.
solutions.
We
Parker,
can't even.
every-
We cannot engage in a conversation about solutions if you don't even believe the problem exists in the first place.
I told you climate change was man-made.
You don't. You
To a
don't
certain
specifically.
degree.
You don't even believe in it. So I don't even. Not even engage in a conversation with you.
I
on that,
did. I
because
just
all you're
told you
gonna
I
do is
believed
spew
in it.
anti-science bullshit. Like just
Parker,
like
I
Trump.
literally just told you. I just told you I believed in it.
No, you don't.
But
you,
there's
you
only
don't believe
there's
that
only so
climate-
much
you-
damage man can do.
You don't believe
I
in it.
just told you.
You're acting like that now. We just debated
No,
on
I
this.
know,
and
I
you
told
just
you.
said that you don't believe in it.
I
You just said it was a
told
hoax.
you.
What are you
It
talking
used to, the
about?
climatologists used to not be a problem. I think they just started making a lot of money and they got their friends involved. Oh yeah, sure, they'll have PhDs. But say, let's do some more studies, and they want to
All
get
climate
funded.
scientists are just lying. 97%.
I say 90% of them are from what I know, man.
Yeah.
but
based on what? Based on what? What reason do you have to believe that?
My research, man. Just look up Happer when you get a chance.
Dude, I promise you. I promise, please. Look up this random engineer that doesn't even have a specialization, particularly in the field that he's particularly making the claims about. Look at someone right here. He's an engineer. He's not even a specialization in that particular career. Look, this is the one person I can particularly mention over and over and over again. Look him up. I promise you. He's going to show you climate change is not real and caused by humans. It's actually a hoax. And that Donald Trump specifically was saying things that are totally accurate, that the climate is actually going to start cooling. And science just didn't know it yet. Actually, this one engineer knew it. None of the climate scientists knew it, just that one random fucking engineer. The entire consensus disagreed with it, but the engineer says it, so it has to be true.
How can you not read the reports and not come to that conclusion that I did, though? I mean, it's embarrassing, you know? Or they take, I mean, the stuff I read, it's just, it's lacking in a lot of areas, man. Hey, it doesn't consider the variables. All right, so wind. You like what? Do you like wind energy?
Yeah, but do you want to engage in a conversation like why you support Trump? Because we already know you deny science. There's no point of having a conversation about the solutions if you don't even believe in science in the first place. Genuinely.
It's sad that you don't want to talk about the solutions. You just want to get wins.
You don't even believe in the problem. You want to get these. You don't even believe in the problem in the first place. You don't believe in the problem in the first place.
I do. That's why I want to talk about solutions.
You don't believe in the problem in the first place. You just said that you deny the climate science. You just said you
I
denied
stated
the
I believe. I stated I believe in climate change. I just say I believe in climate change. What more do you want?
You don't actually believe that it was caused by humans.
I do. I do believe it was caused by humans.
It was mostly caused by humans, correct? Is it
Correct.
still mostly caused by humans?
The damage is already done.
Is it still mostly caused by humans?
Most of the damage is already done.
Is it still mostly?
You're still going to have some. You're still going to have some problems with the oceans, but the damage is already done. With the CO2, that's done.
Damage is still happening.
I respectfully disagree with that. I think you got
good evidence. Do you have any good evidence to believe what you're saying, other than like some random fucking engineer?
I did a lot of research, Parker. You know,
research where? What research are you referencing? Do you want me to give you time to do that research?
No, this is getting out of hand. You just put your little trust me book up there, and you're gonna have to do some research yourself. You know, I mean, you could go on your little rants.
I'm not gonna have a conversation with you if you're just gonna tell me trust me, bro.
So you don't want to talk about solutions?
Nope, not with someone who just says trust me, bro.
Solar, you put your book into my face saying trust me, bro, and then I invoke that, and you say, oh. No, I don't want to conversate with this person.
I just said I don't want to engage in a conversation with you. I've said this multiple times. Can you actually genuinely engage with what I have to say instead of continuing to say this dumb shit? I literally responded to this like 7 times. I am not going to engage in a conversation with you about something where you don't even fucking believe in the problem in the first place. How can we talk about solutions if you don't even believe in the problem?
But that's insincere.
It's not insincere. What are you talking about?
No, it's disingenuous. Excuse me. I told you that I do believe in it.
That means the same thing, by the way.
Sure.
So again, you said that you believe in it, but you're not saying. We just had a conversation about it. You don't believe the climate scientists. You believe that over 90% of them are lying. That's what you were saying. We just had a conversation about that.
Yes, I do.
If you don't believe in science, and you believe in pseudoscience bullshit, there's no point to have a conversation with you about how we're going to engage in a solution, because whether or not we accept one solution over the other relies on science that you dispute in the very first place. There's no reason to have that conversation with you.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't have anything to do with that. You're talking about, hey, nuclear fission. We're talking about hydrogen. We're talking about geothermal.
Talking about the science. Are you going to accept the science?
Solar, water. I accept the science of 10% of the scientists. That's good. That's more common ground than most of your guests have with you.
No, I'm not going to engage in some bullshit conversation if you just like hyper specifically cherry pick 10%, right? And by the way, 10% doesn't agree with you in terms of climate change, yet you still believe that. You're being ridiculous.
I don't think I am, Parker.
You are.
So do you want to go on?
You don't think you are, but you are ridiculous. So that's everyone else can see it, but you apparently.
You said that there's a lot of money put into one of the what was the acts? Was it the Inflation Reduction Act by Biden that for renewable energy?
Yeah, it was the largest investment in renewable energy ever. It was also deficit reducing.
Do you really think renewable energies have the ability to ramp up to meet demand, to ramp up supply to meet demand?
I hope so. I'm not sure. I hope so. I would say if we fund it correctly, yes.
Western Europe had a lot of problems, especially during the Ukraine war. You know, people were nearly freezing to death in Western Europe, and then they had to go back to the old ways to get energy.
You understand that we believe in a temporary transition state, specifically where we're still utilizing other types of fossil fuels and whatnot, specifically to transition. We don't believe in 100% moving over.
That's good. That's good.
Right? You understand that there's a temporary change over time. Okay. What's your point?
No, that's a good thing. Gradual. Everything's glacial, right? Should be. No pun. So a lot of these renewable energies, though, they're unreliable. And I think if we map out a strategy
they
similar,
have inconsistencies, like sometimes there's not wind, sometimes there's not sun. No one disputes that. But the reality of the matter is that we can utilize nuclear fission specifically in order to make up
There you go.
what we need
I
in terms of
agree
the
with you.
inconsistencies. But the issue with
Nuclear
nuclear
fission.
specifically is that it's expensive, so it's only should be used for the inconsistencies rather than the main model.
nuclear fission plants will cost trillions. So you know what? If you want to pay for it, why, all those rich people that go to Davos once a year can start paying their taxes. You can't tax the middle and lower class because they're not going to be able to pay for their energy bills. You know, if they can even find energy,
Tax
because
the
they don't have
rich.
enough
So now
money.
you agree with taxing the rich. Okay.
I do agree with taxing the rich, but I've never seen Democrats do it in my whole life. They're not good at it, and a lot of them are
They
elites
have
themselves.
increased taxes on people who are richer, but that's the reality. And just because it hasn't happened specifically in your lifetime to the degree that you'd like, does not mean that it can't specifically happen and that they aren't the ones advocating for it mostly. You understand that the process that you're advocating for, voting for Republicans, it restricts Democrats from being able to do that?
Actually, most of the tech and financial giants donate to Democrats. They donate mostly to Democrats. So I feel like
that doesn't
I'd be-
change the reality that Donald Trump's policies would benefit them more, and that specifically Kamala Harris would have taxed them more.
I'm willing to take that chance that Trump's going to move
you were
actually
wrong.
actual
You were wrong,
progress
and it was
that the-
obvious that
well,
you
the
were
Republican
wrong.
Party.
You were wrong.
I-
It was obvious that you were wrong.
How am I wrong? We've seen
Because
what
Donald
1
Trump
year
specifically
1
gave
year of
massive
Trump?
tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires through the big beautiful bill, right? Massive tax breaks already, adding $3.4 trillion to the debt.
Yes, he
Cutting
likes the
people
low
off their
taxes.
access to free school lunch and
corporation.
breakfast and food stamps and
Yeah.
health insurance through Medicaid.
Yes, he's going around. He's going about making America richer in different
That's not
ways
making
than the
America richer.
Democrats. Well, the Democrats weren't doing it, and they were failing at
The
it for so
Democrats
many
weren't
decades.
cutting people off of food stamps and their health insurance. Yeah, like they were giving people greater access to health insurance.
Not if the country's not getting richer, man.
The country
You
was
know,
getting richer under the Biden-Harris administration. I don't know where you're getting this information from.
I believe Trump's going to outpace him in GDP. And I mean, just look at inflation. Biden had
GDP growth is down since Trump got in
4.945.
office. On
Well, you
average.
got to give him some time. 4 years, 3 years from now, we'll talk. But it's not, and that was just a little peck out of the employment numbers. It wasn't atrocious. You can, I mean, be hyperbolic about it if you want to.
Unemployment's increased since Trump got in office. Trump fired the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics because he claimed that the jobs report was so bad that it must be politically biased. So
I don't care.
You don't.
I don't care.
Of course.
No, I don't.
Of course.
So, okay, so how do you what the Democrats have taken from the rich is a pittance. It's such a little amount, and they're run by these
So
elites.
you want to
How do
tax
you
the
have
rich more.
confidence?
So you. By the way, he wants to tax the rich more, so he votes Trump.
Because the
voted
Democrats
Trump
don't do
because
anything about it.
You voted Trump. He voted Donald Trump because he wants to tax the rich more. Yeah, dude.
Because they love having sycophants.
That was a great move. Great move, dude. Good job.
They love to have sycophants mimic their talking points, but they never act on it. Unfortunately, sadly,
No,
if the
so,
Democrats
again,
would do what they
wait,
said they're
I've
going to
already
do, I'd
addressed
be all
this
about it.
multiple times that they are advocating to tax the rich to a greater extent. You say that they don't act upon that, but I can give you
They
explicit
advocate it, but they don't
examples.
act on it. They
Yes,
don't
they
act on it at all.
Did Obama have higher taxes on rich people? Yes or no?
Yes, he did.
So they do act upon it, you dipshit.
It was a pittance. Hey, at least I'm not
you
doing
just conceded. You literally just conceded.
But it's not a great amount. It's just a. It's,
Oh,
it's,
no,
we're
now
talking
it's just
pennies.
not a great amount. Is it better than not having an increase?
I mean, gosh, you have to wait around till everybody's dead till you see it happen.
Okay, so then you would
That's
vote
not how
for.
long.
Well, maybe if you stop voting for less, maybe we'd be able to get more quicker. Maybe you're the fucking reason why it's taking so damn long to get to that damn position, because you vote for people that give massive tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires and fucking increase taxes on working people by imposing greater levels of tariffs that are fucking unprecedented.
It's diluted and brainwashed people who are dilettantes. That's the reason.
Really, you're the one that's been brainwashed.
No, I don't think so. Hey,
I proved it in this conversation. If you watch back this conversation, you will see that I've proven it in this conversation that you're the one that's misinformed, that you're the one that's got proven wrong. I just did it in this conversation. Yes,
you're a dilettante. No, you haven't at all. You wouldn't accept any of the facts I told you.
You said Democrats do not increase taxes, and then you pivoted and moved the goalpost to, yeah, they increase them, but it's just not to the degree that I want. And then you're voting for the guy that specifically imposes even less taxes on rich people and makes it even harder for us to get to that point in the very first place. And you're like, but dude, I wanted Democrats to do more for the taxes.
You're so theatrical.
You make no sense. Why would you vote for the candidate with less taxes for rich people if you want more taxes for rich people? It makes
because I believe it's going to be better for the economy.
How?
I mean, look at what Biden did. Look at what Biden did with the inflation.
How did Biden cause inflation?
Well, there was a supply chain. He should have been proactive on those. There was a Ukraine-Russia war.
What should he have done instead?
The Ukraine not let Russia and Ukraine go to war. Oil, wheat.
How by doing what?
Fertilizers. You know, they're all part of the process of making food. You know, and moving it.
How could have Biden? How would Trump have stopped Russia from invading Ukraine?
Si vis pacem parabellum. If you want peace, prepare for war. Biden's weak. Homo homini lupus. Man is wolf to man.
So are you saying he would go to war with Russia directly?
Republicans like the moniker peace. Was it peace through strength? No, he would have.
That's not what's happened. Trump said he could get the Russia-Ukraine war done in 24 hours. It didn't.
Biden's weak. That's why Russia went in there. They went there under Obama.
So why is it still happening under Trump then? If Trump's so strong, why isn't he stopped it?
He's trying to fix the problems that Obama and Biden created.
Okay, you have yet to tell us how he caused that. You just said he should have prevented this from happening. How would he have prevented it from happening? How would
my God! You
Russia invades Ukraine. What does he do in response?
You can influence a country. One country can influence another country. You know how they do that? There's 3 apparatuses. You can do it militarily, diplomatically, or financially. Okay? You learned something. Just say thanks, Parker.
You still haven't told us how.
Well, we've got the #1 military in the world. Be creative.
So you're saying we go to war with them? So we use our American military to fight against Russia?
No. That's not what I'm saying.
So then what are we doing? What is it then? Say it.
Look at what we're doing. Look at what we're doing with China. There's a lot of gray areas out there you can work, and you can freedom of navigation.
So what specifically? Be specific. I'm waiting. What? Come on.
We put smarter people.
How long is this going to take? When are we going to reach the point? 10 years later.
No. Here's where you go wrong, because you think you're the smartest man in the room.
I don't.
Really.
I just think you're not getting to the point.
Let's admit that.
It's taking
you have to go back
years
like
to get to the point.
10,000 years. You got to go back like 10,000 years to see like the one guy in the village that knew it all. And that's who you remind me of. And that worries me, because I'll tell you one thing. There's people
saying this instead of answering the question?
I'm telling you, there's people in positions that Trump would be responsible for in the military, you know, that he puts the people in those positions. They're going to run it well. From top down.
Well, people he would he have put in positions that would have limited Russia from invading Ukraine?
He would have put better people and
such as
let them do their thing. That's what Biden. Hey, you can just admit Biden and Obama were failed.
Who would have prevented the Russia-Ukraine war under the Trump administration?
You want specific names?
Yes, like I'm asking, like genuinely, if you're so confident in this position that they would have prevented the Russia-Ukraine war, then please tell me who in the administration would have done that.
He put guys in charge that would have made sure it happened.
Such as?
Okay. This is a ridiculous question on your behalf.
No, it's not. Like, genuinely, who do you think would have done this? How do you think they would have done this? Are relevant questions to ask. If you can't answer those, then how can you specifically say that this would have happened?
Trump would have gotten it done. Okay, who should Biden?
That is a trust me, bro. That is a straight trust me, bro. There's no evidence. There's no reason to believe that. There's no critical analysis. It's literally.
Is this all you do?
Bro, Trump would have done it. Yes, I'm critical. I debate people.
Is this all you do?
Yes, I debate
people.
Yeah,
well, you're not very good at it.
What makes you think I'm not good at it? I just debunked your
I'm
whole
trying
point.
to help you out, Parker. I'm trying to help you out. Okay, Obama and
doing a good job.
Biden. Who should they have put in charge so the Russia-Ukraine war never happened? Let me ask you that.
I don't think they could have put someone in office specifically to have limited that from happening. I think that's a ridiculous assertion for either of us to make, specifically about one random person that either Obama, Biden, Harris, or Trump would have put into their administration that would have prevented Russia from invading Ukraine. I think that's a ridiculous standpoint.
Well, then you don't know how the world works, man.
Well, you're apparently not explaining it. So how do I not know?
mighty
Explain
do-
it
no,
then,
no, no.
buddy.
The mighty do what they can. The weak suffer what they must. We might not live by that, but all the other countries do, and we got to look out for our own country.
Trump is
And,
weak.
you know,
Trump
he's
is
not
weak,
weak.
especially
He's
against
strong.
Russia. He cut funding
He's so
for Ukraine.
strong.
He cut funding for Ukraine, which gave
He got
Russia
Western-
exactly
he
what
got
they
Western
wanted,
Europe.
indicating that
He
he's
got
weak
Western
on
Europe.
Russia.
He got Western Europe to pay more and
They did more.
buy
They-
our
they
equipment
increased more.
to
They
give to
increased-
Ukraine.
They increased more under
Parker,
Biden.
you don't know what you're talking about.
I do. They increased more under
Keep on-
Biden. The NATO
Keep on
funding.
being a dilettante.
NATO funding.
Dilettante.
NATO
Dilettante.
funding. NATO funding increased to a greater percent under the Biden-Harris administration.
You haven't no. Actually, no. It's under Trump.
That's not true. It was under the Biden-Harris administration that it increased to a greater percent.
Were they paying it? Let me see. Let me see receipts on that. I need receipts on that. And taking into account, Trump has only had 1 year in office. Are we looking
We're
at
talking about his first term.
cumulative?
dude.
We're looking at like a per year
We're talking
basis.
about his first term comparative to the first term under the Biden-Harris administration.
Didn't he just make it? Didn't he just get NATO to raise their payments? He just got NATO to raise their payments when he got in this
By
time.
how much? I'm talking about percentage-wise.
Google it if you're so inquisitive.
I'm asking you. You're the one who's making this claim.
Well, you don't know either.
Well, I have a source I can send you right now where the percent GDP increased to a greater extent under the Biden-Harris administration compared to the Trump administration. That's because of the Russia-Ukraine war.
I like to see that. I really would.
Okay. So you admit you've done no research yet. You're making that claim.
I have done research. I just don't remember.
What do you do research on?
Hold on.
Okay. All right. Well,
Under President Trump leadership, NATO allies made a historic commitment in June of 2025 to increase defense spending to 5% of GDP by 2035, a significant rise from the prior 2% goal, though Spain initially resisted. Okay, so I mean, Parker, you've just been disingenuous with me the whole conversation. You just want to show your audience that you're right, and you want to get W's for clicks and some money. That's fine if that's how we want to operate. But if you want to get somewhere, you got to go along with people, man. And I hope you can develop and mature
so
the way you do that.
Take a look at the screen. Take a look at the screen right here. This is specifically the change in defense expenditure. Do you see under the
Honestly,
Trump administration?
I can't see. I can't read.
Yes, you do. This is the Trump.
What's that last year? Well, it's going to go up even more under Trump because I just read you. Hey, anticipation.
Listen.
You got to have anticipation, man.
Listen. This is under the Trump administration originally, and then this is the Biden-Harris administration. You see a massive increase, especially because of the fact that there was the Russia-Ukraine war. You see the massive increase.
Who's all that red over there on the left? Who's all that red over there on the left? Is that Obama?
Yes, that's under Obama.
Oh my gosh, that's disgraceful.
That's
Mike. No wonder Russia and Ukraine went to war. Weakness.
What?
You just showed me a chart. After the war's already started, then he upped his he got NATO to up their GDP. Well, Trump even got it more.
Because then they invaded the entirety of Ukraine after there was a lot of increase. So I don't know what your point is. That doesn't mean that just because of the decline they specifically invaded. But I don't know
Obama
what your point is.
and Biden failed at national defense. Just admit it.
I don't think that Trump would have specifically limited Russia from invading Ukraine. I think that invasion of Ukraine would have happened under Trump's administration. I think your claim specifically that it wouldn't have happened is actually absurd.
No, it wouldn't. It wouldn't have happened under Trump because he's strong. You don't. Do you know how? Do you know how bullies work?
In what way would he have been strong that would have limited?
He's like a bully, but he's like a bully for America.
In what way would he have been strong that would have limited Russia from invading Ukraine?
He'd be very creative. Look what we're doing to Venezuela. You know, Venezuela used to be one of the richest countries
you
per capita.
support bombing and murdering people with no evidence given to Congress that they were a part of, that they had drug boats or were on had drugs?
I trust that the intelligence.
I bet you
trust that the.
I bet
Oh,
you.
you gotta- oh, you gotta let me
I
talk.
bet you trust Trump. I
Parker,
bet you trust Trump.
You're rambling. You're rambling. You're
Well, you're
backpedaling, man. I
wrong.
feel
I'm
left
not
hook and you're
backpedaling on
backpedaling.
anything. I'm not
You're almost
backpedaling
down,
on
man.
anything.
It's like the 12th. It's like the 12th round, man. I know. I'm being favored. It's okay. You're gonna be all right, man.
Harold, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much, Harold. I really appreciate it, as well as the $20 as well, and the $50. Put some W's for Harold in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Alexandria, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Ali with the $30. Thank you. Roseanne, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Put some W's for all of them in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Ali, the W Elevation Fund. W Elevation Fund. Let me also catch up on YouTube as well real quick. Jewel, thank you for the $4. Green 4, thank you for the $2. Jewel again with the $5. Thank you. Silver, thank you for the $2. Pal, thank you for the 14 again. Thank you. Trav, thank you for the $5. And Fizz, thank you so much for the $5. I think I'm fully caught up. Go back to what you were saying.
So there's intel that neither of us know about, and I trust it. I do trust
They
it.
didn't give anything to Congress. They didn't give anything to Congress. And even if it was the case that they did have drugs, that doesn't justify murdering them, because it is the case that they could have just been detained once they get into U.S. waters.
I like how Trump's operating. I like what he's doing. He's not murdering them. It's
he
they're
did
terrorists.
murder them. He murdered over 60 people.
Then you might as well call Obama.
There's no evidence that they
murderer.
were terrorists. There's no evidence that they had drugs. Absolutely.
There is. Our intel community has that evidence, bro.
No evidence
You
has
just-
been given to Congress.
All because you don't see it on your computer.
It has
in your
not
little,
been verified.
in your little room there doesn't mean that it's not the truth. You got to trust somebody, man. You got to root for your president, whether Democrat. Which is, by the way, if my president is a Democrat or Republican, I still root for the guy. I want the country to do well. I see on the Democrat side loony, negative, nonsensical, chaotic, unorganized.
Be specific. How is it bad? How are what we advocating for? Name one policy that Democrats are advocating for that you disagree with.
I don't have one off the top of my head, to be honest. I just know Trump's going to do a better
Democrats,
job.
they're so horrible. They do everything wrong. But I
Well,
can't
the
mention a
Republicans
single
just get-
single
they
point.
have-
Not a single one can I mention that I disagree with. Come on, bro. That's
It doesn't
ridiculous.
matter. It doesn't matter.
It does really
So-
matter. Mark with the $5. Thank you. Logan, thank you for the $2. Tyrell, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you.
All right. Are Obama and Biden war criminals because they were using predator drones to take out a bunch of terrorists year round?
Wait,
and they did do that.
Wait, so yeah, I definitely think that you can acknowledge war crimes that have been committed specifically by Democrats, historically speaking, especially engaging in the context of the Middle East. I don't have a dispute in terms of those particular types of claims. The point that I would make is, one, you can't say this particularly about Harris, and two, specifically, they, in those connotations, gave evidence to Congress, okay? That they were specifically
Maybe they don't-
affiliated.
maybe they don't wanna do that.
actually went through a process. Trump's not even doing so. He's not even providing
Maybe-
Congress. He's just making a claim and then doing so. And by the way, we're not even at conflict specifically with them. Right? He started this. He started the
I was
conflict.
telling you there's things that can influence countries, and that's influencing Venezuela because you asked me. What's one thing we could do? Well, there's one thing right there. There's a list of
Those
things.
are bad
Come on.
things.
We have,
You're
we have
talking about how
military.
he's
We have
pro-war.
military
Wait,
planners.
so Donald Trump is pro-war. He's not America first. He cares more about doing things in countries around the entire world and spending money committing wars around the entire world than he cares specifically about spending that money on American citizens. Is that
No,
your
that's not
position?
what I said. That's not
Because
my
that's what he's
position.
doing. He's spending money on
If you
wars
want-
all around the world, and he's not spending money here on the American people. He's increasing
Hey.
funds by billions and billions of dollars for things like the military, but he's not willing to pay out funds for SNAP. He's not willing to pay out funds for or not Social Security, for Medicaid and food stamps. Right? He's undermining those particular
about
programs.
SNAP. Parker, we talked about how SNAP was unconstitutional and the Anti-Deficiency
They've cut
Act.
SNAP. They've cut SNAP right through the big beautiful bill.
No, we talked about you
Yes, they
saying
did.
you
They've cut
verbatim-
SNAP.
Whoa,
2.5
Parker,
million
let me-
people on average every single month
Let me talk,
cut off their
Parker.
access to
Let
food
me
stamps.
talk.
420,000 children cut off their access to free school lunch and
Let me
breakfast.
talk,
and
Parker.
over 10 million people cut off their access to health insurance. If you listen, maybe you'll get a chance to talk.
I just listened, and you said that he's not He's not putting the SNAP reserves. You just said that, and
I didn't
Trump
talk
doesn't
about the
care
reserves
SNAP
right now.
reserves.
I'm talking.
Yes,
I'm
you
talking,
did. You talked about SNAP. And
I'm
the
talking
reserves.
about the fact that he cut SNAP through the big beautiful bill. I just said that, you genius. I just said it. I literally just said it, and you didn't
No,
listen.
that's not what I heard. Maybe I misheard, and I'll give you that if I misheard. So, what else we got? What other questions do you want to know about? You have about Donald Trump because let's see. You don't like that 5% NATO, 5% of GDP by 2035 with NATO? That's awesome. That means
I think
they're
that's
shouldering
too
a lot of the burden. And let's go back to, you think that's too much?
Yeah.
It's going to help us to get out of that theater a little bit so we can go to other places and deal with like the China threat and these other
There's
countries
no
like
plan for
Venezuela.
the U.S. There's no plan for the U.S. to reduce.
That's a good thing. Let me ask you a question because you love universal health care. When Ukraine was getting bombed by Russia, do you think they were worried about their health care policies, their health care insurance?
I think people in the country were worried about healthcare alongside other things that they were worried about.
Their bombs were dropping on their head, Parker. You think, now you're just being ridiculous. You think they were worried about their health insurance premiums and the health insurance policies.
The people engaged in the war or people in the country?
I'm talking about the Ukrainians when they were getting bombed. Do you think they're worried about their health care when they were getting bombed?
I mean, I think there are lots of Ukrainians that were worried about healthcare because lots of Ukrainians relied on healthcare.
Oh my God! When they're getting bombed by Russia and the Russians were coming in and killing them,
do you think those relying on healthcare just stop relying on healthcare if they're being bombed?
They were getting the hell out of the way, and it was a mass exodus of people from these towns.
If people are getting bombed, wouldn't they be worried about their healthcare? You fucking
That's
idiot.
exactly proving my point.
What are you talking about? If they're getting bombed, they'd probably be worried more about their healthcare because they just got fucking bombed. What are you talking about, dude?
I said healthcare policies and healthcare premiums.
Yes.
Were they worried about that? No, they
I think they're going to care a hell of a lot about their fucking healthcare.
No, they weren't. They're not worrying about their healthcare policies at that point. They're just trying to get out of the country.
Yes, they are because they have to ensure that people are taken care of if they get bombed.
Dude, they're not worrying about healthcare policies and premiums at that point. No. Then you get aid.
He thinks literally thinks people in Ukraine are not even worried about healthcare. You're fucking insane, dude. You're actually insane.
No, not at all. They're going to help them no matter what. At that point, you got aid groups coming in.
So they're going to help them. So they are worried about healthcare policy. They're worried about healthcare policy to the degree that they provide it for people in need.
Those who aren't killed in combat, to be honest. Hey, this is why the military is healthcare. If you look at it that way, that's how I look at it. Maybe you can figure that out and understand that. The military is healthcare because those Ukrainians, when they're getting bombed, aren't worried about their health insurance policies.
Oh, I'm gonna cry, dude. Okay, you want to say it again? I don't think people heard you say that. Say it again. Actually, can you say it again?
The military is healthcare.
One more time.
The military is healthcare.
Another time, please. Again. I don't think the class heard you.
That's okay. I'm not going to say it again.
Say it again, please. I don't think everyone heard you. There's probably at least one person alive that didn't hear you yet.
So let's talk about Biden inflation.
Come on, say it for them. Say it again, please. I don't think we heard it.
I made my
say
point
it again. Say it again.
Conceded.
Maybe next time. Maybe next time you'll get a different response.
That's why you're mocking me. You conceded. You didn't
I'm
win.
Already giving you an argument and you didn't respond to it and you repeated the same bullshit. So yeah, I'm gonna fucking make fun of you if you do that. That's ridiculous. You're not engaging. Monica, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much on Venmo. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Kathy with the $25. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. W being elevated. Let's go. Mark with the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it for the Friday night MAGA BBQ. Thank you. Tyrell, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Let me catch up on YouTube as well. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on if you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. But Gothboy, thank you for the $5. Jewel with the $2 twice. Thank you. Thank you so much. Green 4, thank you for the $2 as well. I think I'm fully caught up there. Actually, I did just do that recently. Alrighty. All right, let me unmute him. Hey, man, you gotta unmute. Oh, no. Oh, no, chat. I don't know if he knows how to unmute. Oh, no, he typed in the comment section, unmute me. Yo, click the microphone in the bottom right, man.
Parker.
Yeah, what's up?
All right, Parker, you proved to me you don't know anything about war. You're cozy and you're comfortable. And you posture refinement. And wherever you are, United States of America, that's fine, man. But there's some people that go
I have
in
a
wars.
question.
And they're not
I have a
worried about
question.
healthcare.
Do you think that you're smarter than me?
I don't actually. I can admit there's a lot of other people who are smarter than me. I mean, I don't know one way or the other, to be honest. I mean, I'm wicked smart, but you know.
Hold up. So then you think I'm smarter than you?
I corrected myself and said, I don't, one way or the other, I don't know. You seem to have good
you
verbal.
don't know who's smarter?
No, you seem to verbally, you have good verbal reasoning, intelligence. I think you have a lot of problems interpreting, what's fake news and what's not, to be honest. So you're lacking in sensing when something's not true and when something isn't. I do think you mean well. I think you're very passionate. I like how you're passionate. That's such a good thing. That'll take you so far in life.
Wait, actually, you never really did argue why Biden caused inflation. You kind of just said he would cause the Russia-Ukraine war, which had no evidence. What else did you say?
No, you can Google it, and it will tell you why. Do you want to Google that? And that was mostly why the inflation went to 9%.
Hey, dude, I have a degree in economics, right? I've definitely researched this point. I don't think that Biden caused inflation, right? The inflation that we saw was supply chain issues due to the pandemic that had nothing to do with his administration, okay?
He should have been proactive about that. He should have seen that coming. The supply chain
He doesn't
part.
address that. That's the Federal Reserve that addresses inflation, okay?
Well, doesn't he put the person in charge of the Federal Reserve? Come on, who was it? Janet Yellen? He puts people in charge of certain positions.
Jerome Powell. And that was Trump appointed Jerome Powell.
Oh, yeah, that was Janet Yellen was the other one. Yeah. Well, he should have been more proactive, man. I think Trump would have seen that coming.
Jerome Powell is still in office.
There's anticipation. You're in economics. You should know this. You got to anticipate. Michael Jordan, he went to where the ball wasn't because he knew the ball was going to get there. It's called anticipation. That's what made him so great.
Okay, so what should Biden have done?
He could have done a lot of things. I don't know. He's got a lot of people. See, that's the thing.
Such as? You don't even know what he should have done. You don't even know what you're talking about. I've just proved you have no clue what you're saying.
Well, you think Russia-Ukraine war didn't cause inflation.
Nice pivot. No, it didn't because it didn't because that there's no point you could make to say that specifically it would have been different under the Biden-Harris administration comparative to the Trump administration. That's a ridiculous assertion you're making, buddy.
This is just AI overview. A Russia-Ukraine war was a major factor that exacerbated global inflation. It did not cause inflation by itself. Inflation was already rising due to earlier factors. Okay, that's bullshit. Let's see.
He didn't like that one.
That's so much bullshit.
One, you didn't take that into account. Two, as it relates to this, one, it was already true. Inflation was already rising.
No. Here's another one.
It did contribute to inflation, but it wasn't the only cause of inflation. Alongside the fact that if you look at specifically, listen, alongside that's not addressing the reality that I just addressed and said that specifically that would have happened regardless of who was in office.
No, it wouldn't have. You get people who are proactive and see it coming.
No, you are insane. You are insane for relying on the argument that Biden caused inflation because of the fact that literally the Russia-Ukraine war was caused by the Biden-Harris administration. That's ridiculous. Biden did not cause the Russia-Ukraine. Shut the fuck up. Biden did not cause the Russia-Ukraine war. The assertion that you're making that Biden caused the Russia-Ukraine war is an obvious bullshit fucking lie that you have no basis in evidence for, that you're assuming based upon a trust me bro, okay? Literally a trust me bro. You have no basis for saying that. You're saying, oh, Trump would have had peace specifically because he was so strong. They would have looked directly at his orange face and they would have been so scared just because he's orange that they wouldn't have invaded Ukraine. Like, dude, you're being ridiculous. There's no fucking basis you have to any of your positions. It's a bullshit, random fucking assumption that Trump would have somehow put some magical individual, Superman, into the position of his administration and he would have prevented this from occurring. You're insane, bro. You're actually nuts. Biden-Harris administration did not cause the Russia-Ukraine war. It would have happened if Trump were in office. Your idea that this wouldn't have happened if Trump were in office is fucking delusional. Stop relying on it to say that the Biden-Harris administration caused inflation because it's stupid.
They did. The Ukraine-Russia war contributed to global inflation. It disrupted energy and food supplies and increased commodity prices.
No one disputes
that.
No one disputes that.
That had a big part of it. And
no one disputes that prices went up because of the fact that this war occurred. We're not disputing that because sanctions were placed. Do you think that Trump?
Biden I have a question.
Trump did impose greater sanctions.
He's weak.
So then, what are you talking about?
Biden's weak.
Okay. How is Biden weak specifically as it relates to this comparative to Trump?
Because Ukraine and Russia went to war.
How would that have happened differently? How would
You
that
know
have happened
nothing about
differently?
geopolitics, Jon Snow. You know nothing about geopolitics.
Ruby, I appreciate the galaxy. It says you. You literally think that Trump, if he were in office, would have prevented this from happening because he's so fucking strong that he would have prevented it. You're an idiot.
Yeah,
you
that's
think
what
that
he would have.
you're the
You're a dilettante.
absolute idiot that thinks you know so much about geopolitics that you think Trump specifically just being in office would have prevented a fucking war across the entire world. You're being absurd. You don't know what you're fucking talking about. You don't have any intelligence. There's no probability to base up your position. It's literally just a trust me, bro. You have no basis for that. Give me an actual fucking argument. Don't just say some random bullshit. I've already responded to this point like 6 times. Don't make me respond to it a 7th time.
Let's talk. Let's talk about Biden. 4 years, 4.95% per year inflation, and his worst inflation was 9%. No, it's 20% cumulative per 4 years.
Yeah.
No, per 4 years.
How was that? But it wasn't caused by
averages to be
Biden. It was not
4.95.
caused by Biden. That would have happened if Trump were in office.
Nope. It was caused by Biden. For the reasons we talked about, Russia, Ukraine being a part of it.
I'm just going to say it was caused by Biden because I feel like it. I have no economic basis of that. There's no economists that agree with me. There's no foreign policy experts that agree with me, but I just feel like it because Trump is so strong. He's so very strong. He's stronger than you've ever seen. He's actually stronger than Superman. There's no kryptonite for him, buddy. There's actually not even any kryptonite for Trump. He's so much stronger than Superman. If Superman fought Trump, Trump would beat him. I promise you. I promise you that. So very great.
Why did Russia send a bunch of
Even
warships?
Superman would be scared, okay? No one would go to war when Trump's in office.
Why did Russia... Parker, I'm trying to teach you something. Why did Russia send a bunch of warships
This is a waste
to
of my
Cuba?
time. This is genuinely a
No,
waste
it's
of my
not.
time. Yes, it is.
Russia sent a bunch of warships to Cuba because they said JFK thinks too much. He's too intellectual. You're too intellectual. You got to start thinking. Geopolitics, countries interpret signals like toddlers in a sandbox. One toddler pushes the other down. He gets it. This is how simple it is when you deal with in geopolitics, especially with the military, with war. And you don't understand that. You don't understand that.
I just
Parker.
look at him, and when I look at him, he would just say that he wouldn't invade. Yeah, that's
Parker,
what he
I
would do.
told you I
promise
wanna-
that. Yeah, he'd
Parker.
just look right away. I had 24
Parker.
hours. I'd get rid of that shit immediately.
I told you I want to tax the rich, the ultra rich. They need to be taxed. I told you that. I told you we have a lot in
Tax
common.
the rich,
I
tax
told
the
you-
rich, but vote for the guy that actually decreases their taxes and gives them massive tax breaks.
Climate change is human cause. Eventually, you got to do
so great. Tax the rich, but vote for the guy that literally taxes the rich less and taxes the poor. We actually wanted it from the poor. We don't want it from the rich, but we say we want it from the rich.
You're incorrigible. Parker, 9% inflation peak. The cumulative inflation under Biden was 21%. That's 4 years. He had plenty of time to make that a lot better, man. He had 4 years of that crap. And Trump, was he at like, what now, 3% over 1 year?
Do you
If
like
he does that
lying?
for another
Do you
2
like
years, he
spewing
destroys.
bullshit? Like genuinely, like I'm actually serious. Like
That's
a
not
person-
bullshit. That's not bullshit. Look it
real
up.
quick. Stop
Look up
real quick.
inflation under Biden.
Stop real quick. Genuinely, like person to person, is this fun for you? Like spewing bullshit on a live in front of thousands of people? Is that fun?
I'm teaching you something, Parker.
You're not teaching me shit.
You're walled up.
actually,
You're
You're
dug in.
actually insane. If you think that you're teaching me right now, I'm sorry, but you got to rethink your entire fucking life. Genuinely, like watch back this conversation, please.
No, I'm doing great. Thank you for saying that, though. So you can't even admit that Biden had higher inflation than Trump. You can't admit it.
There was higher levels of inflation under Biden because of supply chain issues
Thank
related
you.
to the pandemic that had nothing to do with the Biden-Harris administration. Just because it happens under the Biden-Harris administration does not mean it was caused by the Biden-Harris administration. That's called a correlation causation fallacy. Did you know that there's a higher rate specifically of ice cream consumption during listen. Did you know that there's a higher rate of ice cream consumption during the summer, and also during the summer that there's a higher rate of violent crime? Now, given the fact that there's a higher rate of ice cream consumption and a higher rate of violent crime, does that mean that the ice cream consumption is causing violent crime?
Okay, so I'm just going to say, because what you just said, you said it was all supply chain.
They're eating the ice cream, and they're
Russia,
committing
Ukraine war
violent
contributed to
crimes.
global
They're
inflation.
violent. They're violent like you've never seen. These little children
Ukraine-Russia
eating the
war
ice cream,
significantly
eating
contributed
the
to
ice cream
global
from the
inflation.
ice cream trucks.
All right.
I promise you, they're a threat to public safety.
Do you believe
We need to
in
send in
systemic
the
racism?
National Guard. Send in the National Guard to stop the children that are eating the ice cream cones. Please, right now, do it. Please.
All
Send
right,
in
do you
the
believe
National
in
Guard.
systemic racism? Do you believe in systemic racism?
What type of... Okay, I'm kicking you. Get off my lawn.
No, do you?
What?
Do
Yes.
it.
I believe in systemic racism. What fucking point did that guy have in bringing that up? What type of fucking crazy ass pivot are we undergoing in every conversation? My neck is actually in so much pain. Holy shit. Okay, let's go to the next individual. That guy was a fucking pivot legend. Just pivot, pivot, pivot. Dude, he's been traveling in basketball for years. Heather, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much on Venmo. Make this guy go away. I promise you I did that right now. Christopher, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Christopher. Michael with the $50 on Cash App. Give me some W's from Michael in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Michael. I appreciate the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Let's go on to the next person real quick. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. I've got like one conversation left for today, everyone. One conversation left for today, everyone. And then I'm going to be getting off. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I am 18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, I think his policies aren't too bad.
Okay, what's your birth year? Okay, they left. Great, so amazing. All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. All right. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. I was so loud. I was literally just like Trump voicing so loud. I really hope I wasn't too loud. I guess it's only like 9:30. I'm gonna ask my girlfriend later if she heard me downstairs. Yo, it's Val to you?
These politicians don't care about you.
And how old are you? Wow, thank you so much. Wow, wow. I never considered that one before. Politicians, they wow. Yo, it's Val to you?
Hello?
Yo, it's Val to you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay. And what's your birth year?
2007.
Do you, if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I would vote for Trump.
Have you been on my live before?
No.
Okay.
I just made my account.
So why do you support Trump?
Well, I like his policies.
Such as?
I like that he identifies like cartel members as like terrorists. I like that he says there's two genders. I mean, he stopped TikTok from getting banned. I mean, this only wasn't on like the top of my head.
Oh, what was the second one you said? You said cartels, terrorists. The second one was what?
Two genders. I think he's only two genders.
Okay.
And he stopped TikTok from getting banned.
Okay. So a few things here. Two genders has nothing to do with policy. That you're just saying that he made a claim that there is two genders. That's nothing to do with policy at all.
Okay. Well, maybe I got mixed up.
Cartel being designated as terrorists. How does that benefit the set of conditions to a degree that you would say that you would want to support him?
Because he kicks them out, I guess.
No.
I mean.
Okay. You don't know what the difference is that would be relevant towards voting for him, and then TikTok being here. I would actually literally say TikTok did get banned. I would prefer TikTok banned with a Democrat in office, right, over Donald Trump in office and TikTok still being there. So that's
and I think Trump.
And I definitely have a lot more care for TikTok being around than you do. Probably, I definitely have a lot more reason to keep TikTok around than you do.
Yeah, that's why I think you'd be a Republican.
You think I'm a Republican?
I think you'd be a Republican because your job is TikTok.
No, I'm not Republican.
Well, yeah, obviously.
My job being TikTok doesn't mean I would be a Republican. That's ridiculous. I also stream on YouTube.
Okay. Well, I also think Trump is just more respected than Kamala Harris. Why is that funny?
Because
Dora.
Pew Research has an analysis from like countries around the world comparing Harris versus Trump. Trump has significantly less confidence to do the right thing amongst countries around the entire world comparative to Harris. I think it was like 33% confidence for Trump regarding world, like him doing best for the world affairs, and it was over 55% for Kamala Harris. So it's like not even close.
Well, yeah, sure, they would want a weaker opponent.
No,
Like-
the determination from Pew Research is about the candidate and whether or not they're going to do the best thing regarding world affairs, like whether or not they have confidence in them.
And Trump has like tough TikTok edits too.
Of course,
He's
they'd
really
actually
cool.
want the weaker candidate. You didn't even know what you were referencing. That was embarrassing, dude.
What?
Yeah, that was embarrassing. Like, you literally just tried to say that it was because Kamala Harris was the weaker candidate, but you didn't even know what you were referencing, and it was actually not even about that. So, like, it was just kind of ridiculous that that's what your confirmation bias, that's what you indicate based upon your own intuitions, but then if you actually look at the data, it shows a completely different story.
I mean, Trump's just a good guy. Kamala Harris, like, was a prosecutor in the beginning.
Trump is a good guy. He was held civilly liable of sexual abuse. He bragged about walking in the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without the consent, where an 18-year-old came out and said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old. In these changing rooms, Donald Trump would barge in. He said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. He said he had sex in common with his daughter. He said Yada Howard Stern calling his daughter a piece of ass. He said he'd be dating his own daughter if it wasn't his daughter.
Okay, but how long
he
ago
called
was
his daughter
this?
voluptuous? Does that matter? He sexualized his daughter.
This was in the
Doesn't matter
90s,
when
right?
he sexualized his daughter.
Okay, it was obviously a joke, though.
A joke? I'm sorry. He said he'd be dating his own daughter if it wasn't his daughter. He said Yada Howard Stern calling his daughter a piece of ass. He said he had sex in common with his daughter, and he said he called his daughter voluptuous, which means curvy and sexually attractive. These were not jokes. This is him sexualizing his daughter. And even so, why would you joke about sexualizing your daughter? That's also unhinged.
I mean, his daughter is pretty.
I'm sorry. Would you sexualize your own daughter?
Well, I don't have a daughter.
If you had a daughter, would you sexualize her?
No.
Okay. Do you have a sister?
Yeah.
Would you have an issue with your dad sexualizing your sister?
Yeah. Well, I don't really have a dad either.
I'm really sorry to hear that.
It's okay.
You understand my point that specifically Donald Trump, right, clearly, right, is sexualizing his daughter. You shouldn't do that. That's a reason why you shouldn't support someone, right? Not only that, but also like him going and, walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent, where an 18-year-old came out, so there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms. Donald Trump said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. He was held civilly liable of sexual abuse, right? Why don't you address any of these points?
Well, I was more so going to say because Kamala Harris is like a prosecute or whatever it's
Kamala
called.
Harris.
Yeah.
A prosecutor.
And
You'd vote for a criminal over our former prosecutor?
well, I was trying to say that he would give like kids 20 years for like weed charges, and I think that's kind of messed up.
Well, I have to kick you because you can't say W drug on the stream, but she did not do that. She gave no one a 20-year sentence for just having WEED. That is a lie. And I say that as a everyday elevator. Speaking of which, we'll hit a blinker just for that. Just for that, we hit a blinker. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. List on the TikTok screen. Last person on the stream, everybody. Woo! Last person on the stream. Woo! Last person on the stream. Woo! For today. Let's go. If you're on YouTube, hit that like button, everybody. Hit that like button. Hit that thumbs up right now, okay? If you don't do it right now, I promise you I'll come right after you. I will send my mods right after you. If you don't like the stream right now, I promise you that. The mods are coming after you. We're going to nationalize the mods. Send them in to get everybody to like the stream. Yo, what's up, Haldium?
Shove your fist up your ass for a galaxy.
That's a crazy thing to say, man. That's a crazy thing to say, man. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. List on the TikTok screen.
Bring me up.
Why are you in the box if you think I'm a paid propagandist? Why do you support my stream if I'm a paid propagandist?
I don't support your stream. I just think it's hilarious that
watching
you
right
were in an echo chamber and that you're pushing false shit.
So then you
to
must
your
agree
people.
with me. So you must agree.
I don't
with me.
agree with you. You say you back the science, right?
If it's an
You
echo
back
chamber,
science?
that must mean that you agree
No,
with me.
because
Right?
I just like to. It's entertaining to me because it's ridiculous. And I got time to chill.
If it's an echo chamber, you must agree with me.
And I'm
You're saying
trolling.
So you agree with me?
I don't agree with. I agree that it's an echo chamber and it's detrimental to the people that are following you.
How is it detrimental to the people who are following me?
Because you answer this. You say you follow the science, but you can't define what a woman is.
Yes, I can, and that's not even predicated off of science.
Okay, do it.
Yeah, it's an adult human that's committed towards the social and cultural norms that are typically associated with the female sex as a prescription of their identity.
That's really your definition.
Yes.
So you believe that? So is that's what you can describe your mother as?
Yes.
Wow. Okay, that's interesting. So let me ask you this. So
Why
you're
is
all
that a
for
wow?
immigration.
Wow.
Well, you do stupid
He
shit
gave
too,
a definition,
and
and now I have no
practice
response.
really-
I'm
The funny
silent
thing
at the
is that-
definition.
I got a question. Why do I support Trump? Why does Trump support you?
What?
Why does Trump support you?
What are you talking about?
The irony in it. Why does he?
What do
You're
you
on his
mean by that?
W-2, aren't you? You're a dependent, aren't you?
You think Trump funds me?
Trump supports you.
How
What are you
does
going to
Trump-
do when he's not out of office? What are you going to talk about?
I'm going to talk about Republicans and debate Republicans.
Let me ask you this. You make fun of people that do research.
Vance.
Why do I
It
support
would
who?
probably be, why do you support Vance?
Let me ask you this. Do you back research? You like researching?
Yeah. Gretchen, thank you.
So what's your little book that you put in front of what's your little book that you put in front of your face? Yeah, why?
I'm trolling. It's
So
obviously- it's whenever
I
someone
know it's a
doesn't
troll,
have a source.
obviously, but my point is why are you trolling someone when they say they do research and they say trust me? When you're doing the same thing though.
No, they're saying they don't have any source. Like when I pull out the trust me, bro, it means they don't actually have a source. So they're just saying trust me, bro.
Well, maybe they don't have it on the spot like you have a computer right in front of you. So let me ask you this: you support illegal immigration, correct?
Do you need a source for saying that I'm a paid
I don't need
propagandist?
a source on anything, actually.
You don't need a source on anything?
No, I mean, if I
you
could
don't need a
provide
source on
sources,
anything, how about
because I
this?
have a lot of sources that show that the Democrats agree
Actually,
with Trump on deportation.
you're paid by the RNC. You're paid by the RNC.
I don't care about the RNC.
You're paid by them. You're paid by the RNC.
I'm not paid by
to come up on
anybody.
the stream. Yeah, you are. I don't need evidence. I remember I can
Damn,
just
look.
say things. I can just
That's
say things. I
fine.
don't need evidence.
Actually, I wish they would pay me. That'd be nice. That might be a nice little setup.
So I could say the same thing as you, right?
Hey, will you send me the info? Send me the links.
Well, I don't
Send me
know.
the connects.
Could you send me the links? I don't have these connects.
You have the connects, Parker. There's no way that
No,
you
I
sit
don't.
there all day pushing propaganda about Trump. Come on. So answer my question. You
I'm not
support
pushing
illegal
any
immigration.
propaganda. I'm not pushing any propaganda. I support people getting a pathway to citizenship if they haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime.
Okay, so whenever ICE is going after people that are committing crimes and y'all are saying, no, he's rounding up humans or rounding up citizens, rounding up people, whatever, it's not business when you're doing that. I'm
Over
asking you.
70% of people detained by ICE have no prior criminal
So why
record.
was it okay for Obama to do that, though, and
I
expedite
disagree
it,
with
but
Obama
everything
doing
Trump
it.
does is horrible?
I disagree with Obama doing it. Trump's doing it at a higher rate, specifically in the particular on a yearly basis. Secondly, we can also point to the fact that Trump is violating due process to a greater extent because he's extended expedited removal, which is specifically made it applicable to everyone within the country, rather than specifically people that are within 100 miles of the border. Secondly, to people who specifically have been in the country to up to 2 years, whereas prior it was up to 2 weeks. So Trump is heavily extended, right, specifically expedited removal, therefore violating people's due process rights to a greater extent. But Obama!
Wow, that was a lot. Bro, you feel better? No, but Obama did it, and so did Hillary and all the other ones. All your Democratic little crew said that they support mass deportation and immigration. So why when Trump decides to speak on it, it's like, oh, no way, I don't support it no more. Why did they change up? Why did they talk out of two sides of their asshole is my question.
Well, I also disagree with
They have no
Democrats.
policy.
I also they do. I also disagree with Democrats' policy on this to a certain extent because I believe in a broader scale of mass amnesty than Democrats in typical do. So because I believe in that broader scale of mass amnesty than Democrats typically do, that means that we're going to have a disagreement on that behalf. But I'm going to be closer to Democrats ideologically speaking than I'll be closer specifically to Trump because he violates due process to a greater extent and is deporting more people who have
He didn't violate due process. He followed the law. Like he listened to what the Supreme Court said.
He has not been following the
You're
law.
lying about
He's been
that.
undermining due process rights. That's a fact. He's extended expedited removal, which undermines people's due process rights.
Okay, well, he undermined my rights when he allowed the open border and everybody to flood the gates when
There
my
was no
tax
open
dollars
border.
don't pay for that.
Wait,
I didn't
how do
ask
you-
to pay for that when
I
I'm
have a question.
sweating, working
How do you-
hard, and blood,
how do you
sweat, and tears
identify-
over here to support my family.
How do you identify that there's an open border?
Parker, you weren't born. Well, maybe you were born yesterday because you're kind of young, but you're not that young. Come on, like be real. I mean, it's obvious. It was. There's multiple videos that were out there showing it. It's ridiculous that these are the moments that you could actually be genuine and say, you know what, maybe you're right. I don't like Trump. That's cool. That's valid. But how do you make people change their opinion? But you are not agreeing with anything at all. Can you say that Biden was in mentally?
So you're just pleading with me to agree with you? That's your argument?
I don't need you to. No,
please agree with me that there was an open border. Please just don't disagree with that. How are you going to disagree with me? Stop.
I'm asking you, but I'm saying though, like you would be more genuine if you would move like that, though.
What particular videos did you
I have all the
watch that
videos,
told you?
but you did this before and didn't let me send them to you because you're full of crap.
Okay, well, you could send.
I can also. I also have
the videos.
a video of Biden saying how he would withdraw out of Afghanistan the right way.
Ashley, tell me the videos.
I'm crashing out. What?
Tell me the videos. I'd love to address them.
The videos. No, it's pointless. Oh, so you want to know them really? Let me send them to you.
Yeah, just tell me the title. I'll find them. But like also
the videos of people. It was on Instagram. How about I just send them because I got copies of them?
Just tell me in the concept in general.
The concept was you see they had people coming through. What is the name of that jungle?
Listen fully. What can be shown in a video?
The video is showing people coming to the border. I'm telling you right now. Listen, they came over through. What'd you say? Yeah, so they came through. They came through the multiple ports of entry. They were using churches to nonprofits to fund illegal immigration, to support them with food and everything. And you're mad about, you want to support it, but then what? Are you America first? Like you won't let them stay at your house. I bet money on it, and I bet you lock your doors at night. So it's okay. I bet. Do you lock your doors at night, by the way?
Of course I lock my doors at night. Now let me address
Exactly.
this without
So
you cutting me off.
why
Let
is
me
it-
address
why
this
is it not
without
the
you
one
cutting me
border?
off. Can I address this without you cutting me off?
Go ahead.
Listen, this is a horrible argument. Why is this a horrible
It's not a
argument?
horrible argument.
Because you believe in no borders between states. Yet that doesn't mean you believe people from different states can just walk into your house and that you don't lock your doors at night. You're being ridiculous, okay?
It's not being
I believe
ridiculous.
in-
It's a point that
Listen,
you would like to
let
see
me
who's at the
please
door before you
finish.
let them
Can I
in.
please
That's the
finish?
point.
Holy
No,
shit,
go
can I
ahead.
please finish?
I'll be quiet. Go. Carry on.
I'm done playing with you to finish. I'm going to mute you next time you cut me off, okay?
Valid.
So, that is valid. So again, in terms of this, I understand having rules and laws, particularly in terms of like a general process, and I want us to keep safer. I do want to deport people who have committed violent crimes and bad crimes. I'm not disputing that. People are a threat to our safety and security, but I do not view my household the same as I view borders. Right? The reason why I don't view it that way is because, right? We believe in open borders between states, but we do not believe people from other states should just be able to walk into our house with no restriction. No restriction for them to walk in between their state and my state, but there is a restriction for them to walk into my house, right? That's a ridiculous assertion to view it the same. So obviously we don't view it from that perspective. Same thing. Point would be is if you're viewing it in like it's like a house perspective, well then people who would be the owners of the house would be the citizens, and then any citizen would just be able to grant anyone in the country access to the country. So I don't think you view it that way as well.
It's not. You're wrong about that. No, that's not wrong. It's when you look through the blinds to see who's at your front door, you want to make sure that this person is, whether maybe somebody you know. What are they doing? Why are they here? That's the same thing for the border, allowing anybody to enter it. They flooded it. Why?
So they didn't flood it. Let me address this. They didn't give like a certain process change that then led to the border being open. There were restrictions. There were deportations. The idea that it was a completely open border is ridiculous. Now, I don't think what you mean by open border is just that there was no restrictions. I think that you acknowledge that there were some restrictions. I think when you're saying open border, you're just saying there's a lot more people coming across the border. Well, if you look at the level of border crossings at the very end of the Biden-Harris administration comparative to the very end of the Trump administration, there was a greater level of border crossings on a daily average at the end of Trump's first administration comparative to the end of Biden's administration. So then there was an open border at the end of Trump's administration, if that's your particular claim.
Yeah, but that's convenient when they're about to leave office. I mean, it's convenient. The point is the whole time they were in office, they allowed people to flood the country. Why? Do you want to know why I think that? Because they wanted to mess the census up so they could have more voters. Because their policies are that shit, to be honest.
So again, that's not.
Am I wrong about that?
People wouldn't be able to vote that quickly.
I don't disagree with legal immigration. I think people should.
Undocumented immigrants don't have the ability.
Undocumented, you said it right.
Yes, undocumented immigrants do not have the ability to vote.
Bruh, like I talk to people that work in the DMV and they get licensed. That's full of crap. You know what they do when they do get their license? They check the box whether they want to vote or not. So you could say this or that. That's a true statement. So it's just crazy that like you won't acknowledge.
You can't qualify
You don't
for
acknowledge
voting unless
anything, and
you're a
all your little
citizen.
people are funny telling me. What did they say? Y'all are very smart. I'm proud of y'all.
You can't vote unless you're a citizen. That's just the reality.
Parker, how old are you, Parker?
23.
23. So you've experienced life. You know, you feel very experienced in life, and you think you know everything, correct?
No, I don't know everything, but I knew that point, and
Have you-
apparently you didn't.
But I've been I've been out in the real world, not behind
longer
a
than me, and
computer
yet
all my
you
life.
still-
For
what's
about
your
three.
point?
How long?
So
The point is like
so?
you act like you know everything, and I'm trying, and your people in the
don't.
chat are. I'm not a Karen.
I've clarified that I don't
I'm
know
sharing them.
everything. I've clarified I don't know everything. You view me as it. Why is it this way? That specifically, people view that like I think that I know everything. I never made that claim. I specifically oftentimes don't talk about things that I don't fucking know about. Okay, I acknowledge when I don't know something. I'm genuine about it. But the point is that you can't just assume because I'm younger that I'm wrong. Do you realize that that's
Okay,
not
so
going to allow for
what I'm
productive
saying is
dialogue?
that-
That's not going to allow for an engagement in this conversation. You're just saying you're right because you're older, as if we didn't know that you're older. That doesn't make you right just because you're older.
It doesn't make I'm right, but I've been through life and I experienced things.
Okay, so Joe Biden
So
could say
I-
the same thing to you. Joe Biden could say the same thing to you. And would Joe Biden be right then? No.
It's a little different when somebody's using Joe Biden as a puppet because they want to push. They want to do certain.
Respond
They
to my
want to do
point.
certain
Joe
policies that
Biden-
aren't
wait,
beneficial for the
no.
American people.
Just because Joe Biden's way older than you does not make him more right than you, right?
Joe Biden they use him as a puppet,
Can you address my point?
and that's actually kind of sad for Joe Biden.
Can you
Actually,
address my point without trying to like literally make it about
yeah, because
something I
the
didn't
point
even
is
talk
that you
about?
haven't experienced life, and you think that where you get your info from, like all that is valid when there's that you don't understand life experience.
What does that even mean? Well, I don't.
It's about
what
being
life experience
rational
do I not understand?
and doing process of understanding.
What life experience do I not understand that would be relevant?
Because make it make
specifically
sense
to
how
this
you think
argument?
it's right that you think it's right to push a certain whatever message about this illegal immigration or undocumented people. The reason why SNAP benefits got cut is because they were getting SNAP benefits.
Undocumented immigrants.
The reason why is able
No,
bodies of Americans need to work. So that's what they did. They made cuts to those things, not to people that actually needed them. But you push a false rhetoric, and that's why I think you're paid.
That's not true. They changed the work requirements so that they could restrict people who are citizens who are on it from getting access to it. Nothing in the bill.
That's what I just
specifically
said. I just said the
nothing-
able bodies.
Nothing in the bill says undocumented immigrants can get access to the bill or don't get access to it specifically in that connotation. That's nothing in that bill said.
Well,
that.
what do you think that?
And
What do you think
called
they
me
did with those?
And then you said I'm a paid propagandist because I disagree.
I
with you?
said that would be the only thing that makes sense. Otherwise, nothing else makes sense to me. That how can you
because I
sit there
disagree
every
with
day
you.
and lie?
I'm not lying.
But you really think that Kamala Harris had great
Kamala.
policy for this country?
Yes.
Tell me what you stand for. I want to hear what you stand for. Maybe you can try to persuade me.
Yeah, I stand.
What do you stand for?
I stand for taking care of our community. I stand for specifically a more efficient government. I stand for getting rid of waste, fraud, and abuse, which is perpetuated to a greater extent than by Donald Trump. I believe in fiscal responsibility. I believe in universal health care. I believe in taxing the rich. I believe in universal child care. I believe in ending the fucking absolute wars that we place around the entire world, and specifically only support in defense in those contexts. Right? I support funding and investing in specifically technology to make things cheaper for the everyday average American and for people around the entire world, as I think technology is the very basis specifically for increases specifically in economic growth and for bettering off the most amount of people as we possibly can. Right? I believe in plenty of things, right? I believe that the government has a role to take care of the everyday average American and establish a baseline for everyone. And I believe that people can then build upon that after that point. But we have to establish a baseline for everyone.
Okay, I like baselines for everyone, but how does that happen when you have when you flood the country with mass immigration?
Well, I think that immigration.
Because what happens to the jobs for Americans?
So I have a few things here. I think
Okay.
that immigration leads to a benefit for the GDP and for our economy as a whole. I can send you a study from the National Bureau of Economic Research that indicates specifically that a higher scale of immigration in the past 20 years has led to specifically an increase in wages, an increase in employment for people who are already in the country, and an increase in GDP. The Congressional Budget Office estimated that the immigration surge under the Biden-Harris administration will lead to an $8.9 trillion increase in the GDP by 2034. Why is this important? Well, it's important because fertility rates in this country have been below replacement rates since the 1970s, mainly so since the 1970s, which is going to lead to a decrease in population, according to the Congressional Budget Office, by 2050, which means that we have a superpower in terms of immigration to increase the level of immigration so that we can continue to have a population increase. And also that's important because we're going to have a smaller amount of people who are younger, proportionally speaking, in terms of our system, to pay for the people who are older for a longer period of time because of increasing life expectancy for longer periods of time in terms of Social Security, Medicare, things like that. So that if we want to keep the same level of benefits, we have to ensure that we have more people in our country, specifically who are working, who can pay for that. So immigrants actually, they're not a net drain on us. They're a net benefit to help us take care of Americans. That's why it's America first.
So, okay, so I'm for legal immigration, but why isn't the process, what's so bad with hindering the process as far as, let me do some checks and balances before you enter the country, so we are catching these people that have committed crimes?
I think the best way to incentivize that specifically to happen is by providing a pathway to citizenship for those that are already in the country who are undocumented, right, who have not committed a violent crime or bad crime, because it incentivizes those that have not committed crimes to go through the said legal process, and it gives law enforcement more time to focus on people who have committed violent crimes and bad crimes, and then for the legal process to make it go significantly quicker, to incentivize people to go through said legal process rather than specifically going through the process undocumented. That would ensure the most amount of people possible go through the process vetted, right, and get vetted. Because people who are already in our country undocumented, if you argue for your particular process, will just go further into the shadows rather than actually going through the process vetted.
Yeah, so whose fault is that, though? That would have been Biden's fault because he could have did that, couldn't he have?
Well, no, because we have to rely on Congress to get bills like that passed. And they tried to get some sort of bill passed, even a conservative-leaning bill, and they wouldn't even pass that. So if they were to pass
that bill had some...
Go ahead.
That bill was a little... You know that bill wasn't completely right. They said that it wouldn't be an issue where they would...
Funding? Is that you're going to bring?
Yeah, wait, what are you talking about? Are you talking about the bill for immigration?
Yeah, the bipartisan border bill. Are you going to bring up the foreign funding because they separated the bills
No.
between the border aspect?
I was going to bring up the 7,000 cutoff. That's a lot of people.
It wasn't 7,000
per day or something. It was 5,000 to 7,000 per day or something crazy, and that's a lot of people if you do the math.
Multiply that by 365. That's like 1.8 million.
You multiply by that's a lot of people.
That's like 1.
Coming into this country.
That's fine.
But coming in just where you're not vetting them.
That's less than 1% population growth. And
but my point is vetting them.
That is vetted, right? They're providing a greater process to vet people. They were making the asylum process go quicker.
Why couldn't they do that when they had all three, though? That's my question. They had all three before all this, and they could have made whatever changes they wanted.
The filibuster.
So
okay. Republicans to get that passed.
It's always an excuse. I wonder. Interesting. It's interesting.
That's why.
I appreciate you explaining it, though.
That's why the Republicans, even though they have the executive, even though they have the House, and even though they have the Senate, they can't open the government just by themselves. Right? They can't.
Well, yeah, I understand that because it has to
be. They have to get past what? The filibuster. So you say, oh, they always have an explanation specifically
but they did.
Us, but then like, whenever it's yourself right now, you're not going to say that.
But he did. But there was a way he could have. It was an emergency, though. The border was an emergency, and he could, and Biden could have implemented that. It was a border emergency. It was a crisis at the border. Too many people were coming in at once. There's no way there was. Border Patrol were able to keep up with all that. There's no way they were vetted. And then you know what's interesting? When we say follow the science and you tell people to get, you know what, the jab, but you have people flooding the country that are not getting the jab or being tested for COVID. So make that make sense. It's bullshit.
Well, I mean, I do believe that people should be tested and come into the country through the context of a system specifically to ensure that people can get access to adequate level of vaccinations as well, level as citizens. But I mean, I don't think that is like a reason to say that like, you know, Democrats at mass specifically should be.
Well, it is a reason
for,
when
you know, some Democrats had this particular position. I mean, I don't even.
Okay, let's just say this though, but they pushed a narrative that said, "Oh, you're bad if you don't get this. You're not helping, you know, the fellow citizen to get the jab." It's a fear mongering. They fear monger to do this, to do that, and it's called conforming.
No, we're not fear mongering.
The Democratic Party they fear monger.
We're saying people should.
They did push that,
which is good. It's good that people should.
It's not good. What has it been good about it?
Well, the vaccine saved millions of lives.
So where did the flu go when COVID came? Where did that went? He took a vacay?
No, so more people are specifically getting COVID. So when more people are getting COVID and that's more transmissible, it's more likely that you're going to get COVID rather than getting the flu. So when people are sick, they stay at home. They're not spreading it as much, right? That's because they had COVID rather than getting the flu. Because the flu is less transmissible than COVID, we saw the COVID transmitting at a less rate. Plus, we also saw social distancing to a greater extent and the use of masks to a greater extent, which caused there to be a less of a spread of the flu as well. Because the flu is not only less transmissible, but it's also more likely to be blocked, particularly by the social distancing mechanisms.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, I still don't think the jab was beneficial for anybody because it didn't stop the transmission. So what was the point of that? I thought it's supposed to be preventative. I thought that's what a vaccine is. My point is it's hard for me to believe anything that the Democrats say because, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Vaccines are preventative, but they don't necessarily 100% prevent it from happening.
But that's what was said though. And when you didn't do it, you were a bad person. When you didn't get it, they said that it stopped
you should get the vaccine. Yeah,
get your booster. And then 15,000 boosters. What are they supposed to do? Not stop it, or just it makes it less mild? My point is, that's my point. There comes a point where you have to rationalize and say, hey, why? Question why? Why are they doing this? How is it beneficial? And why is it always Trump's fault, but nobody else wants accountability?
No, we give accountability to others as well. Damn.
Okay.
The spam in the comment section is crazy. Yo, can these like bots just stop spamming shit in the comments?
I don't know what's going on.
Like, I don't know why they keep spamming.
I'm not a paid Republican. Like, tell them that. Hey, tell them if you know somebody, connect me up. I need a little part-time job.
It's literally like just like bots spamming in the comment section.
Oh, please voice the voice. Oh yeah, that's not what that is.
Okay, they stopped. They actually genuinely stopped when I asked. Like, that's actually crazy.
That was nice of them. You're not smart enough to be paid. Thank you. Appreciate that comment. Took a lot of time to post it too. I hope you feel better. That's another thing. How do we get unity when we have this kind of stuff, when people are mean? Like, how do you get unity with one another and to see eye to eye with one another? Because I'm really about that. Like, I want to understand, but like, I just don't see, it's always just one-sided, and it's frustrating to me. And I'm not MAGA anyway. I'm America first. I'm not MAGA. What is MAGA? I'm not MAGA. I'm America first. I'm for America. I don't want my money, my tax dollars that I worked very hard for to go over to fund whatever it is funding. I want it to stay here. And I'd like to actually have a checkbox so I can say where my money goes, because that should be a thing.
Okay. I don't even know what you just said. Sorry. There's just like people again,
bro, please be voice for the voiceless. Be voice for the voiceless, they said.
Of course, but again, when they're spamming the comment section, I'm just telling them
Trump
to
is
stop.
mean.
It's really annoying.
It is so annoying. I don't know these people.
Can you stop talking, please? I'm trying to speak.
Excuse me. Go ahead.
So, like, when it's the same comment over and over again, you can tell it's obviously bots. So, like, just leave it. Can you leave the chat alone? I'll literally just turn off the comment section. If you want me to turn off the comment section, I absolutely will. It's ridiculous. Like, don't spam my comment section. That's insane. Like, make literally bot accounts, right, to spam the comment section is unhinged. So I will literally turn off the comment section if you don't stop. So, I mean, you want me to just turn it off? I will. Yeah, it's on TikTok, not YouTube, everyone. All right, go ahead.
No, I was just saying it was frustrating. That's all. And then I'm just reading your comment section because I think it's funny. Self-control, please.
So
go ahead. So finish.
You think I'm like a lying paid propagandist? I don't think you actually believe that. I think you're just saying it at this point, just to like rage bait, like genuinely.
I'm not rage baiting. I'm just trying. It doesn't make sense, like really, that there's some things that you don't really.
I disagree with you, like genuinely.
If you're smart, or you say you have some knowledge, or you think I don't say you think you're Mr. Know-it-all, but it's crazy to me. Well, actually, if you were, do you think you are? I didn't say you were. I just said you didn't have a lot of life experience. So to do critical thinking and rationalize versus what's just on the TV or in front of your computer, that's what I was saying. I'm not trying to say, oh, because I'm older, I'm wiser. No, I've had life experience. And it's funny to me that all the people in your comments.
Tell the people people. I just turned off the comments on TikTok. If you want to go comment, everyone, you can go over to YouTube. But it's unhinged on TikTok, where I just stopped. I'm it's and people are saying turn it off anyway. So if you want to comment, you can comment on YouTube. Yeah, go
I
ahead.
guess I'm just good. I guess I'm just. It's sad for humanity that where we're going when it comes to one another. Everybody wants to push over for illegal immigrations, but you're not even for your neighbor. You're the American citizen. So it's very strange. So I don't know.
Oh,
I'm over it.
None of us are arguing only to benefit undocumented immigrants and not to benefit the average working American. Can you name a single policy that I've ever advocated for that said, "Oh, give this to undocumented immigrants, but do not give this to U.S. citizens"? Name one time.
So tell me this: where's the unhingedness come from the comment section that they name call? That's what I'm just asking. For unity or for cohesion, or you're for the illegal immigrants, but you're not for somebody that supports Donald Trump. Make that make sense to me.
Yeah. So, I'm confused. Like, why are you referencing people insulting you in the comment section?
Because it's y'all are the party of tolerance, aren't y'all? You're the most tolerant, inclusive. Isn't that what y'all stand for? Isn't that what y'all pushed or they talked about in the past? Tolerance and inclusivity. Love is love. So my point is y'all say the most hateful things in the comments. I'm just trying to have a conversation with you.
So again, you got insulted.
And I don't care about the comments. They don't hurt my feelings, but I'm just making a statement.
You just randomly brought them up. I don't know why. It sounds like you.
Because I'm trying to make you see my perspective in the matter is how is it that y'all say Trump is bad, he's doing this to illegal immigrants, but y'all are so mean to your fellow citizen that lives in America. That's what I say. What do you stand for?
You know, it's so frustrating. It's like I wasn't even the one that's mean to you, and now you're like, "Oh, dude, you should respond to how these other people were insulting me." Like,
so why does the people that follow you say that?
Stop talking, please stop.
You don't. Okay, go.
I want to be able to respond to you, but you're not letting me. I let you every single time. I'm trying to speak. You just cut me off and don't actually listen to what I'm saying. All right.
Sorry.
It's okay. I genuinely, I want to be able to have a conversation with you. It's just I literally can't. Like genuinely, like, did you hear any of the points I just made?
Yes.
Okay, what points did I just make?
That you're not pushing you aren't pushing a certain policy, but I am just making reference to that you didn't say nothing ugly. That was the comment section. So why am I coming at you like that? So yeah, I get that. However, they follow you.
Literally, Trump does that all the time. Trump insults people all the time. And I'm not holding you accountable for Trump insulting people, specifically just doing that. I would hold you accountable for his broader actions and things like that. And this is your candidate you're voting for. Okay?
I get
that. Republicans that are rude all the time. The Republicans that come up here and slur. The Republicans that don't even engage in argumentation. And they just insult me all the time. I don't hold you accountable for all the other Republicans that do that. I never brought that up in this conversation. The KKK is on your side and voted for Donald Trump. I didn't bring that up.
Just because somebody endorsed somebody on their own regard doesn't make somebody a supporter of that person.
Oh.
I put myself I just did that. I see what I did there. My point is, okay, let me just rewind. Obviously, they support your side of the aisle. So for them to be that ugly, not you, for them to be that ugly, it's like, when are we ever going to come to, there has to be some type of unity. Did I say, I don't support big government. I don't support big corporations.
Trump is big government. Trump is less unity. Trump is causing more division and hate. If you do not want division, hate, you want more unity, stop supporting Donald Trump. That is literally the best thing you could possibly do for our country to get us on a pathway back towards unity is stop supporting divisive MAGA ideology, stop supporting bigoted ideology, hateful ideology, right? And we can lead to a better country for this. For us, for everyone.
But the thing is, the rhetoric that I've heard from the divisive rhetoric that I heard was more from your side. So what am I missing, or why is it like that? Why?
Standpoint. Just because there's people in the comment section that insulted you does not mean that on the left there's more division or more divisive particular mentality. If you join any TikTok live stream that is a debate live stream at this level of people, you're going to have people in the comment section that insult you on either side. If I joined a Republican live where they had 6,000 people in it, there would be people that say that about me in the comment section from the other side. If you go look at the Piers Morgan comment section for when I debated on Piers Morgan, you can fucking see that yourself.
Okay, and I got that. But my question is, why? What do you think's causing that?
That's humans.
But do you think that there's anything that could, do you think that there's anything at play that could cause people to feel that much dislike or distaste for somebody else just because of what they support?
Yeah, that's the inevitable reality of how discourse happens and exists right now. It can get to a better standpoint if there's less divisive ideology that exists within the context of politics. That's why it's so divisive right now. If you want it to be less divisive, you have to actively engage in actions. Yes. Okay, so you cannot sit up here and talk to us and lecture us about division and what's going to lead to division, and we're causing greater levels of division just because people insulted you in the comment section. Yet when you came up on the live stream, you were insulting me, calling me a paid propagandist, and doing that very same thing yourself. It is actually ridiculous and ironic.
But the reason why is it your job, though? Honestly, that's the only reason why I said that.
This is my job, but it
that
doesn't
is your job. So okay, maybe you're not a paid propagandist. But it's your job to do this every day.
This is not propaganda.
That's fine. I'm not knocking it. You're fine. Go ahead.
Wait,
but my
debating you is not propaganda. How is this propaganda?
But it's your job, though. Is it not your job?
It being my job doesn't mean I'm a paid propagandist.
But okay, but you have a certain assignment that your job is telling you to do. Am I incorrect?
Myself. This is my own job.
Okay, you're
I'm
the
self-employed.
Okay.
I run my own job. I run my own business.
You don't have to get so upset about it. I'm talking to you.
No, I'm not upset right now. I'm just acknowledging that you came up on the live saying that I'm a paid propagandist, and then you're like, oh, well, I want so much more unity. There's so much division in our country. You're the one doing that when you specifically call me a paid propagandist. Literally, we've already talked about this for just disagreeing with you.
But I find that when people start saying something that you don't like, you start mocking them. So how does that bring unity?
At a certain degree.
And how does that tell me that you're not trying to push a certain conversation?
At a certain degree, I'm going to mock certain things. Are you never going to mock anything in your life? Are there
I try not to because I follow Christ.
You called me a paid propagandist, and you were mocking me.
Because I think it's okay to call you. But it's okay to mention that's what I feel about you. That doesn't. I'm human. Like you said, we're human, right? My point is I try to be more and follow me more Christ-like when I think about people. I don't want to sit in the comment section and call people names.
Okay, well, I'm not Christian. I don't hold that sort of ideology. I understand that you might in that connotation, but I think there are some connotations where it makes sense for me to mock people and to make fun of things specifically, right? In terms of horrible ideas. I make fun of horrible ideas. I call horrible ideas stupid. I do. And I think that is okay for me to do. I think it's good for me to do that to some degree.
So I
don't do that with everything. I'm very nice with people, but I have boundaries and I end up hitting that at some point.
Gotcha. Well, I guess it's just like, I don't know. I just think that it's interesting to the point of, I don't know. I just think it's kind of wild, but to each your own, I guess. If this is your job and you're here to speak about the Democrats and why they're better than Donald Trump. I just try to see the productiveness in it, in the sense that how there's so many things that can be pointed out, and I don't think that you think that Biden was a better president. That's your wholeheartedly you think that, right? Is that where your head's at? I'm just trying to learn.
Yeah, but if you don't think this is productive at all, why would you have joined? Why would you come on my live stream?
No, I'm just trying to see how you're being productive. No, I didn't mean it. It came out wrong. I'm sorry. I was trying to understand what is your motive, or just to talk about it, or are you trying to sway people to vote that way, or do you have an end goal, I guess, or what's your mission?
Few things
for this.
Few things. I want to educate people. I want to get people to critically think more. I want to engage in more conversation. I want both sides to specifically see these types of arguments and these engagements, because I think it will lead more people to my ideological beliefs and what I think is better for the world. And I also think it's good to inspire conversations like this, because spaces like this allow for the truth to happen to a greater extent, and for the truth to unfold to an extent in which other forms of content on the internet do not allow for it. Right? This particular type of content, I think, is incredibly important. And I don't think it existed much prior to me engaging in this. I've been doing this for years. I've been doing this since 2020, 2021. That's when I started doing the live streams and doing this type of content. And, it's expanded, become different things. I've done different topics. I've done things and I've specifically landed on this. And I think that this is important for critical thinking. It's educational. It gets people involved. There's points that specifically it can entertain you to an extent that keeps you involved. And due to that entertainment process within the context of engaging in these different types of dialogues, it leads to people growing in knowledge to a greater extent than they would have otherwise for many people like myself, right? It was been a process for me to learn. I've learned so much engaging in these particular types of conversations. So it's not just particularly for the people who are listening, it's also for myself. Genuinely keeps me more involved. It genuinely keeps me more up to date. It genuinely is a good process for myself to learn. And it's a unique thing that I'm able to use as an outlet as well, that I like throughout my life have not had, and I haven't been able to engage in these conversations to the degree that I've wanted to. I genuinely love what I do. I think it's really important. I'm happy every single day to come on. I genuinely am. I couldn't imagine my life any different than what it is right now. I genuinely couldn't. I love this so much, and that's why I come on here every single day. People try to prescribe I'm a paid propagandist. I'm doing this just for the money. I understand viewing me in society as that, but if you have a dialogue with me, a conversation with me, I think it's very obvious that I don't actually do that. That's not who I am as a person. Right. If you actually engage
that's very valid. And I respect you explaining that. I guess the point, and I say that, and maybe I was being a little bit of a troll, but my thing is if you could, there is good, you can't, you basically disregard everything that he's done, because I feel like that's where the paid propaganda comes in. Because to me, I don't understand when you're saying he's doing the war, like, oh, he's involved with wars overseas, but he's actually been brokering peace deals with other countries. So is that not valid? Am I watching something different than you see?
So, like, okay, here's my kind of point. He's not a peace president if he's actively starting wars around the entire world. Okay, like, so the idea that he's engaging in some peace, I can give credit to some degree, but the issue is he's trying to take credit for things that he literally didn't even cause himself. So that's why I'm highly critical.
So give me an
of
example of what he started, if you don't mind.
Yeah, like, for example, like, he's bombed and killed over 60 people with no evidence that they had drugs, right, off the coast of Venezuela with absolutely no evidence. He's bombed Iran, right? He specifically led to many trade wars around the entire world, which has increased the level of conflict. He's threatened to annex our allies like Canada, Greenland, and Panama, right? I mean, I can point to plenty.
Do you know what's going on in Canada? What I fear is what's happening in Canada that will happen to America under your party.
What do you think will happen?
I mean, it's literally like a police state. I mean, the criminals are getting to basically do anything. And the guy spoke, I don't know his name, and I could find it for you and tell you, but he got on there and spoke and said, we basically failed as a society if you try to take matters into your own hands. So if you try to protect, because they did away with guns. So if you try to protect yourself from a criminal invading your space, they failed it. He's basically chastising the citizens and saying, we failed as a society if you need to take matters into your own hands. A young lady that I follow she's from Canada, and she said that it's completely horrible, socialist. Is that what you vibe with that? You're excited about Mamdani?
I like Mamdani, but I don't think that he's advocating right now for socialism or socialist policy. I do think he's a socialist, but we agree on social democratic and progressive liberal policy. So obviously I like him.
So you like government having their hand on your head?
Well, I think government should provide a baseline, but I don't think government should be involved in everything. There are plenty of things I don't.
They shouldn't be involved. Why should they be involved?
There are plenty of things I think government shouldn't be involved in. Now, let me address.
Give me an example.
So, like, for example, I don't believe in a police state. I don't believe that we should be sending the National Guard into to cities around the United States for absolutely no reason, especially when the governors are specifically not asking for that. And especially when we're seeing like record low crime rate. Like, for example, in the context of DC, we saw record low crime rate for the past 30 years specifically, like when Biden was handing over specifically it to Trump. And then Trump is acting like he needs to provide the National Guard now, specifically when he didn't do so literally under his first term when there were higher rates of crime.
So the people that have came out and spoke on that live out there and said, yeah, we needed the National Guard because crime was terrible. And a gentleman that actually lost somebody, like was killed.
Most people in DC.
But I'm just saying, so those videos, I'm asking you, were those videos fake? Like, are these people lying?
Those videos definitely existed, but most people in DC did not want.
So most people in DC to get that. You know that for a fact?
I know what the polls say, yeah.
But okay, so you know what the polls say, but didn't the polls also say that Kamala was leading? Didn't the polls also say Hillary Clinton was going to win, but Donald Trump won?
They were within margins of error.
My point is the polls aren't always right.
Well, again, so the polling has changed over time. It's become significantly more accurate. Plus, polling is...
Oh, wow. So this is the kind of... This is where me and you could have met halfway?
But like, you have to give me a source.
Wait, what'd you say?
I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true. There's no.
Okay, I'm gonna get you a source. But I gotta get my other phone because I don't want to. You want to pull somebody else up?
Okay, I'll thank some people in the meantime. And I do only have a little bit left on the live, by the way, just so you know. Okay. All right. A few things real quick. Jewel, thank you so much for the $4. I really appreciate it. Goth, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Angela Nader, thank you so much for the 10. I really appreciate it. Post, thank you for the $2. Diana, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Libby with the 5. Richard, thank you so much for the 5. SGB, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. Paul with the $2. Libby with the $15. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. That's great. Thank you so much. That's great. Always good to see you, Libby. Tara, thank you so much for the $5. Attack on Pony, thank you for the $10. Fish, I really appreciate the $5. Richard, thank you for the $5. Titus, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. JDL, thank you so much for the $7. Mister, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $2 and for the $5. Thank you. Thank you. And thank you for the $5 and Attack on Pony. Thank you so much for the 10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Brianna, thank you so much for the $3. Thank you. Patricia, thank you so much for the $15. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Melanie, thank you so much. I really appreciate the 5. Christopher with the 5 as well. Thank you. Hudson, thank you so much for the $1. Amariana, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Gretchen with the 5. Thank you. Gina, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. I think I'm fully caught up. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. We're about to get off here very, very soon. I would really, really appreciate if you like the stream. If you're on YouTube and if you're on TikTok, I'd really, really, really appreciate it. It always helps, get it out to more people. And also, follow and subscribe if you haven't already. It's absolutely free to do so.
I'm getting it for you. I'm hurrying because I know you're about to hop off. Let's see, right here, here we go. Okay, let's see. So the reason, okay, so do you feel like it was unlawful for them to have the National Guard, or you think that it was just not necessary?
I think it was unlawful, specifically in plenty of different areas around the United States, because it is the case that they specifically, the governor themselves, did not consent to them going in. So if you wanted to address crime, it would have made sense specifically to send them to red states, right? Like
so,
there are plenty
but
of red states
so we
that
can
have
both agree.
Big states with
go
big
ahead.
cities with. There are plenty of red states with big cities with higher violent crime rates comparative to the ones that they sent people to.
So for example, Chicago's one, right? Isn't that one that was that issue?
That's a blue state. So for example, you'd want to send people specifically to like Missouri and Louisiana and Texas.
Okay,
Right,
so
like-
but what's wrong with blue states? I see. Like, if they feel like they could have handled it, why haven't they handled it? Like, that's all I'm saying.
Again, they have been handling it, and just saying that they have higher rates of crime doesn't necessarily mean that they haven't. If you're talking about DC and the areas,
So videos that you see where people are getting knocked out and beat on the side of the road would not suffice. So would you feel comfortable going
That
to a
doesn't
club
show
out in Chicago?
proportionality.
But
Yes.
would you feel comfortable at night? Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, that's cool. I was just curious. So with DC though, we were talking about DC. So DC, I understand you said other states, but DC, it should have been okay for him to send the National Guard, correct?
Technically, I'm pretty sure he had a court determination otherwise.
There shouldn't have been a court determination. They didn't have to have one because there's a policy for that, right?
Yeah, so if he was able to do so easily there, then he should have been able to do that on January 6th quicker, right?
But he did. Well, I'm not going down this rabbit hole because we already know that that's been exposed, so that's pointless. I don't know why you brought it up.
No, he did.
I mean, it's been exposed. There's another video showing
Nancy
FBI
Pelosi.
agents changing clothes.
FBI.
You realize how
agents
much
under
footage
the-
was out there?
FBI under the Trump administration. Also,
Nope.
Also, yes. What do you mean? That was Trump was in office.
Okay, David Ray was, but that doesn't. He's still corrupt though. That don't mean nothing. I mean, I don't even like Cash Patel to be honest.
So Trump was appointing corrupt individuals to the FBI.
No, not Trump.
I thought Trump was
just
draining the
because
swamp.
somebody's deceitful doesn't mean it's his fault that they have a deceitful heart.
So Trump
That was a bad pick. It could have been a bad pick.
Yeah,
No, that's
he
a bad
had
pick.
multiple bad picks apparently because he did so multiple times.
Those people are just bad people. They're not good people. If that's the case, and they were doing something otherwise. The point is you wanted to bring it up, but also that was Nancy Pelosi's position and
It
the mayor
wasn't.
out there, whatever her name is.
Not Nancy Pelosi. She did not have
Boomer.
the
I don't know what her
authority.
name is.
She did not.
Yes, they do. You see, this is where we could have met eye to eye.
Ash, this has been disproven so many times.
No, it's not been it's been
The fact that you
disproven
believe
that the
this,
guy.
like 5 years later is crazy.
It's not. No, this is crazy that you believe it. So how do we figure it out? Who's lying to us? That's what we need to figure out. That's how we unite. You're saying I'm lying, but where I got my information, I'm saying you lied, and so maybe where you got your information. You get what I'm saying? So my point is
you got to do research because this is already.
I do research. That's my point. Just like I got a video. Real quick, I'm gonna cut you off. I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
Any last words? I do have to get off here though.
Okay, last thing. I got a video of Joe Biden talking about how he would properly leave Afghanistan. So why did he do such a shitty job? I got a video literally point for point. And we would definitely not leave the weapons there. Like he said everything. Young little Joe Biden.
So we didn't leave weapons there. The weapons that were supposedly left there, those are ones that we gave to the Afghan government to defend themselves. All the rest of it, we literally destroyed on site or we brought
Oh my
back.
goodness.
That's according to military reports. Secondly, in terms of the pullout of Afghanistan, I mean, I do think that that same connotation would have existed under Trump. As specifically, I don't think that Trump provided any.
My question is
the way that he would act.
Okay, so we can always deflect to Trump. My question is why is there a video him stating that he would do it the proper way? And I mean, it was point to point. It was a beautiful execution, and it failed. Why wouldn't you leave the military there and get Americans out first? Why would you make it make sense for me? That's where we can meet eye to eye.
They told people to leave. They gave them specifically the ability to leave, right? They had that all prior to leaving. What are you talking about?
Well, that's where my disconnect comes with the Democratic Party, because they talk out of two sides of their mouth. If there's a video where he could have did it the right way and he didn't, I question that. This is where my critical thinking comes in. If the Democratic Party was for mass deportation when it was good under their reign, or whatever you want to call it.
I told you my position.
I'm just giving you but that's it. When a person is double-minded, man, is iffy for me. The one thing I can say about Donald Trump is he's been consistent in the way he moves.
He's definitely not consistent. He's changed his position, flip-flopped back and forth on Russia, Ukraine like 8 times.
I think that he was trying and he's not getting anywhere, so it probably is difficult. And maybe he needs to stay out of it, because that's where I go back with America first. I don't want to worry about Ukraine. I don't want to worry about Israel. I don't think what they're doing over in Gaza is right. I just think there's so much over there. Let's worry about our home.
You don't think Trump should be spending money on the military degree and going around the entire world starting wars all over the country?
He's not starting. He's not starting wars.
He literally is. But,
but we can say that for both people, Parker. We can meet eye to eye and say, hey, look, Biden, what about the pipeline? What about what they were doing with oil reserves?
Why didn't Trump bring back the pipeline? Why? Because there's a court order saying that they can't.
Okay, but why? Why? And who's in charge of that?
I told you the court order.
I get the court order, but I need more context to the court order. I'll go look it up. But what I'm saying is, these are the questions why. It's easy to say orange man bad, or Trump this, Trump. But because the narrative on TV is completely negative 24/7. Do you remember the propaganda that was pushed back in the day? I don't know if you know this. You know who Bernays is? All right, real quick. Do you know who Edward Bernays is?
No.
The father of propaganda? Maybe you should look him up. Do you know who Sigmund Freud is?
Yes.
That's his uncle. But Bernays thought it was a good idea to tell women that it was good to smoke while they're pregnant. And they pushed this narrative. So they could, guess what they were doing? They were promoting cigarette smoking. So maybe there's a little bigger picture that's not about you and I. It's for our detriment, and we actually should see eye to eye. That's the problem. It's not about me supporting him or her. It's about, hey, what about me and you? Anyway, I'll let you go. But good chatting with you, though. I appreciate you.
Appreciate you.
Have a good night.
As well. Brianna, thank you so much for the $3 as well. Thank you. Christopher, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you. All right, everyone. I gotta get off. Brains cooked for tonight. Thank you, everyone, for coming through. I really appreciate it. Today was a good night. If you like my content, as always, make sure to subscribe, follow me if you haven't already. I do these lives every single day. So for the 9,000 people in the stream, 6,000 on TikTok, and 3,000 on YouTube, make sure to follow and subscribe if you haven't already, everyone. I would really appreciate it. I will see everyone tomorrow. Tomorrow is going to be Saturday, so I probably will be live later in the day. I'll keep you all updated. It kind of just depends on whenever Dean goes live. Yeah, thank you, everyone, for coming through. I really appreciate it. Thank you. One thing I'm actually going to send everyone to real quick is there's a few things real quick. Is one, I made a video on Sudan. I want people to specifically look at that and look over that. There's actually I'll even say it right now. There's a genocide happening right now in Sudan right now, where the RSF funded by the UAE is literally mass unaliving and mass starving innocent Sudanese people. I would definitely tell people to go look into that right now. You can look in ways specifically to get yourself involved and to boycott products specifically that relate to the UAE. I think the U.S. needs to get involved and to prevent this. It's actually horrible. It's fucking atrocious what's going on there, and it's honestly not getting enough attention. I know these lives typically aren't specifically about like, things that are happening all around the world, but I always think it's important specifically to bring up things like that and talk about it. I think it's really important. I think that people should do research on it. The video is made on my TikTok page if you'd like to check it out, as well as I've reposted videos as well, specifically about Sudan, where people can look up and see information on that. Thank you everyone for coming through. I really appreciate it so much. Make sure to go check that stuff out. I would really appreciate it. Have a fantastic night, everyone. I'll see everyone later.